Um, okay, I'm gonna. I was just gonna stream politics, but Zach insisted on starting a raid, so I'm gonna try to make sure all my villagers don't die while simultaneously talking about stuff. The good news is there is a video that. Wait, where's Aggle? Okay, Aggle better not die. There's this video I want to watch with Amla Epinovi, friend that is stream, you know. But it's an hour long and kind of I don't know how good it's gonna be. But now I can watch it while playing Minecraft at the same time, so it's gonna be okay.
Character.
That's loud.
All right.
God damn
My
it.
tea. So, Amala,
John,
welcome to Jubileeble. Thank you for coming in.
it's good to be here.
We've met before
We have.
on Middle Ground.
Yeah, and you weren't supposed to be on that episode, were you?
I wasn't. So, I was one of the male feminists. I told Ragini that she could have me as a backup going into it, just because we often have dropouts.
I swear to God, if
And
any of these
so
villagers die, I'm
she
gonna be
texted
pissed.
Me, like the day before, I was like, "We have a dropout. Can you be
At
out?"
least the
Uh-huh.
chat's
And so you
working.
met my daughter, I think, as well, because I had to bring
Yes!
my daughter.
So
Casey
cute.
was babysitting while I was in the video,
Yeah.
and that was an interesting conversation.
Yeah, how do you feel about, not typically being the person who sits in on the set and all of a sudden you're in the middle of a debate?
Well, yeah, I've done a few middle ground.
Mm-hmm.
I've directed, actually, probably several, a while back, and so I will admit it's frustrating to be in it. And that was
can be.
that was like an especially frustrating conversation.
Yes.
You've been in 2 or 3.
That was
I've
it.
been in 2 now. Yeah, I did conservative women versus trans women and
We're gonna watch that,
obviously
by the
anti-feminists and
way.
feminists. So it was definitely interesting. The more frustrating of the 2 was certainly the one that we were on together.
Yeah.
I will say that without a doubt. I think the trans women episode was so respectful and people were for the most part staying on prompt and actually trying to find some middle ground. Whereas in the one that we did, it was like bouncing all over the place. It was contentious.
There was a lot of
What the fuck?
chaotic
What the fuck is the middle ground on trans women? It's like, I don't know. I don't trust at all that she was respectful during that. I don't know what her definition of respectful is, but what would the middle ground be? I think that there are maybe some people on the left who are like, I don't know, like the only middle ground I think you could find is like on children, and it would be like, well, maybe we shouldn't give all children HRT immediately, which I don't think even left-wing people aren't really advocating that. They're advocating for puberty blockers, not HRT. I don't know. We'll get to that later.
Yeah.
And I'm forgetting her name. Was it Janelle? Who was the woman in red?
I think it was Janelle. I think that's
Janelle.
her name.
She, I mean, I really admired
All right, I need to find
just
Netherite.
in terms of confidence and her ability to get her word in.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, maybe I should take some notes, because when I watched it, I was like, man, I'm really holding back.
Right.
I was trying to be cautious, just because like I work at Jubilee. I think I know how the sausage is made a little bit.
Right.
So I was like trying to kind of let it happen and not be too intrusive.
I'd upload
but
some
then
more
in
shorts,
hindsight,
too.
Maybe I should have spoken up a little more.
It's kind of hard, and when you're up against a force like that, sometimes it doesn't even really matter how much you do. Like, you can look back in hindsight and say, I wish I had done something different, but would it really have changed the situation? Probably
Yeah.
not. When I came in for that episode in particular, and we were all, backstage, not supposed to be talking to one another, I had this moment of thinking, oh gosh, I hope they chose the right type of women to be on this side with me to sort of keep the structure of this debate going. And I got there. And I'm going to be honest, I was not excited when I started hearing some of the conversation that they were having, because they were sort of insinuating, the male feminists just do it to get laid, they're NPCs. And I just heard that and went, oh no, this is going to be some heavy lifting.
All of that is true. Okay, so
I
let me-
fully
let
believe
me
that
just sort of
she would
show
agree
you
with
a
them
little
in
bit.
those
So we were
points,
on middle ground
but I
together.
guess
Yeah.
not.
The comment section seemed to really appreciate you and what you had to say.
I was shocked, yeah.
And you've been on my radar. So, Jubilee's mission obviously is, we want to provoke understanding. We're all about diversity of thought,
Elytra is-
diversity of experience. We want to bring people together in interesting social formats and kind of see, just like the totality of the human POV.
Right.
And so part of that is
The fuck?
politics,
The totality
obviously.
of the
And you
human
are
POV.
A rising conservative figure
Yeah.
online.
Say that, yeah.
You just crossed 1 million subs.
I
on
did,
YouTube.
yeah. We're
That's a
going
lot.
insane.
No
I mean,
reason, by the
we
way.
hit
No
a
reason
1.2.
she should have 1 million subs, and I have 600. I'm still pissed off. No reason. She may have just a little bit better production value than me, but she doesn't I'm not that smart. I'm not that good at arguing or debating even. The reason I do this is because it's fun, and it's A, it's fun for me to do this. B, it's a way to sort of incentivize me to keep up with the news and stuff, because otherwise I just don't. And then anytime I talk to someone, I just don't know what's going on because I was playing Minecraft all day. But I genuinely don't think Amala is any better than me at making arguments and stuff. Most other people, even people I disagree with, I will acknowledge that they are smarter than me and better at this than me. I don't even think that's the case with Amala. Genuinely no reason she should have more subs than me.
Yesterday.
I'm
was
just salty.
Wild.
Quite
It's
frankly.
like 200K in a few weeks.
Yeah, we're hustling.
So
I'll say
you're
we're hustling.
blowing up, and I think so. And then the reason I'm excited.
No way
to
that's
talk to you, and
1080p.
I definitely want to get into more about your political beliefs.
Sure.
Is you are formerly progressive left,
Mm-hmm.
now conservative,
Yeah.
and I am former conservative,
Right.
now progressive left. I think we both have tattoos that contradict our former.
Her story, by the way, for how she became conservative after after being a progressive leftist was literally that a child convinced her out of it. I'm sure she'll talk about it, but it's insane.
Identities.
Boom. There's my little black power fist we got going on there.
Pat, can you get that in a close up?
Yeah. There it is.
And when did you get that tattoo?
I think I was 16 or 17 when I got
Oh wow,
that.
so you were very young.
Yeah, I was very young. I just begged my mom to sign off on me getting a tattoo, and unfortunately, she did exactly that.
And what's the meaning behind it?
Well, I was in my protesting era, right? Because I was basically a student organizer. So it was just stand up for yourself, speak in protest of your oppression and injustice, which is not necessarily a message that I don't stand by now, but it's certainly a much stronger format than I typically take on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have a.
I don't have any wood, God damn it.
Formerly pretty active.
Yes, I do.
Christian. I don't think you have to get this on camera, but I'm only gonna lift my shirt up once. This is just to show.
See?
But I have
Let's see.
I don't even know what
Other
side it's
side.
on. But I have a Bible verse
Okay.
on my side.
And I must ask, are you no longer religious?
I'm no longer religious.
I'm not religious either.
I'm now an atheist.
Okay.
Well, that was one of the questions I wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we both have the ink to prove our former selves.
Right.
That was really embarrassing, but thank you for humoring me. But I'm excited as a liberal
upload a
to
short
see
real quick.
someone like you really resonating with our audience. I think our goal, we really want to invite conservative-minded people to engage with our content. We really want an intersection of unique ideas in the comments section, in our community. And so it's exciting to see someone like you, who I find relatable.
The problem is, I genuinely don't think Amala is arguing in good faith, right? Because I genuinely think she's a grifter. I don't think she believes most of the stuff she says. There are obviously a lot of how do I phrase this? A lot of left-wing people are not super intelligent, right? Obviously, I'm not either. But I think there are a lot of places where socialists and other progressive people kind of aren't the brightest. Like, look at Ukraine. There are so many dumbass people who don't support giving weapons to Ukraine. That's not where that's supposed to go. That's not good. But she consistently picks out the worst people to represent, her points, right? Or the left wing's perspective. Hold on, this is an issue. God damn it. Anyway, I don't remember what I was saying, honestly.
Well,
I don't think she's arguing in good faith. That's all I'm saying.
Sound in your judgment and in your I think just like coming from a place that I feel is genuine.
Thank you.
Not overly provocative or provocative for provocation.
I don't believe that.
Sake.
I believe the exact
so it's exciting
opposite.
to see you getting traction, and I wonder, and I think I hope that like someone like you could be the face, or there could be multiple people like you, becoming the face of like a new right wing movement.
Yeah.
Font is so
whatever
broken.
that may be.
Right.
And I think there's been some times in the last few years where I've been like, like we're just gonna kind of spiral off of the rails. This American political experiment is just going off track. But then there are moments where I connect with people like you and I wonder, maybe not, maybe like a mellower, more bipartisan.
This is the same person who said Miles Morales is a race swap Spider-Man. Not the guy talking, Amala. Like I just don't. That's just not true, man. That's just not true. This is a problem of liberals. Is that they think that conservatives are arguing in good faith and they can like logic conservatives out of a position. Like you really think like you're gonna convince anyone who's a Trump supporter to like not support Trump by like fact checking his speeches? That's not. You can't do that. You have to win on rhetoric. My chest is so unorganized.
Right, I feel the same way, and initially I was really hesitant to even call myself or conservative, or I guess recently I've been hesitant to even call myself conservative because it feels like that label has a certain connotation to it, and people do really associate it with deep hatred and vitriol, and that's never the standpoint that I'm coming from. And it's interesting because I'll see people from my audience in comments and stuff, and I can feel like there's a little bit of that hatred or just a lack of understanding for other people. So I'm always trying to move forward and say, there's going to be a ton of people that you disagree with in this life on a multitude of things. And we have this proclivity to sort of go, you're brainwashed, or I can't believe you believe the things that you think, and I would never believe that. I'm always on this moral high ground, and it's never true. I mean, if we were born under different circumstances, with different influences, in a different family, you'd all end up right on the same side of the people that you tend to hate or disagree with, and I'm always trying to drive that message forward, and it seems to get lost.
Yeah, and I mean,
The hell?
so I guess I'm curious
a
a
lot
little
of-
about the timeline. How old are you? Like, how long ago was your political conversion?
Yeah, I'm 22
There's a village in
now,
here too, God damn
and
it.
I was 17, 18 when the transition happened.
Got it. So it's been like the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Can you walk me through? I think that might be the best place to start. And I've watched some of your videos where you explain this, but you know, what happened, or what do you think was the inciting incident that kind of nudged you in a different direction?
Yeah, there were many. I'm trying to boil it down and pick which one I'll share today. But when I graduated high school at 17, was like, you know what? I'm going to dedicate my life to activism. I'm going to be the change in the world. I'm going to transform everything. So I did that, and I started working for my mother's organization because she happens to also be quite radically leftist and would self-proclaim to be exactly that. And I started working this job, did it for like a year, and there was no real light bulb moment. It was just gradual instances of recognizing maybe I'm a little hypocritical, I'm feeling a lot of hatred, I'm feeling a lot of depression and anxiety surrounding my political beliefs, and that doesn't seem like that is where I should be if I felt that I was standing in truth and something that felt right. But
Do you mind
yeah.
kind of outlining what some of your beliefs were at that time?
Yeah, a lot of identity politics, heavily invested in identity politics. So my self-view was, you are biracial and you are female, and those are two things that it is not great to be in the United States of America, and here is your oppression package that comes with being born this way. So a lot of anger towards anybody who was different to me, and specifically white males like yourself. Like, it was just such a deeply felt hatred.
Oh, God damn it. Carter's already completely fucked this place. I don't think anyone's arguing that you should really feel hatred or anger towards you know, people of different races of you, obviously. That's why, I mean, the left has always been big on intersectionality, right? What the hell? Yeah. The whole identity politics thing, I get where some people are coming from when they criticize it, right? The problem is, objectively, in America, there is one group of people fighting for racial equality, and one group of people who aren't. That is basically objective. Objectively, right? Police are discriminatory. Black people generally have less wealth than white people, and there is one group of people working to fix systematic injustices, and one group of people refusing to acknowledge they exist in the first place.
Based on these assumptions that I had. So constantly working on women's issues, on racial justice issues, supporting Black Lives Matter, immigration, anything based around what I now believe to be very superficial identity characteristics.
And is your mom Black?
White.
White. And your father is Black?
Yep.
Gotcha. So how early on did you start talking about race, and was that like the seed of the political view, your political worldview?
Yeah, so I yes, and yeah. So
Okay, God damn it.
I grew up with my mother. My parents got divorced when I was around 6 years old, and my mother happens to work in development and fundraising for a left-leaning organization. So every major left-leaning movement you see, she's virtually behind, at least in the fundraising sense. So she was a single mom of 3.
Wow, so this is kind of dramatic.
Yeah. It got dramatic
Are
when...
you still close to your mom?
Oh, very close.
Oh, okay.
We're actually
That's
better
great.
than we've ever been before. And that initial sort of coming out of the closet as a right of center, I guess, was real tough time for our relationship, and would be for any parent, really, if you're watching your kids sort of abandon the values that you brought them up with. But
So familiar. This is
yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
But we'll talk about that
Okay,
later.
yeah, we'll trade off. But I can remember, being raised by a single mom when I had days off school. She's going to work, and it's a very warm environment, and she would bring me to work with her, and we'd go and we'd be like using markers on posters. Little did I know those were going to be used in like protests that they were doing later that day and stuff like that. So I grew up in this environment of just left-leaning organizers who, whether they wanted to or not, were handing their values down to me, and maybe I grew up with an expectation.
I don't know if this is what she's arguing, but obviously everyone instills some of their values on children, right? Cleanliness is a value. Like we teach children to like take showers and they have to take a bath. Instilling values on someone is not necessarily a bad thing. And she will argue, I know she has in the past, I don't know if she is doing it right now, that like, leftists are evil in enforcing their values on their children, when that's the case with everything. Like I said, cleanliness is a value, patience is a value, showing up on time. There are so many social norms that are values in the same sense that like liberal values are, that we instill on the children because it's assumed that's the right thing to do in society, right? Like, we don't let kids wear shirts inside out. Oh, shit.
That not only my race and gender would affect me in this life, but that I wanted to make my mom proud in sort of standing for the things that she stood for. And that's where the seed was planted.
Gotcha. And do you look back on that time now and feel a little betrayed or maybe manipulated? Like you were sort of forced to believe those things, or
No, when I look back on it now, I just think my mom and everybody around her, if you have a worldview and you think you're doing the compassionate thing and you think you're fighting for all people, why would you not want to pass it down to your kids? And conservative.
That's also true. By the way, that's equally true of religious people. I know she's not religious, but conservatives in general tend to be religious and tend to instill their beliefs in their children. It's not a uniquely left-wing thing. I'm sure she will acknowledge that. By the way, she comes off as so disingenuous to me because she will kind of she will go to great lengths to say, oh, it's a problem of both sides while talking to people on the left, but she never seems to do that on her live streams because she knows in her live streams it's filled with people who are already relatively right wing, right?
Parents do the same things. I'm sure religious parents feel the same way about it. It's never from a place of I want to indoctrinate this child and make them a little me. It's always from this place of I want you to be a good force on this planet.
Okay, so you're coming into your more conservative identity. Trump is president?
Yeah, so yeah, he's president at this point. Yep.
What are your feelings about Trump?
So interesting.
As far as I've seen in your content, you mostly talk about like the cultural layer.
Yes.
Like what's going on with kind of like in the internet and like maybe like woke culture online. But I haven't heard you talk about maybe like the higher, like people in political offices.
Yeah. So
how do you feel about him?
When Trump was first elected, I was on the phone with my best friend at the time, who was also very left-leaning. We cried our eyes out on the phone when this man was elected.
You were upset.
upset. I thought this was the end of our democracy. How dare this person ever be elected? And
I mean, it came pretty goddamn close to the end of our democracy, like objectively. I don't think those were unreasonable feelings to have. like literally, he's being indicted right now. And a lot of his supporters are claiming, it's all deep state corruption, right? Like, I don't think those were unreasonable feelings to have. Objectively, January 6th came pretty goddamn close to the end of our democracy.
Then as I was going through this transitional moment, saw the way that media coverage was really skewed in a direction that I felt was very disingenuous. So then it sparked kind of let me look into maybe not the words that this guy is saying, because I don't agree with the words that came out of his mouth, but let me look at the policy that he's putting forward, and let me look at the actual moves that he's making as a president. And on that front, I didn't really disagree with much of what was happening. I will never stand behind his mouth. That is the issue. I think you to be a president, you have to have that sort of presidential tact about yourself, and he will never have that, I don't think.
So as we approach, these upcoming election cycle, which is crazy that we're a year out. Mm-hmm. A year and a half. Mm-hmm. Do you have a horse in the race?
I think with what has happened over the last cycle and the election narrative and everything like that,
I'm very
I don't
curious
think
for
on the
your
Republican
answer.
ticket there is anybody who is going to be a force strong enough to beat Donald Trump. I think a lot of people are looking around and feeling not only like they were owed his presidency after what happened in the last election, but that he is the only man to be president. So even I would prefer maybe a Ron DeSantis, who maybe is going to do the same thing policy-wise, but has a little bit more control over the things that he says, is a little bit more docile.
Yeah.
That is the reason I don't support Ron DeSantis, is because he generally supports the same stuff Trump does, but he is a strategist as opposed to a clown. I've said this before, I would kind of rather have some insane person who just says what he says to get applause than some strategist who I think actually wants you to die.
Republican ticket doesn't want that, and it's very angering to see these people who are, I get it, you might feel some type of way about it, but can we let it rest for the sake of just the American people and move on?
Yeah. So you're maybe hoping to see, conservatism,
We'll play Minecraft.
the Republican Party drift away from the Trump populist flavor.
Yeah. I
gotta check the audio levels.
Yeah. Again, policy-wise, it's fine.
I gotta
and
check
I
the
think
audio
you
level.
can have another Republican
fine,
president
I
who can
guess.
do the very same things that he did. They want his energy, and I think the presidential election has become a personality contest, and that's terrifying to me. That you can just come in with charm and charisma and schmooze your way into a position.
Yeah. Was it charm?
I mean, okay. The presidential election has always been a goddamn personality contest. The average American is not informed on. Well, first of all, 50% of Americans don't even vote. And then most of the people who do vote, it's just an outlet for their tribalism, right? They don't really keep up with policies and stuff. They're not informed. It is and always has been a personality contest, because that is unfortunately, I don't know, how do I phrase this? That is what it is in elite people's interest, right, to have a form of democracy where people are not really involved. Walter Lippmann wrote a lot about this. I'm copying exactly what Noam Chomsky said about Walter Lippmann. We have a form of democracy where people are essentially just a means to ratify decisions already made by corporations and policymakers, and that is in the capitalist class interest, right? To have a form of democracy that is limited only to ratification, and where people don't really play an active role. They have their options presented to them, and they can sort of choose between those options, but that is it.
It was sheer force.
It was charming to some people. I think
my parents love Trump.
Yeah. Why is it? Why do they love him?
Well, I think it has to do with, there's a no bullshit quality to it, or at least it appears to be that way. And I think people see that translates as authentic.
Yep.
I think people like the idea that all of his dirty laundry is out there.
Mm-hmm.
He's open about trying to cheat the tax code, within the law, pay as little taxes as possible. And he just kind of like says it how it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people, they just read that as real.
Yep.
It was hard not to see Trump as, and I think this is where like what you're reacting to, this sort of like woke rage
Mm-hmm.
is born out of, is it just felt like such an obvious knee-jerk reaction to 8 years of Obama.
Mm-hmm.
And there was just, I feel like an obvious racial tinge to that pushback.
Interesting.
Where like the birtherism, it was just kind of like Trump saying that Obama's like not a valid citizen.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like, I think that was the original sin, or maybe like the soil that maybe some of this hysteria on the left that I suspect you push back against, or that you take issue with,
Yeah.
was born out of. And it's funny, it feels so far away. That was like now coming up on 6 years ago,
Right.
but 6 or 7 years ago. But it still feels like that's in the air. And like all the outrage that's sort of floating around on the progressive side,
Yeah.
it's really just outrage towards Trump, I feel like.
I think he did function as a catalyst to get more people involved and more people outraged. But I will say, in seeing the work that my mom was doing, I mean, from as early as being born, wokeness has been around for a really long time. I just don't think it was
The fuck?
anywhere near as
Whatever,
popular
man.
as it became.
I don't even know what to
And,
say.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. When the pendulum swings in one way, another force is going to come in the opposite direction. And the issue is going to become if we can't get the pendulum to like
Normalize.
set a metric for how far it can actually go, because everything will be met with equal opposing force.
Right.
And that terrifies me now, because I see lots of wokeness that seems to keep growing and growing and growing and growing. And I know that normal people, for the most part, who are looking at this are going, maybe a little bit too much, slow down, guys.
Yeah.
Which is why you're seeing a lot of liberals sort of leaving the leftist camp, or trying not to associate with the leftist camp. So what happens when
They've
the right
always
reacts to
done that.
which
Like
already-
like even Bernie, who's like objectively like the most radical like politician, right? Will like openly say, "Oh, I'm not a radical," which is true, and not like necessarily a bad thing. But he will always say that. He say like, "I'm not a radical. I'm advocating for policies that are already in multiple other countries already." There's that the clip that has like a few million views on his YouTube channel, him talking to the Fox News audience, where he's like, "Is making minimum wage a living is making minimum wage a living wage radical?" And they'll say no. Is Medicare for all, which is a policy that every other industrial nation already has in place, a radical position? Liberals have always tried to distance themselves from the true proletarian socialist position. Yeah.
are, you know.
Yeah. Well, before we start picking
Sure.
apart liberals,
Sure.
because I definitely want to do that. You're coming from a place, you're not super Trumpy. The mics were off, but you're not coming from like a really religious POV,
No.
which I do think is very prominent with conservatives. It's like, did you have a hard time getting accepted or finding your niche on the right?
I didn't. I mean, and I think what happened was I was putting out a message because I started, really, I left politics. I left that left-leaning organization, and I thought, I'm not going to do any more politics. I don't want to fight with people anymore. I started working at a medical clinic.
Not for long.
Yeah, not for long. And then I started going on the internet, and specifically TikTok, and seeing a lot of just like left-leaning energy towards young people, and thinking, oh no, I don't want the same thing that happened to me to happen to other people, because I know it's gonna lead down a path that's maybe not the brightest. And I thought, okay, I'll make a video about this transitional phase that I went through. And that video just like took off. And I think the reason I was so easily accepted by conservatives is One, because I'm female. Two, because I'm biracial. And they were like, you're the only person who can say the things that I'm thinking right now.
You're the missing link.
Right, exactly. So, funnily enough, identity politics played a role in me being accepted by conservatives because there had been this vacuum of like people wanting to say something that they couldn't say or they would get canceled for, and then I came out and
I was
said it.
yeah, I was literally about to say, I guarantee you a lot of people just accepted her because obviously they can point to her and say, look, a black woman who's a-religious holds the same positions as me, therefore it's not faith-based and it's not a, you know, race-based. It's logic. I mean, the problem is everyone tries to do that. Everyone does that.
You know.
No, that makes sense. And so you haven't felt pushback yet. You felt embraced. Do you feel like your audience and your message, though, is an alternative to, you know, like the Trump camp, the Ted Cruz camp, you know, like those bigger political voices?
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily an alternative, I would say. I try my best on all the things that I do to just verbalize both sides and then explain where I'm at and explain why I'm at it. And I found that my show is watched by, yes, conservatives, but like liberal people, moderate people, and it's just become a safe haven for people who want to explore things that are happening, because it's like you see something happen on the news, you turn to CNN, you're getting this camp. You turn to Fox, you're getting this camp. And then there's nowhere to go to just like analyze.
Shut up. You literally work for PragerU. Like, it's not like you're some independent with a completely unique position, right? You literally work for PragerU. You may have some freedom, right? But I mean, come on, man. You're putting out the same stuff other people are. Her reviews are not like that unique or anything. She's the same camp as plenty of other people.
And figure out where, and be safe to say, I disagree with X, Y, and Z.
What do you think about like Fox News?
I go on Fox News once a week.
That's so specific. Once a week, like you have it on your calendar.
So yeah, I have not necessarily. I'm not a contract. I'm not paid by Fox News or anything. But I go on Laura Ingram's show once a week, and I'm just
nice.
Once a week segment on her show. And
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What's that like?
It's interesting. So I obviously used to hate Fox News. I, for the most part, am. I get to pitch stories and talk about things that I want to talk about. So that's great. And I found that it's not as crazy as people think it is. Of course, if you turn on certain shows, you're going to get
I think she's going to say, talk about it. But yeah, the majority of Fox News is, the majority of Fox News are like local channels. Like, do you remember, I don't remember how long ago now, there was a Fox News channel that like ran a segment on like a trans child and was like generally supportive of them, and people lost their minds, saying that Fox News betrayed them. I'm sure she'll talk about it.
Flavor of things, and obviously it's going to be this Republican right view. But I go on and espouse my just normal beliefs, and it's fine. I don't watch Fox News in my free time. I'll be totally honest, because to me it's just the opposite end of the same coin.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about like OAN or, like those? Because now there's kind of. I wonder if Fox will survive like the Tuck. I think they probably will. They're gigantic.
Yeah, I think they're gonna last, and that they have a very specific audience that will always love Fox News. I think you'll find that OAN and Newsmax and these other organizations far more right leaning than Fox sometimes.
For sure. Do you think though that is? Yeah. Do you align with what they, their POV?
Just depends. If I'm going on to talk about gender, we're in alignment there. If I'm going to talk about race, for the most part, we're in alignment there. I just am never a fan of punching down on people, and I feel as though Fox News, OAN, Newsmax, they like to do the punching down, and I'm not a fan of religious proselytizing either, and that happens as well.
Yeah, they got like kind of the Christian vibes.
Yeah, 100%. Which I hear those things, I go, okay, that's okay for you, just don't push it on me.
Yeah, for sure. and we can talk about that in a minute. Okay, one last thing, and then we can kind of steer the other direction.
Sure.
Where do you stand, like, on the election pushback, like the voting machines, the skepticism around the authenticity of, like, the last election?
I don't have a strong stance in either direction. I do think, I mean, seeing through my own eyes, I've seen firsthand accounts of people messing with ballots being found in ditches and things like that,
Okay.
Dead people.
Clearly,
voting, so
clearly, she's not
I'm not-
arguing in good faith. Like she's not dumb. She obviously knows that the election wasn't stolen. She obviously seen all the reports and stuff that not even the reports. She obviously knows the election wasn't stolen. Obviously. She obviously knows half the stuff she says is a lie. And this is why I don't think she's arguing in good faith. Which is, like, you can't, like why would you let her on a show like this when it is so clear to me that she is not arguing in good faith?
Going to go as far as to say the entire election is rigged, and these inconsistencies that I've seen constitute an entire flipping of a country towards somebody. But I do think that the best move going forward is not necessarily to be angry at the people who are talking about election fraud, because they are seeing these videos with their own eyes. It's actually just going to fuel this chasm that is going to continue to grow. The best way to respond to those people is, how can we thoroughly investigate your skepticism and lay that to rest? And I think, unfortunately, right out of the gate, it became this left versus right issue because, of course, it was drawn across left versus right lines. But it should have been something that just, like, don't we all want to trust our elections? And don't we all want to get to the bottom of that? And it didn't become that.
Yeah.
So now I don't think that at least people on the Republican end of things are going to trust elections for a really long time. And you might disagree with them, but try to quell that skepticism.
I just wonder why, and you're closer to it, so that's why I'm asking you. I'm just curious why there isn't a harder play towards moderate, like that framing, while that was going on. It doesn't really feel like Fox or any of these big conservative media outlets are interested in, like, steering the narrative towards de-escalation.
Yeah, I would say no outlet has that in their interest. I think you could flip to either and just
Because they're profit motivated, obviously.
hear the same message but flip towards the other side. I think it's largely due to funding. So they have all these special interest funders that are telling them, here's the slate, here's exactly what you're going to say, and you can turn on 40 different organizations.
You literally work for PragerU, which is funded by like actual, like, oil billionaire, like, special interest. Like you are in no position to criticize other outlets for that.
And they're saying the exact same paragraph, and that's because they're sponsored by X entity, and this is what they've been told to say. There is no money in moderation.
Oh, okay.
There is no money in moderation. You're not going to get it from an audience standpoint, because you lose your core fan base in being moderate towards the side that they hate, for both CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News and OAN. And it's not interesting. It's not entertainment. So I think a lot of us look at Fox News or CNN and we blame them. We go, how dare you be a news organization that does this? But your news is a reflection of you. It's what you are watching. It's what you are taking in. So it's more so an indictment on the American people than it is on Fox News.
There are two things that affect human behavior: genetics and environment. In our current environment, where, news is so, what the fuck? I hope that still works, where, news is polarized and stuff, and people generally, use the news as an outlet for their tribalism. Ancient debris. That's obviously going to make people more radical and stuff, which, if it's on my side, it's a good thing, obviously, because I'm right, objectively.
Media comes from the people. Comes
Sometimes.
from the culture. Gotcha.
Yeah.
No, I agree with what you're saying about there's no money in moderation. We struggle to, I think, get sponsorships for some of our shows, just because, we have this pretty open forum approach to our content. And so that doesn't always lead to cash.
Yeah.
Okay. We can flip it. Do you want to ask me some
I
questions?
I do want to ask you. Okay, so walk me through your timeline. When does your great transition
Well,
happen?
I'm like a generation or a half a generation older than you. So
Okay.
I'm 33. So let me see. So I was raised Christian.
Mm-hmm.
So that for me is like the kernel of, I think, the conservative worldview. My parents, their Christian values, very important to them. I grew up in Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
So I think kind of like removed from maybe like the POVs that you would run into in the city. So it was a pretty like homogeneous community. Everyone I knew was Christian, and I think everything was just sort of anchored in that. I remember watching movies, consuming media, watching the Ten Commandments, like the old one, and just kind of thinking like everybody was aligned with that,
Yeah.
or almost everybody.
Fascinating.
All the good people were.
Right.
Grew up listening to Rush Limbaugh on AM radio
Wow.
with my dad, and so that was just the water I swam in, and I discovered politics, when I was, 18. Started
Discovered
getting involved in
politics.
kind of political discussions. I did like a school trip to DC.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what it was called, but I remember, being pretty vocal for like conservative values. That was around the time there was like the pushback against George Bush.
Mm-hmm.
My family, like really defended him. There was 9/11, this kind of wave of patriotism.
Yeah.
A lot of uncertainty. I think that really brought a lot of like national pride out.
Mm-hmm.
There's like
For everybody, yeah.
at the
I
end
think
of
he's the first
Spider-Man,
person to
I don't
say
know,
that.
if you, like,
I don't
get
think
to
anyone else has
I've
noticed that
seen
before.
no.
Yeah, so this is just, I'm trying to kind of give you like a portrait
Yeah.
of the world. So, like Spider-Man, the Tobey Maguire one,
Mm-hmm.
was like the biggest movie at that time. And it was like the second one, they had to do some re-edits because it was so close to 9/11. Or maybe it was the first one. But at the end of Spider-Man, he like jumps on the American flag and then like flies into the camera. And so that was sort of all of the tea that I was
Damn.
drinking. And I went to Boulder, Colorado for school. And that's just when I started getting exposed to the other side. And it's similar to what you're describing. There's a little bit of depression around, this realization, maybe I'm being hypocritical, maybe I've been a little myopic in how I think about people, how I judge people. And then my faith just started to disintegrate.
Yeah.
And that was really, I think, the biggest thing. I was taking like a geology course and just like taking earth history.
Uh-oh.
And it's just like that. And I wasn't coming from like a fundamentalist Christian
Shit.
worldview. Like, I was open to the idea of science and God's plan sort of being interwoven, but it just became less and less plausible. And so it's like once you kind of take like the God pin out, it like the whole kind of tapestry fell down.
I do have a question. So what did it feel like to lose religion? Was that a sad moment for
It
you,
was
an angry
devastating.
moment?
It was devastating. It still is. I think it's like a death. You experience it like a death, and there's like a grieving process. And then you kind of feel betrayed. Definitely puts strain on my family relationships, especially my dad, because I think that was like a really important aspect of our relationship, being on the same page in that way. We're great now.
Yeah.
But I think it's similar to what you're describing. You had to sort of get reaccepted. Like, this is who I am. This is what I think. Some big things no longer shared.
Right.
But can we be cool?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that took a few years. And then I would say that I probably, around that time in college, and Boulder, the University of Colorado in Boulder, is like very liberal. Your people are doing acid, smoking a lot of pot. This was like right around the time Obama got elected.
Liberal
Obama
and
got
the
elected while I
acid.
was at school. Pot was becoming legal in Colorado. So progressive politics were like really cool.
Right. Right. It's the in thing.
It was the in thing, and I do think it was kind of having like a golden moment. Like, Obama was, as far as I'm concerned, like a pretty like respectable person. Just like, easy pill to swallow. It's like, get on or get off. Like, this is where culture's going.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would say that I probably then went pretty far left, to the point where in that kind of grief I had, in that sort of anger I had as a backlash against my upbringing, I made some assumptions around politics and what ideas, had credence, what ideas did not. If you believed in capitalism, you were probably misled. You know?
Yeah.
And so it was interesting because, you need that worldview, you need that righteousness, that sense of righteousness. Once religion wasn't that, politics had to be that. And so I see that happening with people.
I mean, this
now.
is humans are sort of innately like tribal. Like we like finding groups that agree with us, like because we were like a tribal species at one point, right? Like we have our own tribes. Like chimpanzees like legitimately have their own tribes and like actually will go to war with each other for territory, right? If you haven't read about that, it's insane. Jane Goodall, who like is seen as this like completely like peaceful person, was actually like one of the first people to discover that chimpanzees will actually like go to war and like murder each other over territory. So humans kind of like having this. Well, we are, like I said, innately tribal, and we like having an outlet for that. And for a lot of people, that's religion. For a lot of people, that's politics. I don't think that's a flaw in ideology or anything. That's just what people tend to do.
Especially young people, it's like you need to feel like you're on the right team.
Yep.
And then you also, it's exhausting to have to think.
It's also
about every
sports for a lot of
political
people.
Idea, and be hypercritical of it, and so I think we just package things, and it's just like, okay, this is my new package, and then you don't question it, or
Right.
you're reluctant to question it.
Yeah, I think people are going down like a list of issues, and they're going, okay, like I'm a 5 on this side, I'm a 10 on this side. That means I'm liberal, or that means I'm conservative, and there's no acknowledgement or reverence for this idea that you can share things, and it's so weird that we don't want to share things anymore.
Yeah, part of it does make me, I wish there was like a
But I mean, like, okay, if you have political power, right? If I'm a member of Congress, do I want like educated people? Do I want educated voters, or do I want people who are just throwing their tribalism into whatever party I'm in? Like, it is in people's interest that we don't critically think and the deep state controls us, right? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, as someone with power, you never want people to critically think enough to challenge that power. You want them to be relatively obedient, right? You want them to be loyal. You want them to support you pretty much no matter what.
It just feels like a design problem, like a little bit.
Yes.
Like, I don't know, for whatever reason, there's not like a forum or a way in which we communicate that incentivizes unique, diverse, nuanced ideas.
That's because, like we've done studies on this before. Anger is what keeps you on a platform for the longest, right? Like, I'm gonna watch this hour-long video because it makes me angry, and YouTube gets money from that. Platforms are incentivized to radicalize people, and make people angry, and you want people to be angry. God damn it, I'm distracted. Okay. You want people to be angry and be tribal and be loyal to their side. You don't necessarily want them to have to actually formulate arguments and stuff. God damn it.
And that's just too bad. And I think about that, like, with the environmental movement. There's like this, at a certain point, like, all fossil fuels became evil, but now it's just sort of like we're in this state of despair.
Yeah, and it's
I think it's completely reasonable to feel that way. You know, objectively, climate change is real. Crazy statement there. And we are not doing much about it. We have, I mean, solar's getting cheaper, right? Oh, did I just find Carter's mind again? But we won't use solar because the margins on it for sellers are too cheap. Bro, you knew I was having a party tonight and you decided to have a debate stream. Yeah. That is actually exactly what happened. Carter, your mind sucks. You already mined all the like netherite or netherrack biome, and I don't want to mine in basalt. It takes too long.
I don't know how we got there. I don't know if it's that humans are just like naturally tribalistic and we just have
No way,
you have
she
to
copied me.
actively fight that feeling that you have to do that. I feel like if we spoke about the environment for like 30 minutes, we'd be on the same page as far as where things go. And I don't know where.
So do you think the climate is changing?
Yes, the climate is changing. The thing is, I don't think it's catastrophic. You know, like you hear the likes of AOC. She did an interview, I think, like 2 years ago, where she said the world's gonna end in 12 years, and we're not gonna, you know, that. And I think that maybe people on my end of the aisle see that and go, well, absolutely not. How could you believe this? And we grew up in school, and I'm sure you did too, watching Al Gore's An Inconvenient Truth, and you're like, oh, you know, Florida's gonna be underwater, and New York's not gonna survive, and Obama's endorsing this message, and then buying, you know, beach house property and stuff like that.
He's
And
dug into your mind again, Carter.
people get lost in
You
these
suck.
like little narratives, and we naturally get conspiratorial about things too. And even though we can all agree on the fundamentals of like, maybe you don't throw trash everywhere, maybe you should limit the amount of waste you have, maybe if you can find an alternative for your energy, that might be better for you.
Yeah.
We can, I think, all agree on that.
Yeah.
But we get lost in like, you have to accept that climate change is happening, or you're a denier, or you're the
Yes, okay. She just said you have to accept that climate change is happening, or you're a denier. That is how objective truth works, right? I mean, she said she accepted that it's happening, I guess, but like, that is how truth works. Like, you have to accept something is real, or you're denying it's real. It's like, yes. I don't know how you could change that.
this. You have to believe the broader aspect of whatever the claim is, or everything in the middle is lost.
And it's very problem focused. It's not solution focused.
Yes.
Jason,
Well, if you don't acknowledge the problem's fucking there, then you're not gonna fight for any solution. Like, obviously.
I'm going to sound like a kiss up, but Jason, our CEO, he has like a motto called answer first. And so it's like, if you're coming to me with a problem, make sure you come with an answer. And I actually think that's pretty, it's been a really helpful framework for me, because I think when you're young, you really love calling out problems. And I think that's totally valid. And climate change was like the problem of all problems. But if you're only focused on that and convincing everybody, all you want is everybody to agree that there's a problem, that's when I think, you know, what's her name, Greta?
Because you guys fucking won't agree that there's a problem. Like, the problem is you don't even acknowledge, or some people, not Amala specifically, I guess, they won't even acknowledge that climate change is an actual problem. So how am I supposed to debate, or not necessarily debate, but like propose any solutions if you just think, well, I don't think it's I don't think climate change is going to be that bad, you know. Actually, if the climate warms a little bit, oh, god damn it, that'll be good in some places. Louisiana, that was a congressman who said that, right? But like, Louisiana stands to benefit if the earth warms a little bit, because they'll be able to fucking grow more crops.
Greta Thunberg.
Greta Thunberg, you get those kind of cringy, but also like for me, it's like, yeah, I feel that despair that I hear in your voice. I get that, but also it's just sort of this negative. It's like, this is a problem, and there's no focus on solutions. And it's like,
What the fuck do you mean? Okay, first of all, like I said 100 times already, you have to convince people there's a problem before bringing up any solutions. And second of all, what do you mean they're not focused on solutions? They obviously fucking are. Anyway.
like if we're only trying to, if the argument is only about, hey, we all need to agree that this is a problem, I think you get stuck.
Yep.
And I think the same thing happened with like systemic racism a few years ago. It's like everyone needs to agree this is the problem.
Right.
And it's like that became the hill that society went to war on.
I think that's a perfect diagnosis. It really is. I think if you
Yes,
went on an
because
issue-by-issue
people would
basis
not
and said,
acknowledge it's a problem. This is, I don't, like, what do you want people to do? Like, if I'm arguing with someone who either doesn't think climate change is real or doesn't think it'll be catastrophic, right? Am I supposed to say, well, I think we should, move to renewable energy and nuclear energy, and they're just gonna say, why? And I have to say, well, I think climate change is a problem, and they're gonna say, nah, I don't think it is. What am I supposed to do? Like, you have to agree on that, right? I don't know what these people, like, what is the argument about if it's not over what is real? Like, you can't argue over solutions if you don't acknowledge there's a problem. That's fucking obviously. I don't know what they're trying to say.
should we implement this policy? Should we implement this rule? For the most part, you find congruence among people on those things. But if you're like, can you agree with this on the basis of this broader implication of you, and it's an indictment on you and your character, then people fall off the boat and they don't want to get behind it. I think that is solely what has happened with climate change. 100%.
Yeah. Okay, so we could talk politics. We can nerd out on politics all day.
Yeah.
I don't want to miss the opportunity to get to know you a little bit more as a person, because
Sure.
that's for sure
God
what
damn it.
Jubilee is interested in. And
And
I
we'll
guess
talk about
I want to
boring
give you the
stuff.
opportunity, like, knowing me being like a liberal person, a blue-pilled male, or a male feminist, as we will package the video.
Yeah.
What questions, any pushback you want to throw my way?
I mean, see, the interesting thing is when I went to the Jubilee video to meet these male feminists, I was expecting to meet a more extreme version of where you were. And I think maybe based on our definitions of feminism, we might agree on that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I want to know why you can't just be a feminist.
Okay, so here's the thing. I think if we're talking about normal, like the grassroots beginning of feminism, where it's like men and women are equal and they deserve equal opportunity, 100% I agree. Now it's shifted into, like, here, let me think of a real world example. When Biden's picking a Supreme Court nominee, right? He promises it's going to be a black woman. And
Right.
that is
Oh
a
my God.
mark of, I'm a feminist, this is what I'm going to do for women. I wholeheartedly disagree with doing anything like that. And during our discussion, we brought up this idea of, like, why aren't there more female CEOs? When feminism starts to inch into that direction, I go, oh, well, this is not something that I can get behind, because it's no longer about this idea of equality, which I feel like most leftists
Okay, literally, feminism, like at least to me, it's just a belief that men generally have more power in society. And we should do something about it, right? And if that manifests itself through having more women CEOs, I don't necessarily see why that's a bad thing, or having, women on the Supreme Court. If that can equalize the amount of power men and women have in society, then, like, why is that bad? Like, to me, that is part of the solution. Knowing Better has a good video on this. I'm not gonna play it on stream, but you should go check that out. He has a video on feminism, and he has a video on men's rights, and they're both pretty relevant to this discussion, and they're both pretty good.
Just movements have moved from to equity, and for me, anything that is packaged with equity, I cannot get behind.
Is that just because you think it's disingenuous? It's like it's tokenism?
Not only that, but I think it is just in many ways just a rejection of objectivity. There's a reason that there aren't as many female CEOs as male CEOs.
Yes,
there is a
obviously.
reason that race and gender should not be a factor when you are hiring for jobs, and we are in fact regressing and reverting back to what we once hated. You know, during this Jim Crow era, we fought against segregation.
Oh my
and
fucking
said,
God.
why would we separate people, or why would we give any acknowledgement to race when, judging someone's merit? And now we're saying, for the sake of equity, this should all be taken into account, and color blindness and race neutrality is wrong. You have to see my race and acknowledge my race and all of these things. So I think where feminism has gone wrong is in exactly that vein. It's no longer what it once was.
So you don't think it's about equality for women? You think it's about identity? Yeah, just like an overemphasis on identity?
Yeah, an overemphasis on identity, and then this massive push for equity, which is not good for anybody. It is not good to look at a job and go, because we have half of a population of females and half of a population of males, that's the way this job should be represented. And
right. But do you agree that there's probably, because I agree with you. I think some people I think there's a harm that can come from being, we're going to give this role to a person who's X and Y. Yep. I think that's that can quickly go the wrong direction. Mm-hmm. But you believe that women have been disadvantaged, or do you not? In some ways.
Historically, and I think the feminist movement's sort of gone out over its skis, because I'm wondering now, where are women disadvantaged? And that's a question that when you ask feminists, we didn't.
It's just really fucking stupid question. Where do I begin? Okay. First of all, Unlearning Economics is a really good video on this. I might play a little bit of it. The wage gap does still exist to some extent. God damn it. Women generally work. Well, the argument is leaky pipeline, right? Women are generally pushed into more caring positions. Generally pushed into a role as a housekeeper. And because of that, women tend to work the same amount of hours as men, but they tend to work significantly less paid hours. God damn it. I'm gonna just blow it up. What was I gonna say? Oh, and it sort of signifies what we value in society, right? We value the work generally done by men, which is paid labor, more than the work done by women, which is, unpaid labor, being a housekeeper, right? Oh my God, she had the whole thing on the trad wife discourse, right? I might watch that. That isn't on the plan for the stream today, but it'd be fun, I think.
Didn't get into in that episode. There's not really an answer, at least in America. I mean, if you're talking about the Middle East or other countries, feminist movements are necessary and needed. I'm just wondering, I think the broader question for all movements that I have is, when do they end? When is the point where you go, I've achieved what I set out to achieve, and this movement
I guess
is done?
People might not say they're civil rights activists anymore, even though I think we're all, or I would hope a lot of people are aligned with the results of the civil rights movement. Right,
yeah, and I mean, and yet the race movements continue in America too, which I am fundamentally against, because I don't see the claims that they're making, and again, it begs...
What the fuck do you mean you don't see the claims that they are making? That's... hold on. I'm gonna open it in this tab, so I don't pull up anything I don't want to. You don't see the claims that they're making? Oh, okay. Well, here's like, there's obviously sentencing bias. Police obviously over police black neighborhoods, right? Like, there's no, you don't see the claims that they're making. There's no way not to see them. They are like objectively correct. I don't know what that means is the problem.
That's the question. When does it end? And it doesn't seem to end.
So you wouldn't say that like systemic racism is as prevalent as people say. Do you think it exists though in any capacity?
I think it did exist in a capacity.
It did
I think
exist.
you can see racism utilized within systems. Like I can acknowledge that individuals can be racist and they can use that feeling of racism in
That's
whatever system of power they are working in. But the implication of systemic racism implies to me that there's some sort of legislation or an agreement amongst
The whole fucking idea of systemic racism is that it doesn't necessarily have to be enacted through legislation and stuff like that. It doesn't have to be like a strictly like legal, like there's no law written obviously that like, oh, police must go into black neighborhoods more often. They must arrest 3 times more black people. The whole point of it is because these institutions were set up in the first place under an explicitly racist system. They can continue to have racist outcomes past a point where that explicitly racist, laws and systems were in place.
these institutions, that because you look the way you look, you are going to be disadvantaged, and that's going to be played out. And I think it's all about packaging. So the reason I believed in systemic racism...
Just like YouTube.
Yeah, I believed in systemic racism because you can look at all these different things that are happening in society and see disparities among the races, right? There's an income gap. There's a different number of people of different races who are in prison. There's a different number of people of different races who have bad outcomes in schools. Now you can look at those and go, there's a disparity here, and because A happened, B is systemic racism. Or you can go, let me look outside of that and see other factors.
What else could be the cause of that? Like, I don't understand. Like, what other factors other than some form of systemic racism? Like I said, there's 2 things that affect human behavior: genetics and environment. Obviously, black people are not predisposed to commit more crime, to spend more time in prison, to do worse in school. So it has to be environmental factors. Like, what could have caused that other than some form of systemic racism? Even if, like, I just don't know what her argument is. Maybe she'll tell me.
That might be contributing to this. And I take issue with people who just see a disparity and go racism.
Right. Yeah. And I think that's just like an easier concept, like packaging, like you said. It's just like racism is an easier word that resonates. I think it's an easier explanation. And I think it's a lot of work to get as technical as maybe it is necessary. Would you be in favor of any form of like
Hold on a second. Someone is shooting off a shit ton of fireworks. I thought it might have been my family because it was so goddamn loud. But if you hear any, well, fireworks, that's why.
operations?
No.
Not at all.
No.
And why?
So
I'm not. Okay, I'm very curious what this guy means by any form of reparations. I'm not a big like actual like direct reparations guy, right? Just giving people a lump sum of money is not necessarily going to fix anything. Giving, like I said, disadvantaged communities like a lump sum of money like they're not gonna pool that money together and like fix a bridge in their neighborhood, right? They're just gonna spend it on their needs, which, I mean, is a good thing still, but that doesn't really fix any like more systemic inequalities. What was I gonna say? Oh. Never mind. Hold on.
There was a time for reparations, and I think that time has long since passed. And unfortunately, it should have happened with 40 Acres and a Mule when slaves were no longer slaves. And I think it's an unfortunate transgression that we missed that boat. But now you have people who have never been slaves asking for money from people who never were enslaving them. And to me, it feels like kin punishment, which is something that happens in countries like North Korea, where they go, your grandfather did something, and now you eight generations removed will be punished for the transgressions of your grandfather when you've done nothing wrong. That's what's happening now.
Yeah, but don't you think there's probably some, and I think like I just saw California approved some kind of reparations framework that I don't know if it'll ever take effect.
I mean, we should just have UBI, right? Like some form of UBI or some form of, needs guarantee. Whether that takes into effect through like direct payment. God fucking damn. Or a voucher system where you get a certain amount of like healthcare bucks that you can spend only on healthcare, right? And housing bucks that you can, that's a government voucher for housing, or through sort of more direct like government housing and Medicare for all. Like we should just have that. I'd rather that than strictly reparations, and then we can work on investing in disadvantaged communities, rather than just giving them lump sums that'll probably only help in the short term.
I think there's a legitimate argument to like, how can we legitimately track who is entitled to what when it comes to reparations, and that gets pretty messy. And then I think there's an economic issue. It's just like, how do we pay for this? But I feel the same way about race as I do like feminism. It's like there's still gotta be some legitimacy to the idea that like not that longer than a century ago, women were just getting political, voice. And similar with race, it's like something as massive as slavery being, a foundational ingredient to American society, and not something that I think exists today, but there's an injury or a wound there that surely has a legacy. And that's where me coming from the left, I feel like it's our job as a society, and the government's job as like a thought leader to acknowledge that and to design some system or process or framework to digest those truths. And I think there's it can get carried away. Not everything is racism. But I also feel like saying those things don't exist, it can make it worse, because that
she acknowledged that they existed and just didn't call it systematic racism, which is a kind of incoherent position. But I just don't. This guy is so bad at like actually pushing her back on anything. Like I said earlier, you kind of can't win on fact checking, which he's kind of trying to do here. You have to win on rhetoric, right? And I don't think he's really doing that. He's kind of just saying, well, systematic racism is real. You're wrong.
Feels like that can be perceived.
I'm trying to
as you're
stream here.
denying
Goddamn.
Something that doesn't. You're saying something doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why I sort of draw the distinction of individual acts of racism certainly do exist. If you're going to make the argument that something is systemic, it's going to have to be proven to me. I mean, with
You acknowledge
the
it.
Jim Crow South that we went through.
Stuff existed. I like what further proof do you want? I just don't get it.
I can acknowledge that remnants of that racism are certainly living on today. You have people whose grandparents are, were maybe held back from certain jobs, certain education due to the environment of their time. So I struggle to find any sort of system that can hold, people in the 1960s accountable with money or any sort of reparative measure now. Do I think we should help the underprivileged in our communities? Absolutely. Do those underprivileged people, are they of all colors? Yeah, certainly do that. So I think there's just better ways to fix the problems that we're experiencing right now, and people put far too much weight on like the racism of Jim Crow as to why they're experiencing problems now, and specifically within the Black community. I mean, I could list off.
People put too much weight on the racism of Jim Crow as compared to the other aspects of Jim Crow, such as like what the fuck was that sentence? I don't know. Maybe she's trying to say, I don't know. I think she was, I guess, trying to say that Jim Crow did not have that big of effects, but it obviously and clearly did. I'm obviously going to bring up redlining and housing policy, right? That Black people would get kept out of and couldn't build the same generational wealth, right? And were placed in disadvantaged communities where jobs aren't as available, where there aren't enough banks, there aren't enough public services are worse, which is systematic racism. I don't know how she could argue otherwise.
So many other problems that are ravaging the Black community that are way worse than systemic racism. If they're
What do you think would be like one or two of them?
Oh my gosh, I mean, violence is a huge issue within the Black community. That's not even number one. Number one for me is lack of fathers, and this is something that is afflicting all races right now, but specifically Black Americans. About 75% of them are going to be born without fathers, and we know that leads to homelessness, abuse, violence, dropping out of high school, dropping out of college.
But what the hell does she think that cause is? Do you think that like Black people are somehow genetically predisposed to not have fathers? It's obviously something systemic, something environmental. I don't understand where she thinks these problems are coming from.
Problems, and it's not being addressed, and we blame systemic racism. It's because I've heard people even make the argument the reason that Black kids don't have fathers is because of slavery, because slavery broke up the institution of the family. But we have just laundry lists of evidence that prove that is not the case. That even in the Jim Crow South, when there was legislated oppression of Black people, the Black family in a nuclear fashion was stronger than it had ever been before. So to point to those facts, people may feel invalidated in their claim of systemic racism, but I'm actually just trying to maybe steer you to something that would be far better if you used your energy towards that end.
What's your solution to the problem of missing Black fathers? I would argue the best solution is probably some form of UBI and welfare, by the way. This is another rhetoric thing, by the way. There's a very good argument to be made that conservatives have been waging a war on families by trying to cut welfare benefits and shit. What was I gonna say? Hold on, I'm gonna bring some stuff up real quick. No, that's not it. I can't find it. Whatever.
Harmful to give such a huge part of such a huge community maybe a perceived out. Like, this is why things are difficult, and that can be harmful in helping that community find solutions to their problems.
Yes.
So I get that, but I also, I mean, my liberal self is like, well, all slavery has to be
a part of the population.
it's an ingredient in all of that, like for so many people for that to be the footing that their family line began with. And just seeing how wealth does flow from generation to generation, and
Sure.
just how you're positioned when you're born does determine so much of your trajectory. There's that liberal part of me is like, that's got to be in the sauce.
Sure.
But I totally see what you're saying is like, it can't be all of this sauce.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, what slice of the pie actually is it? And in looking into these things, I would venture to say that it's minuscule in comparison to some of the other problems. And when it comes to reparations,
other
the
fucking
conversation we're having in
problems?
California, it's like $1.2 million if you are
I
a
think it's
70.
up to 1.2 million.
Yeah, up to one. If you're a qualifying black resident, which means you would have to be like a 70-year-old black resident living in California, and they're trying to pay for things like over-policing or redlining, which I'm not sure how you would ever even track or prove. But these are the conversations that we're having. I don't think that fixes any of the problems. I think you could put, $640 billion, which I think was one of the estimates that they put. You could funnel that into the black community and give it to them tomorrow. It would not fix the problems that we're dealing with, and you would see within a very short period of time.
I don't completely
same exact
disagree
state
with that
left
if
it
you
in,
just gave them
reappearing.
a lump
Yeah.
sum, right?
Okay, we've been talking about how are we doing on time?
Yeah.
We're pretty good. I'm going to open up my notes for a second.
I have a question for you while you're
Yeah.
opening up your notes. You
Ask
say
me.
you're a white male in today's America, and
Starting with identity
yes,
framing.
yeah,
see.
I am, because there's massive movements, and I know you see this on the internet, of like white men saying I'm having a lot of guilt placed on me. It seems like I'm now becoming the victim of today's society, and anything that's wrong is being blamed on me. Have you felt that? What is your response to people who feel that?
Well, just for the record, I'm a quarter Filipino.
Okay.
Just-
Okay.
So, coming from the POV of a quarter Filipino white
Yeah,
male,
yeah.
I will try and give you a thoughtful answer. I definitely, around like the George Floyd moment, felt
God fucking damn it.
a heavy dose of white guilt, for lack of a better term. And I think that was healthy to some degree. I go back and I look at media at that time, and it is a little cringy. There's something cringy about like the black tile, the sort of like self-flogging like that was going on in culture at that time. And I don't think that's particularly helpful. Although I did try and use that moment as an opportunity to just like reflect.
Yeah.
I had some interesting conversations with my parents. And I think reflection is important. And so like the root of that was something happened, something tragic happened. It reverberated in all of our phones and just across culture. And the response in people was, let's reflect. Let's see how I could be a part of like this larger story or this larger problem. And I thought that was healthy, and coming from a good place. And so as a white man, I guess I was open to that invitation to reflect. When there were discussions that I was a part of, like, can anybody be racist? Can people of color be racist? I do get frustrated when people try to start changing the definitions of words. I can be a pretty literal-minded person, and like I like language. I like, rather than changing the meaning of a word, let's just find a new word to express what you want. And that's something my wife has definitely like helped me with. She's a therapist, and like finding the words for emotions to describe what you're feeling can actually be pretty powerful.
Yeah, and difficult too.
Yeah, and it can be helpful when you have oh, that's what I was feeling. I wasn't pissed, or I wasn't just sad. I was this. And so yeah, I can't say that like I felt much of a pushback, or I felt very targeted as a white male in that cultural moment. I think there were definitely some moments where I was frustrated, or I felt like I was hearing the same story on NPR over and over, or we were kind of exhausting a talking point, or changing the meaning of words in a way that I thought could be a bad thing. But yeah, that was sort of how
Yeah,
how
you
that
felt.
landed
Yeah,
for me.
yeah. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, it sounds like a reasonable reaction.
Yeah, and I think it's very complicated because I look at some prominent white men, and it is, you know,
They're not saying
it's
anything.
hard to separate yourself like from the Donald Trumps or the Steven Crowders of the world.
And why do you think? Just simply based on like the way you look, you think it's hard to separate, or?
I mean, there's part of me that wants to say like, hey, you know, white men aren't like let's not reduce all the problems to like this one scapegoat. But then there are people like that where it's like, God damn,
But that one
like,
you can you can take him.
those people suck.
That's funny. Okay.
And you know, I think that justifies the rage that is just getting expressed in culture, where it's like, okay, maybe not all white men are evil, but God, that one white man really sucks.
Yeah, and I just wish we would take the white part out of it, because it does sort of push forward a certain narrative. There are plenty of Black, Hispanic, Asian men who, if you talk to, would sound exactly like Steven Crowder, would sound exactly like anybody who you tend to disagree with. And the second we characterize it as like, this white man says this thing, or this Black woman says this thing, if we're even talking about linguistics, what does white have to do with that sentence? It really has nothing to do with it, and it does sort of insinuate that you have a sort of narrative or characterization of a certain set of people.
Yeah. Well, and there was that video, I think you might have reacted to it, but that video kind of went viral
I am playing
recently
Minecraft,
on YouTube.
Eggman.
Was it a Chinese student who said, "What are we doing to white people?"
Yes, yeah,
thought that was
Charlie
kind of
Chan.
interesting.
Yeah, and it's being like in today's social media, it does sort of feel like if you have this sort of racial animosity or aggression that you do want to let out, white person's the best person to do it to, and you will receive no pushback for doing it, because it's sort of...
I really appreciate how you corrected yourself. Eggman, do you know how we talk? Let me scroll up in chat. You see how like nothing is spelled right? That's not spelled right. That's not spelled right. Like everything we type is just gibberish. I'm so glad we gave you brain rot too. Do you have Discord? I do have Discord.
acceptable, that if you do want to espouse these beliefs, white people are that's the place to go.
Right. That's the joke to make. And I do it too. And yeah, I guess you think that, would you consider that racism?
100%.
Yeah.
There's these ideas of like, oh, it's there's no such thing as reverse racism. I'm like, I don't even call it reverse racism. It's just outright racism.
Oh my
if we're gonna get down to the definition of maybe thinking a certain race
No,
is
with
superior
server,
or
I don't.
inferior.
I did make a
And
non-fun
vocalizing
server
it.
like a few years ago for my channel, right? And then the problem is I didn't use my channel often enough. So a lot of people left the server, and there was just one person using it for like a long time, and he exclusively used a bot to just send porn. And I was never active in it. I need to make another one. You know what, Eggman? I will make another one at some point after this stream.
That. It's racism. It
Yeah.
really is. And it's now we're changing the definition and saying, well, racism has to be attached to power and privilege. And I think that is just a very slick way of making racism culturally acceptable.
True, Eggman.
Yeah, but I think if somebody said, hey, there's an imbalance of how power and wealth are distributed amongst, different ethnicities.
Which is
that would be
objectively true.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but you could look and say, Asian people, their demographic, they're some of the richest and poorest.
Okay, that's because the people, most Asian people, right, are in America are immigrants. The people coming to America from Asian countries, especially like China, are people coming here to like go to college. And they are already like rich people from rich families. Do you think that like the the people working at sweatshops in China are sending their children off to college in America? No, they can't fucking afford that. They get paid 15 cents an hour.
In our nation. What side are they on? Do you
Right.
get to make fun of them? Do you get to, give them the short end of the stick? And you'll find these variances amongst any race. Of course, there are certain patterns, but are you going to tell a white person who's poor, maybe growing up in a trailer park with, all the other same people who are dealing with all the same problems that a poor Asian does or a poor black person does? Are they suddenly, the beneficiary of privilege? They're not. So,
Yeah.
so just
Well-
to characterize.
Okay, not necessarily, but the problem is a lot of this stuff is not strictly caused by race. It's caused by, class. It just so happens that race and class happen to coincide pretty well in America. What was I gonna say? Oh, well, yeah, it's obviously a class issue, right? We should work to address it. Through worker co-ops.
As a whole
Oops.
group and say you have power simply by being part of this group, it's false.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I hope that people in our audience so far,
We've been respectful. It's been good.
No, this has been great. I think a lot of what you're saying will resonate, or at least I hope it does, with people who are watching and people in our audience. It's exciting. I'm hopeful that more people with opinions like yourself, are gonna kind of start emerging. But I guess I'm curious. Are you hopeful for political discourse? What do you think the next 4 years are going to be like?
Oh, gosh.
'Cause I would love if, we went to Fox News and conversations like this were happening.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going
You guys
to.
said fucking nothing in this conversation. I don't want to hear it, man.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
I don't think
Where are we heading?
conversations. I am in two sort of thoughts circulating in my brain. Sometimes I think people need to feel and bear the brunt of their bad ideas before it really gets bad, and sometimes that involves hitting rock bottom. I don't know what rock bottom looks like for us. So there's an element of that I think might happen in this country, and where we're just pushed to the furthest end of both pendulums. And the other side of me says I think there's going to be a massive movement within the coming years of really rational people who have been quiet saying enough. I can't deal with it. And maybe it will happen within Gen Z too, because it's a younger generation who are sort of looking.
I hate to tell you, Gen Z is overwhelmingly totally left leaning. God, I forget the exact statistics, but I don't think that's gonna happen, man. Not gonna happen. Gen Z is overwhelmingly evil, leftist, socialist, evil people. Yeah, well, I think that's a good thing, because I'm also an evil leftist, whatever that, it's been turned into a meaningless term, but, God fucking damn it. But yeah, overwhelmingly Gen Z is left-leaning.
Up and watching these two parents yelling at each other and watching them go through a divorce.
That's totally true. It's a good analogy.
Yeah, and sort of going, oh, I'm abandoning this whole system and saying I don't want to.
Okay, yes, that's happening. With the problem is they're saying I'm abandoning this whole system. Let's move to, you know what? I think America should be a semi-presidential system where we have a parliament like the UK and a prime minister. But unlike the UK, our head of state is still an elected president. I genuinely think that. I don't know. That's not a big issue. No one talks about that. But I do think that would solve a lot of problems, and especially ranked choice voting. Shit, and get rid of our Senate. I mean, that's kind of implicit in the parliamentary system. But yeah.
I don't want to deal with this anymore. So maybe that's what happens.
Yeah. It feels like we might have hit rock bottom.
Yeah, do you? You think so?
January 6th felt like rock
Did
bottom.
it? It's so funny because we didn't get into January 6th, but I don't see it as the biggest of deals that people
Right.
see it as. I think I wouldn't even call it
Why?
a
You
privilege
watch too
to-
much of the Tucker Carlson edit.
It's like, how do you feel about the 2020 riots that happened?
No, yeah,
you
I
know?
was.
God fucking damn it. They weren't trying to fucking overturn our democracy. And they weren't led or at least pressured by people with political power. They were people taking advantage of large scale protests. January 6th was like a coordinated effort to overturn our fucking democracy.
But I guess, and I hear what you're saying. If I were to bundle, like 2020, summer of 2020, happening during the pandemic, all the way up until January 6th, if you just see that as one chapter, it's hard to imagine things getting crazier than that.
It is.
Like
certainly.
that, I used to read about Vietnam, and like I'm like 10 years older than you, and like when Obama was president, things were boring.
Yeah.
Like
Comparatively, yeah.
like there, it felt like nothing was happening. And I used to read about like Vietnam and be like, oh my god, I can't believe, that American politics were as divisive, and something as crazy as the Vietnam War could have happened. And then I experienced the last 5 years.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit. So there's
You can
part of
get
me
there.
that's like, maybe that was the worst for this season. Maybe that was the winter, but I don't know.
Yeah, so I work at PragerU, and Dennis Prager founded this organization. He has this saying, because he gets asked all the time, are you an optimist or are you a pessimist? And he says, there's no point in being either. You just have to do what you have to do. And you have to wake up every morning and live your life and live it in whatever way you think is best for the world. So he doesn't tend to bother himself with optimism or pessimism because, I guess the optimist thinks things are going to be fine and does nothing. The pessimist thinks things are going to get worse and does nothing.
Yeah, and I just think it's interesting what he's doing. He's really building. He's trying to build kind of like a digital media empire from the conservative POV. You're a part of that. What does it feel like to be a part of that?
Oh my god. I hate this guy so much. He is so ineffective at pushing her back on anything. I guess that's maybe not the point of this conversation or whatever bullshit. But god fucking damn it, man. You gotta be better than
I
this.
think Jubilee's got a different mission.
Right.
But what does it feel to be a part of that ship that's getting built?
It's really interesting to watch it grow and watch the different directions that people go into. I think I've been a very maybe different force at PragerU, because when I talk to people who are familiar with PragerU, they're like, oh, that's like an alt-right Christian organization,
Right.
and I don't
Well, it
characterize
is,
myself
pretty
as
much
being either of
objectively.
those things. So I think it's sort of in flux, and I think it's always going to be that place to go if you just want to find the very foundation of conservative belief. But I think it's shifting and changing. We're getting new personalities who are representing different camps and maybe stronger camps than my own, but I don't know. It's just an ever-changing force that's constantly going to be a reflection of the conversations we're having in this country.
Yeah. And then just when it comes to conservative, I'll admit, I used to have my assumptions about Prager.
Sure. As anybody
I was
would.
like, who? Well, first of all, your content's getting better. The Prager content's getting better.
Yeah.
And I saw your podcast, and I was like, okay, they've got personalities.
Yeah.
And then it's not all not everybody's saying the same thing.
Right.
What do you think of
I'm
the
so
state
lost.
of just conservative media? There's been a lot of drama.
Oh, gosh. So much infighting and just
Well, there's the Candace Owens, Steven Crowder.
Yeah.
I actually just love tracking the drama.
That says good one, by the way. You probably can't tell. I don't know if your brain rot's that far advanced, but this is how we speak.
The conservative
I
side.
do. I don't really talk about it, but I do watch the different fights that people get into in the back and forth. I think with anything, I don't want to say anything too harsh or anything, but sometimes you just have people who are trying to build audiences.
Right.
And they may believe what they say, they may
Like I
not
said,
believe what they
brain
say. And there's a little bit of ego that gets in your brain when a ton of people want to hear what you have to say and watch you. And I think that's where a lot of the fighting sparks from. It's all this ego-based back and forth. And I don't follow a lot of left-leaning personalities. Like, I don't know what your equivalents would be. Probably like Hassan, maybe Destiny.
Hassan and Destiny, I think we're interested in getting both of them in a middle ground. My goal, my personal goal.
Can't imagine. Actually, Destiny would absolutely go on middle ground. I can't imagine Hassan on middle ground. That'd be funny. I think that you could not bring Destiny in middle ground. Destiny is like an actual like political like full-time progressive debater, right? And the people who bring on middle ground are just like average people. Like that'd be totally completely unfair. That'd be hilarious. I hope they get Destiny on middle ground. That would be awesome.
I want middle ground or spectrum. Like, I would love for you guys to just all duke it out in our formats.
Yeah.
I think everybody could benefit from it. I would love a generation that got to see their favorite political thinkers actually
I think
defend
that
themselves.
Destiny's too smart for middle ground though, because the shit they ask in middle ground is so stupid. Like the debates they have are like completely unproductive, and Destiny would need a lot more time to ramble than they give him.
themselves instead of just preaching to the choir.
Yeah.
I think that gets really boring. I think Rush Limbaugh probably did that better than anybody, and let's just like leave it at that.
Right.
I like the arena.
Me too.
And I don't think I'm great in it, but I think I would love to see some of
Fine,
these
you did
people.
great.
I would love to see, Hassan and Ben Shapiro. So Ben, there's no way you're probably watching this, but if you,
Right.
people in the comments, please get this.
That would
guy,
be. There's no way Ben Shapiro would go in
Yeah,
middle
but
ground.
I would
Not
say-
with Hassan. He'd go on it with a bunch of like untrained people. He would never go on it with Hassan or Destiny. That'd be horrible. Because they don't ask any productive questions, and I think they'd all just be bored.
There's got to be just as much infighting on the left end of things, right? I just,
Oh dear fucking god, she doesn't even know. She doesn't even know. It's a shit show. It's such a shit show.
imagine there's
Maybe.
just as much drama.
I don't feel like liberals have formed a coherent voice in media as much as conservatives. Like, for whatever reason, I feel the same way about liberal political TV that I do about Christian music.
Okay,
It
it's
just
not there
doesn't
yet.
work. Or it hasn't come together yet.
That's so funny.
Like, even when I was really Christian, I really struggled with Christian music, and I was like, we gotta be able to do better than this, guys.
Mm-hmm.
And things have changed. I'm sure there's some great Christian artists out there, so sorry.
Do you think there's an element of, okay, like I found that when I was on the left, it was believe everything or you're not a part of the camp at all. When I was with talking to conservatives and now doing what I'm doing now, it's totally okay to have those like squabbles and disagreements. And in fact, like, let's come on my show and we'll talk about it and duke it.
The left camp pretty goddamn toxic. If you, I'm permanently banned on r/socialism for literally saying the U.S. did something bad in the Vietnam War. I literally said that, and they permanently banned me for that because I wasn't with their doctrine.
It out. Whereas on the left, it's sort of like, you're racist for saying that, you're homophobic for saying that, and now I no longer want to associate with that one thing that you said that is dissident to, even though you believe everything else that we believe in.
I think that's part of it. I think there's a lot
I don't get any of this
fear being
tomfoolery.
canceled on the
That's
left.
fair.
And that's not an environment for, I think, experimentation and I think healthy culture. And so, yeah, that is part of the problem. Like, CNN does feel a little bit like robotic. But I don't know. There's this amazing book that I read, The Righteous Mind, Jonathan Haidt.
I'm reading that book currently, where he's talking about like how we develop our sense of morality and everything.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
I love that book.
He's great.
Very, very influential on my thinking at Jubilee. But there's part of me that wonders if just the ingredients of Christian values, or sorry, Freudian slip. The ingredients of conservative values just like gel better. and it just creates better content.
Yeah.
I would be curious what it would be like if you went on Fox and like pushed back on, like Christian talking points when they came up.
I've yet to have. They're very good at picking the proper people for the things that they want to talk about.
Well-oiled
Yeah,
machine.
as is any news organization. So I've never even had a moment like that happen. But I'm so willing to entertain it.
Yeah, I think on the liberal side, we're so comfortable calling people out, canceling people, that I think it's just, there hasn't been like people always say like the mainstream media is liberal, but I don't really experience that. I don't think that the same way people watch Fox News and are like a community.
I'm so lost.
There's like a community of people who watch like MSNBC and CNN and are like,
That's completely by the true, by the way. There's so many old people, right? Sorry, old people, that watch Fox News and just feed off the anger and fear that they promote. But that doesn't really exist with like MSNBC. Obviously, right? Dude. Took a while.
are on the same team.
Right.
I think it's much more chaotic.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that is actually part of what led me to question my beliefs and actually go and seek out conservative voices was this feeling of, I can't question what I'm believing right now in this current camp. So there's no room for exploration.
Yeah, exactly. Do you like Steven Crowder?
No. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. Cut that out.
That's all I wanted you to say today.
There are plenty of conservative voices that I do like.
Jordan Peterson?
I like some of the stuff that he has to say. He's sort of gone towards more of a religious bend recently, and
Yeah, he really loves the Bible.
yeah, and I think he's maybe gotten a little bit angrier recently, but that's okay. I still love a lot of what he has to say, and I think it's a very necessary message, especially for young men right now.
Yeah, he's a very eloquent speaker. His ability to use language, sometimes in meandering ways,
Yes.
it is undeniably impressive.
Yeah.
Who's like one of your favorite? Who's one of the biggest influences on the way you think?
Thomas Sowell.
Thomas Sowell, I have no idea who that
So
is.
he is in his 90s now. I believe he's like 94 years old, but he is a renowned economist, and he wrote a series of books just studying different narratives that were being spun. If I could recommend some, Discrimination and Disparities is a great book, especially if you are thinking about like race-conscious thought and what systemic racism looks like. He writes in depth about that. And he just explores all of these issues through the mind of an economist and does
I
like
am so
very
lost.
detailed studies where he's searching for answers to some of the major issues that people have, and just so happens
Ancient
that he
debris.
dispels a lot of, I think, the myths that we believe right now. But he's a very just blunt, straightforward, in his 90s guy. Is just like, I did the research, here's what I found, and here's what it says. Yeah.
Okay, I know we've been going for a while, so I have 3 more questions.
Okay.
They have the cords to the nether portal.
Our liberals, to our young liberal thinkers in the audience, what would your message be to them?
Yeah.
God, 15,
I
negative 18. I'm so
understand
far
you.
away.
I 100% understand you. And where you're going to meet a lot of people who say they don't understand why you believe what you believe, or how crazy it is or whatever. I can understand with everything that's being seen, with how the current climate is, why you believe what you believe. If you are willing to challenge your beliefs and listen to somebody different, please go out and do it. And if you listen to them and you disagree, your views will be stronger held and you'll have stronger convictions. If you listen and you start agreeing with them, guess what? You've inched closer to, finding out who you are. So that's my advice.
And then to conservatives out there, why should they watch more Jubilee?
Conservatives should watch more Jubilee just to meet new people and understand why they are where they're at. I think
Which way do I need to go?
one of the major things all of our political discourse is missing right now is just empathy and understanding. Like, we have no compassion for each other on both ends. And if you can explore that and start to love people who disagree with you, you're going to be so much better off.
And then my last thing is, you've been on our show twice. What can we do better?
What can you do better? Don't let people get off topic so much. Corral.
Ragini, you're gonna have to moderate
Ragini,
middle ground.
I love you, girl. You have fantastic style. I love your energy. Just like mediate them and force them to stay on topic.
Yeah, that one was tough.
That one was just tough. The trans one was great, and Ragini did that one too. So
Yeah,
We're gonna
she's the
watch
best. She
that
does have
trans
She is
one,
the
by the
best.
way.
Well, we have some
I
exciting
don't know what other
episodes
one
that
she's
she's
talking
working on,
about.
and we are thinking of ways to do.
Problem
middle
is,
ground
like I
better.
said, I want them to get off topic because the questions they ask are always so stupid and like completely unproductive. BRB, you're good, Eggman.
I think what's funny about it is like there's this people have this sense when they watch Middle Ground that we're like this really organized company.
Oh, yeah.
Like this big
Absolutely.
company that really knows what it's doing and we have access. But when I've been making Middle Grounds and like we just feel like
people
the
meeting
people who decided to try it and who have no idea, like it's like the same way if I like went up to just any random person on the street and was like, can you try and figure out how to get liberals and conservatives to have a conversation, they would probably know as much as we know
Yeah.
about how to do it. Like this isn't something we're experts at. I think the only difference is we're just actually doing it.
Right, which so many people are scared to do, or like they just don't have the access to be able to do it. And I think it's so great. I think like your show could be expanded upon so much further because people are just like aching to watch people actually duke it out on these issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm all ears if you want to throw any more criticisms our
No,
way.
what was this? I think when I rewatch the episode, because I react to it on my show, it's just like, oh, I never got an answer to that question. So I wish there was somebody to be like, wait a second, you didn't quite answer what it is she just said there. Could we get it, at least for the edit, get some sort of answer, and actually like getting down to the bottom of what each side is saying and allowing just ample response to direct claims that are being made, because
Right.
so often it's like, oh, well, I don't believe that particular thing, or you just said this, and you just never get the answer back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's true.
about it.
It gets lost. And it's like that's part of it though. Mm-hmm. Like the human ability to
Just, like-
lose focus.
YouTube is not giving
That's, like,
me
part of
any
what's
views on my
interesting.
It
shorts,
is.
and I have
It's
no
like-
clue why.
I feel like Jubilee, we're documenting people's beliefs and ideas, but we're also just documenting human behavior.
Right.
And so that some of that chaos, I think, is part of the show.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. I think like figuring out a way to align intention, get a layer deeper.
Yeah.
I think that's where we all want to go.
But other than that, everything's great. I mean, I would do it a million times over. I've had a great experience every single time I've
Well,
been on Middle Ground.
We'll keep hitting you up.
Do you have criticism for me? You've watched some of my show now.
I think my only ask of you
Uh-huh.
is just as somebody who's consumed
Oh
a
my
lot
God.
of conservative media,
Yeah.
I would just encourage you to be a distinct voice, to differentiate yourself. Because I think that was my, I do have this fear that there's this sort of like Christian fascist, like, this is God's country, these are our values, we should all have a bunch of guns. Like, that is the flavor of conservatism that scares me. I don't get that sense from you. I feel like you're very intellectually honest, and you're coming at your opinions in a distinct way. I would encourage you to, differentiate yourself from the group. Like,
That's fair.
Let's have someone like you be the prominent voice instead of Steven Crowder. That would be great.
Thank you.
Never gonna happen. Conservatives are beyond the point where they'll accept anything remotely reasonable, which she still isn't really, by the way.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, I look forward to seeing, your audience is quickly growing.
Yeah.
I'm curious where Prager will go. I hope we can, keep things, keep collaborating the way we have.
100%. I'll get
Wow.
get Brett Cooper on here.
Yeah. Yeah.
They said basically nothing in that conversation. I'm so confused what I was supposed to take away from that. I expected something better. Anyway, hold on. I need to find my way back to the Nether portal. I don't want to watch anything else right now. But I don't want to like just be mining. I'm trying to think, what one of these do I not have to pay like full attention to? But I want all those. Alright, I'll go back to the nether portal first. Whatever. It's only like 300 blocks away. You know what? We'll do one. We'll do... Hold on, I gotta remember this. Mark all the ones I already did. Let's watch Millionaires versus Minimum Wage. This one's gonna be a shit show.
Recorded a pre-roll that went wrong, so we're re-recording it here right now. We did a past version of this episode about a year ago. Go check out that episode.
We gotta watch this too. We'll get back to this later.
An obsession.
And Mel, you got something to say to our audience?
Yeah, so we're getting a lot of questions asking, how can we bring Middle Ground to our college campus? Well, fill out the link in the description box below.
Description box below. We're gonna come to your college campus. Okay, enjoy the episode. See you
Is that
after.
a threat?
I didn't get any boobs. What did I do when I started making money? I went and bought boobs. Like, that's what I wanted. You're gonna die from your implants. Like, I'll die a D cup.
This one deserves more attention.
Hi, my name is Tim. I'm a community organizer here in LA. I work on environmental justice, social justice, housing justice, and incarceral state issues.
My name is Christiana Hurt. I'm the owner of the 7-figure brand Wealthy College Kid. I'm 24 years old.
My name is Graham. I'm a real estate agent, real estate investor, and YouTuber.
My
I know
name
that
is
guy.
Beatrice. I am 21 and I am a Target worker.
My name is Brett Knutson. I am an entrepreneur and an investor.
My name is Tiara Lucky, and I am a minimum wage worker. I just hustle, do Instacart, and I'm also an actress.
The first prompt is, I worked for everything I earned.
This is true for nobody. Oh my god. Did both the millionaires sit down? I think, yeah. I don't know. I've seen some stuff from Graham before. I don't know. He seems like a pretty reasonable person. I don't like. There are two things that affect human behavior: genetics and environment. Nobody worked for everything they got. Like, we all got our education for free, right? Well, most people. And how good your education is depends on, like, pretty much entirely where your parents chose to live, right? So, I don't know. I don't think it's true for everybody. I also don't think it's true if you just, as you know, wealthy stock owner. I think fundamentally, right, you're never gonna hire somebody that cost more to hire than they will give to your company, right? I mean, this is the problem. This is an axiom for me. I don't think it's necessarily an unfalsifiable belief I have, but I do fundamentally believe, right, that labor is responsible for producing value. Owning is not responsible for producing value in the same sense that that labor is.
So I grew up with two parents that were basically paycheck to paycheck, and none of them had any extra money. It was by seeing my parents struggle like that that I really realized the value of money. So I basically poured everything I had into my work. There were years, I would say 4 years, that I didn't have any friends. From 18 to 22, it was just me. And I was working from probably 8 a.m. until midnight, working as a real estate agent.
I completely agree. I think that what a lot of people discount is all the sacrifices that are made. I didn't go to parties.
I'm not okay. Obviously, like even Jeff Bezos works hard, right? In fact, I think Jeff Bezos works too hard. I think the work of managing and controlling a company is a lot of work, and therefore it should be socialized. That work should be shared across the employees of the company.
Where I was like, I'm going to have no friends, but you can only balance so many plates or you drop everything. And the plate that I chose to give up was a social life.
There's a lot of labor and communal effort that goes into getting all of us here that we don't get paid for, that other people don't get paid for.
True.
The examples that you two gave are perfect, actually. You both earn your money by extracting value from capital transactions. You know, you are not building the house you're selling. You're not out there working like in a slave mine, pulling selenium out of the earth. Like
I don't. Okay. Just looking at it from the standpoint of rhetoric. Oh wait, I went too far. I don't think you should be saying this. This is such like a hostile position, like immediately. I don't know. I don't know what I would say here. God damn it. It's hard to convince. I mean, like you can literally just bring up like, would you ever hire somebody who cost more to hire than they give to your company? You're obviously never going to do that. That's probably what I would say.
And we have to re-understand what it means to earn money and how we all interact to do that.
How would you address based off extracting value if you start a company from the ground and then you build it into a multi-million-dollar company?
But no one does that because there's investors and stuff that come in too.
Not always.
Most of the time. I mean, you have to get capital from somewhere.
I have raised money before.
Yeah.
But I've also started companies that I didn't raise money for.
How would you finance it?
By working a part-time retail job for minimum wage and then saving up and then putting it in.
I have felt judged for my income level.
I think it's part of general society. We are always judging each other. Having used SNAP points before, like standing in a grocery store using the card that I've gotten for the government to pay for food and feeling the people behind me thinking that's something that you haven't earned or gotten.
Has somebody ever asked you to use your SNAP on them?
I mean, I have. Generally, there's not that much to go around.
It's the same mentality.
God damn.
It's $1 versus SNAP. Somebody could still ask me to share. Well, you get it. Why can't you help me out?
I didn't step forward because me personally, I surround myself with people that just like, what's in my bank account just doesn't matter to the people that are around me. I do think a lot of judgment towards how much you make reflects on like your dating experience. That I do feel.
See, I've never had that because I'm
No?
so frugal. If there are girls that are out there who want me for my money, like they should know I'm probably like the cheapest person out there. I literally will wait like 9 p.m. for happy hour to start just so I get the happy hour menu. And so, like, so I would be like the last person any sort of like gold digger would want.
These two, like, this is such an unproductive question. Like I want them to get off topic in this area and debate the ethics of being a millionaire. Which is why, god damn it, dude, it won't. There we go. God damn, this game's too hard. I'm gonna run out of food. Anyway.
I find myself in situations with these boys that have no job, no nothing, and I end up taking on these charity cases of relationships. Oh, why don't you put him on or build him up? And it's like, You can't build.
Yeah, it's not Build-A-Bear.
I mean, you can. I mean, I've met guys I've dated that, go on to have successful businesses from my input. And, you want to date somebody equal or greater, but
God
then
fucking
you don't
damn
wanna
it,
be
that scared me.
materialistic about, like, well, I only date people with money because I make
This
money.
is such a completely unproductive question.
Anyone can become rich if you
Oh God
work
fucking
hard
damn
enough.
it. I don't completely disagree with that. You obviously have to acknowledge that it is harder for some people to become rich because of where they started. And that not everyone can be rich in some sense, right? I mean, I believe we can guarantee a basic standard of living to everybody, right? But not everybody can be an owner because you obviously need workers in a society. Unless you're one of those people who believes in perfectly competitive markets, which it's just not going to happen, man. I hate to break it to you.
So I just think that anyone could become rich if they actually believed in themselves and took the risk to actually believe in themselves, that there is some success at the end of the line of that.
I feel like a lot of it comes down to mindset first and really having the belief that you can do that. I know for me, one of my biggest concerns was I didn't have any skills whatsoever and I didn't get into college. I have like a 2.0 GPA in high school. It was terrible. I had such bad grades. But I really turned that into a positive, and I really believe this actually happened for a reason, because now I could pursue something else, which was real estate, because that didn't require a college degree. And looking back now, that was the best thing that had ever happened.
That's like a really sticky situation with anyone can become rich, and because I don't think that's completely true. A lot of people can if they have connections and stuff, But I feel like sometimes people they work 2 jobs, or sometimes they have other things going on. They have to pay their needs first. They don't always have money for that, Because my dad, he's a landscape worker. He has tried making his own company, and it doesn't always work out. He has tried hard. It doesn't work. That's why I think it's you have to have connects, That's why.
Do you mind if I interject?
Yeah.
In terms of building connections, I didn't have any connections either when it comes to working in real estate.
God damn it.
What I did to make the connections is I went to open houses every single Sunday for months, and I probably met at least 50 or 60 real estate agents, and it was through that I met
I'm
one
gonna
agent.
take a
who was
screenshot of the
really gracious
coordinates in
enough to
case I
say,
end up
if you want
dying.
to come work underneath me, I'm happy to do that. And it was really that connection, which like you mentioned, connection, that I met that person through just really kind of putting myself out there to meet people.
There's a lot of institutional and systemic barriers that we aren't really talking about. If you walk into a Beverly Hills $5 million house not speaking English, they're probably not going to give you the hookup. We don't tend to move within circles where those connections cross economic and socioeconomic lines. But even beyond that, I want to say you took a big risk and your risk paid off. But what if your risk hadn't paid off? And that's for a lot of people who do try and start their own businesses, try and start their own YouTube channel. That risk doesn't pay off, and there's no real safety net there.
I mean,
so we're not really
that's
getting.
Think about how many people tried to start a business in 2008 and then through no fault of their own, the entire fucking economy collapsed. I mean, it's bootstraps narrative, right? Fundamentally, not everybody can be rich. I don't want to say can't be rich. Fundamentally, not everybody can be an owner unless you have some sort of system of worker co-ops, which is what I want, by the way. I want everyone to be a business owner. That is what I'm advocating for.
An adequate side of people who have taken that entrepreneurial risk and not been able to take it again.
I'm almost worried it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, though. If you go in it fearing, oh, what am I going to fail, and that becomes your main focus, I think more people are less likely to take risks actually needed to succeed.
Sure. Right. It's some degree to which that concern is legitimate. I just don't believe that's the majority of cases. It's obviously in people's interest that they become rich and successful. I don't see how they could really convince themselves that they're going to fail and then therefore fail when that's, not necessarily in their interest. Maybe they can convince themselves not to take the risk. Okay. Anyway.
Because they're more focused on not failing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think your beliefs create the level of action you take, and the level of action you take determines your results, and it is cyclical.
I am not obligated to give to the less fortunate.
So the reason I stood up on this one is one of the missions in my organizing is getting away from this kind of notion that we have that charity or philanthropy is the way in which we solve social problems. At the same time, like, I still
That's
give
true.
people money when I have extra change in my pocket, so I don't want to seem like I'm totally opposed to it.
I agree with that. I've given people money and not gotten it back. I've given people money and they've wasted it on drugs. Why did I even give you the money to begin with if you weren't going to use it to better yourself? Is it my job to make sure that you're not going hungry? No, we have plenty of, organizations that will make sure that you're eating, make sure that you have a roof over your head. Yeah. It doesn't have to fall on my shoulders, per se.
I feel like when you say, are you obligated to give to the unfortunate, it's always the mindset of like money. Well, guess what? I have no money currently to give. But I have like my morality, I have my goodness about me. I'm just trying to build a community, especially when you have a group of people that is creative and supportive, you build faster than just by yourself.
I don't always donate with money. Sometimes I'll go and I'll fill bags of food for kids that are starving, you know what I mean? So it doesn't always have to be money. Like, I don't think it's our responsibility to give money based off of what we think the person's gonna do with it. Like, that's on them if they choose to use it wrongly. It's our responsibility just to be generous.
I am not afraid to spoil myself.
I personally do spoil myself. I work hard to be able to go into a store and get something for myself. I bought a $4,000 hairless cat that I had genetically made. And when I was in high school, when I started making money, I went and got that cat. When you're in middle school and everybody's hitting puberty and getting taller and boobs, and I didn't get any boobs. What did I do when I started making money? I went and bought boobs. Like, that's what I wanted. And,
Based.
there's the controversy of like, you're gonna die from your implants. Like, I'll die a D cup and I have no problem with it.
Where are the cats? $4,000. Yeah. That's insane to me. See the thing is, right? That's insane to me that you would spend that much on a cat, right? But I do really want a hairless cat. They look so goofy. I'm sorry, they look so goofy. I really want one. I would totally pay. I would pay a lot more for a hairless cat than a regular cat. They're so goofy looking. And I would name it Chicken. They're so, like, you're telling me you wouldn't, hold on. Look at that. Like, I would pay so much money for this. The wrinkles, yeah. They're just so goofy looking. And you could name it Chicken. And it'd be really funny.
So
it's great.
I rarely ever treat myself. I basically keep my spending at the same as when I was like, 19 or 21. No matter how much money I make, I spend the exact same amount. For instance, this sounds crazy, but when I was like 17, I wanted a Lamborghini. And there was nothing I wanted more. I want to be that guy, 18 years old and pull up with a Lambo. Like, that was my dream. But when I actually got the money to go and buy the car, all of a sudden I realized, like, wait a second, that's stupid. I'm not gonna get the car. I'm going to invest it in real estate instead. But then I'm gonna wait, and then I'm gonna get the Lamborghini. And then you save up even more, and then you realize, wait, Lambo is still stupid. Let me go and, invest it. And even now, like, the chase and ambition of getting something is way more fun and enjoyable than actually getting that thing.
I don't really spoil myself because I always buy my needs first. I usually wait till like my next check to see if I have extra money, and if I do, then I spoil myself. But if I don't, then I don't.
I think it's interesting also that almost all of us have associated spoiling ourselves with spending money, and at the same time said spending that money is very unfulfilling. It's weird because even myself, like, I really just like having an F-off day and I just hang out and don't do anything and have any responsibilities, but I don't think about it as spoiling myself, even though that's my favorite time to spend.
I wish I had more money.
Everybody gangster till someone said, let's eat chicken. That's true. That makes it even funnier though. That's just it's so goofy. Dude, where the fuck did I put my shit? I have so many completely unorganized chests. Why do I even have these? I have no clue where my elytra is. It's in one of these random chests. Am I ender chest? No. Where the hell is it? I found it. Uh-oh. Alright. Sound settings. Did I miss something last stream? This is my first stream since I went to that summer camp. I think, Eggman, I think you've been here for every stream. Thank you, by the way. Alright, now. I can pay full attention. To this stupid video. And then use my live reaction. Alright.
For me, I think it's always a comfort thing knowing that I have a little bit more saved up or invested. And I think it could just be a psychological thing that no matter how much money I have, it's always psychologically never going to be enough because that becomes your new normal. So I think you're always chasing that.
See, I want more money so that I can pay off like my debt and travel.
Yeah.
And like help some family members, and that's it.
That's why I want money. I mean, I don't want to be like, oh, give me money, you know, but like, I just want it for my needs, you know, or just for like a car because I need a car, you know, or just stuff my family needs, stuff my friends need.
I think for me, if I'm honest with myself, it's getting further away from how broke I was because I'm scared of that ever happening again. There's no end because of that.
I was probably too caught up with Gavin and verbally beating the shit out of Ness. Thanks, Eggman. That is true.
So, of course, everyone could always use more money. Like, I've met billionaires who could definitely say that they would want more money. But more, I want to see a society in which the money that we have doesn't determine all of our possibilities. Because it seems like when we talk about solving problems, it comes back to money. My utopian vision is like a society where money really doesn't matter because we don't really need it to figure out value, but it makes a good translation for the time being.
Oh yeah, no, I'll tell you all about credit card sharing.
Thanks so much for watching this episode of Middle Ground,
Wow.
guys. We loved having different people this time around.
That was, nothing. You see what I mean? Like, I need them to go off topic, because, like, that was just so unproductive. At least they got netherite, though. Anyway, we're going to talk about something a little bit more boring next. Okay, this is like I said, I was gone for a week and then I just did not stream like at all for another week. So this is a little bit old news by now. But hold on, I have to pull it up. Okay, anyway. Remember last 1 or 2 streams ago? Remember last stream where I talked about Ron DeSantis and Trump? It turns out I was completely right. I was 100% right. Alright, where's the clip?
Critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. It's amazing how strongly people feel about that. You see, I'm talking about cutting taxes. People go like that. Talk about transgender. Everyone goes crazy. Who would have thought 5 years ago you didn't know what the hell it was?
I was completely fucking right. I remember. Oh, I should have the stream pulled up. I literally said, I don't think Trump actually cares or gives a shit about transgender people at all. He just says what he says to get applause. And he just fucking admitted it, right? He just fucking admitted it. Which, you know, obviously I was completely right. And we should all collectively celebrate that I was completely right. Based Eggman, true. I'm always right. But seriously, this is so fucking concerning to me. For the same reasons I said last time. It seems like the culture war issues are more and more becoming the actual issues. For Trump, he basically just fucking admitted it. Where you know, he says whatever about transgender people to rile people up, get elected, and then he doesn't actually care. He just wanted the applause, and he'll serve the interests of the capitalist class. You know, whereas Ron DeSantis, I think actually cares, that I think actually wants to kill transgender people. I shouldn't say kill transgender people. I think I don't know what the right word is. He wants you dead. How do I phrase this? For Ron DeSantis, the actual issue is the culture war issue. And he is like anti-corporation now. He's anti-Disney, you know. And that's concerning because it suggests to me that he does not care about serving the interest of the capitalist class, right? All he wants to do is make sure transgender people don't exist anymore. Whereas Trump just wants applause. That's all he wants. Anyway, we'll read this article. Donald Trump noted how a crowd of his supporters became more enthusiastic at the mention of restricting transgender insanity than cutting taxes, despite it not being an issue a few years ago. The former president appeared at the North Carolina Republican Party convention in Greensboro on Saturday to deliver a speech in the wake of him being indicted on 37 federal charges in connection to the classified documents investigation. As well as attacking the case as a witch hunt against him, Trump also said that if he were here, that if he were to win the 2024 election, he would sign an executive order as president to remove federal funding from schools that teach critical race theory. By the way, so few schools teach critical race theory. Like any teacher's way too scared to bring it up, because the boards of because the Board of Education in whatever county there is probably relatively right wing, because Board of Education races are, local elections. There aren't any real radical progressives running for Board of Education. And any teacher's way too scared to bring up critical race theory. And transgender insanity. I don't even know what that means. Like, and other inappropriate, radically political and sexual content to children. I'm very curious what that entails, what that executive order would entail. If you mention transgender people exist, you will not receive any federal funding. The remarks brought a standing ovation and cheers from the crowd, briefly interrupting Trump's speech. It's amazing how strongly people feel about that. You see, I'm talking about cutting taxes. People go like that. Trump says, yeah, we saw the clip. I talk about transgender. Everyone goes crazy. Who would have thought 5 years ago you didn't know what the hell it was? This also suggests to me, which is basically objectively true, that this is a manufactured issue. Even there was a poll somewhat recently that even like Republican voters in the Republican base are kind of sick of hearing about transgender and woke issues, yet that is what their campaign is about now. That is the central ideology of the Republican Party at this point. In response, a number of social media users suggested the former president is openly admitting to how manufactured the culture war being fought by how manufactured culture war is being fought by other Republican figures, most notably his main primary rival, Governor Ron DeSantis, or how shocked he is that transgender rights have become such a hot topic issue for some conservatives in recent years. This is, like I said, at this point, they're just fascists. They're just creating a line of rhetoric that is completely anti-empirical. Like the idea that you can perfectly define what a woman is, or that language acts in the way they say it does, is just anti-empirical. Does anyone? I'm so curious. I can't believe no one has ever asked this before, like Matt Walsh or someone. Do you think there is an actual answer, like a real answer, an objective answer, to whether or not a hot dog is a sandwich? Or whether or not a cereal is a soup? I don't think there is. How would you even prove that, right? The answer is you can't. It's impossible. And conservatives are acting in bad faith. But this is where they are now. They're just completely anti-empirical. Trump has previously criticized transgender individuals during his time in the White House and his administration. Where the fuck did hot dogs and cereals come from? Because conservatives have this ideology that language is that language and definitions are completely coherent and non-self-referential, and what was I gonna say? That language can be perfectly prescriptive, right? And describe exactly what you're talking about. But that's just not true. There is no fucking objective answer to whether or not a hot dog is a sandwich or whether cereal is soup. We just do whatever gives us the most social utility, right? If you are eating cereal, right, and someone asked, "Oh, hey, what are you eating?" and you say soup, even if you are in some sense technically correct, You never fucking say that because it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't give you any utility. It only serves to further confuse people. In the same way, if you have, you know, a trans woman, do you get any fucking social utility out of, you know, calling people who look, I'm trying to find like I don't know, good example. Let's look up Blair White. If you're like, is there any social utility in calling someone who looks like this a man? No, there fucking isn't. If you're, you know, if your definition of man includes this, that is completely fucking useless, right? Like, the way language works is we construct it to give us the most utility. There is no objective definition or answer when it comes to this thing. The GOP at this point is just completely anti-empiricism. They don't care about objectively correct stuff. They're fascists. The former president has begun leaning into more issues such as gender-affirming care for transgender minors in the 2024 campaign, including announcing in February that he would punish doctors who provide gender-affirming health care. No serious country should be telling the children that they were born with the wrong gender, Trump said in a video posted on Truth Social. Trump also suggested that the concept of transgenderism had been invented by the radical left just a few years ago. Objectively not true. Completely objectively not true. Obviously, like we went over this in the what is a woman thing. Did you just search up woman? No, I searched up Blair White, who's a trans woman. Like, there's no social utility in calling her a man. Like, come fucking on. Anyway, to further prove my point, this is a video of Trump talking about a transgender woman. That's a man. It's a trans woman.
CNN's K5.
Anyway, this is a video talking about, Trump having a transgender woman on his beauty pageant.
While unearthing past comments from Donald Trump touting his decision to allow a transgender woman to compete for a spot in his Miss Universe pageant in 2012.
This is a young woman who, according to the laws of Canada and according to the laws of the United States, is allowed to enter the pageant system. What I did is I said, we have 58 contestants in Canada. I said, let her run, and maybe she'll win. And if she wins, she'll go to Miss Universe. And I think I made the right decision. I feel fine with the decision.
11 years later, Trump has done a 180, making the repealing of transgender rights a central part of his 2024 campaign speech.
Yeah. It's a completely manufactured issue that he doesn't actually care about, whereas I think Ron DeSantis does. That's why I'm rooting for Trump. That's a joke. But like I said, that's why I don't like DeSantis. Anyway, let's talk about Joe Biden. As long as we're on these stupid culture war issues. I missed this while I was away. Joe Biden held a pride celebration at the White House. And people got really upset. Conservatives got really upset.
Pride is the opposite of shame. a point President Joe Biden stressed at this year's celebration of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community at the White House.
You are loved.
What people got really, really upset about right here is that they flew the pride flag next to the American flag. Which I think, by the way, you could argue at certain times, like, I'm fine with not, like, flying pride flags in, like, random government buildings at random times, right? Like I don't. That's not like what government is for. The DMV doesn't need to be flying a fucking pride flag. But this is just like an event they held at the White House. Like, they're gonna decorate the White House for it. Fucking obviously. Like,
Community at the White House.
You are loved. You are heard. You are understood. And you belong. And as I made clear, including in my State of the Union address, your president, my entire administration, has your back.
It's so funny to me.
Administration, support.
Not all Americans agree or think these conversations should be held in public. Presidential candidate and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has signed several bills concerning LGBTQ+ rights, including the so-called Don't Say Gay law, which Biden described as hateful. DeSantis...
Objectively, it is. But people got really upset. Really upset that that they were flying the pride flag next to the American flag, and that the government is now woke and they're trying to turn everybody gay, which is insane, obviously. But what people got really upset about is a trans woman. I hope I can show this on YouTube.
Let's bring in
who
former acting attorney
flaunted her bare breast at the White House Pride Month event.
Matt Whitaker. Matt, if verified, these phone calls that were recorded, could they bring down Joe Biden?
This isn't. This video has nothing to do with it. Great, whatever. Trans activist filmed himself flaunting their bare breast in front of the White House during President Biden's Pride Month celebration this weekend, causing an uproar on social media. Obviously, by the way, you shouldn't do this. Obviously, I don't think you should go topless in front of the White House. However, it is very funny. It is very funny for a few reasons. Although you especially shouldn't do this because it plays into the Republican narrative of, oh, trans people are groomers and they're trying to groom your kids. That being said, it is very funny. It is also funny that a lot of people got upset about this, and it's also funny that despite Republicans arguing that she was a man, they still censored her breast, even though she's supposedly a man, and therefore her male nipples shouldn't have been censored. A TikTok influencer, which, by the way, obviously, a biological male who is transgender, originally posted a video from Saturday's events. It shows, I don't know how to pronounce that. Is it Montoya? I'm assuming it's Montoya. And another unnamed transgender activist, a biological female, bearing their breast on the south lawn in the White House in the view behind them. Montoya captured a meeting with the President Biden himself. It's an honor, Mr. President, the activist told him. Transgender rights are human rights. It is so funny to me to see this young activist going to Joe Biden, who's some 80-year-old man, and talking to him about transgender people. It's hilarious. Biden's seen holding the camera in an attempt to take a selfie with Montoya and other attendees, but the camera is set to video mode. It's so funny, dude. I hope I can show this on YouTube. I have to fucking change my settings. Okay, great. Okay. YouTube, don't pay me. YouTube, this is news. This is news. Hold on. I want to get my webcam ready.
Are we topless at the White House?
It's hilarious. It's hilarious, man. Anyway, let's continue reading. To be clear, you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do this. But it's very funny. I mean, come on, come on. A White House spokesperson condemned the behavior in a statement on Tuesday because obviously this behavior is inappropriate. Yep, blah, blah, blah. Biden hosted a Pride Month 2023 event as presidential residents decorated an area of rainbow banner and a Progress Pride flag. The event, hosting performers and speakers representing LGBTQ causes, lauded the Pride community as the bravest and most inspiring people and an example for the U.S. and the entire world. Outside the gates of this house are those who want to drag our community backwards in so many battles yet to be brave. But today, we're not here to be strong, we're here to be courageous. Even though for many of you, just coming to this event is an act of bravery, said First Lady. Biden praised the LGBT community as some of the bravest and most inspiring people he has ever known. It's very funny. You gotta admit that. It's very funny. I mean, come on. What was I gonna say? Oh, dude, YouTube won't give me any views on the new shorts I uploaded. And I have no clue why. Usually shorts are free views. YouTube just doesn't like me anymore. Yeah. It's a shame. Anyway. Okay, I want to talk about one thing real quick. We'll watch this first.
So by now you
from friend of the show, Amala Panopi.
probably heard about this scary ass Titanic sub that's lost, but at least we can all just take a breath and relax and know that there are no people on board. Only billionaires. No, but in all honesty, guys, I do hope they're safe, and I do hope they get found before all their oxygen runs out. By killer whales.
This idea is like, oh, he's a billionaire, which makes him an inherently harmful force on the earth. That's the reason that he should be wiped into oblivion, and whoever's with him, whatever, that's collateral damage.
I just care about people, right? That's why I hope that a billionaire is dying, because I just love people.
How delusional do you have to be to think that? And then they're saying,
who would ever even want to go look at the Titanic wreckage anyways?
As if James Cameron's Titanic wasn't the highest grossing movie to ever be created ever. Just admit that it is a normal thing to have interest in. But instead what they're doing is they're taking this hatred and this vitriol that they feel and trying to cover it up with virtue signaling and making it seem like they're better people than they actually are.
So by now you probably heard about this.
Yeah. And this is a thing people are doing. Hold on. Tweet is from a suspended account. God damn it. I can tell you what the tweet was. The tweet was someone saying leftist, or I don't know, maybe it was like Hello? It should be good, right? Ideally. Anyway, I can tell you what the tweet was. It was someone saying, like, eat the rich, and then, the ocean eats the rich, and then he said, no, not like that. Yeah, and we have the base take from Vosh, as always. I wish Twitter leftists would stop pretending celebrating deaths. Celebrating the deaths of submarine people is somehow praxis and just admit it's vindicative spite. That's totally fine. Just be honest about it, LMAO. As always, Vosh is correct. Anyway, what I want to talk about here. Hold on, I'm going to find... Yeah, I'll bring this up again.
So,
anyway, what I want to talk about here, right, is the problem with modern day leftists. To me, right? To me, any system is just a way setting up who has power and who doesn't. It's a way of deciding who gets to make decisions and where, who has the power to make decisions in certain areas. Now, deciding who has power obviously manifests itself through who is in control of government and who is in control of the means of production, right? But fundamentally, to me, socialism is an argument about who should have power. And the argument of socialism is that the most people possible should have power in all instances. So that includes, power over the means of production. Right? So, what we've seen, or at least what I've seen, is it's been this shift from arguing that people have too much power, right? That bosses have too much power over their workplaces. They have too much power in the economy. And inequality being a byproduct of that. Inequality being a byproduct of people having too much power. We've seen this shift to an argument that inequality itself is the problem. And now I don't like wealth inequality either, to be clear. I think it's an issue. I think we should try to solve it. But we now just have this hate of wealth inequality itself. And you can see this in like think about how Bernie Sanders runs. Bernie Sanders never argues that billionaires have too much power over their workplace. He just argues we're at a time of the greatest wealth inequality in American history, which is true. And that's a problem, and we should address it through higher taxes. And that can be good. Wealth inequality does have the ability to mobilize people. You can say it's absurd that so few people have so much and the rest of us have so little, and that's very effective at mobilizing people and getting them to support you. But I think fundamentally, the argument should be about power, right? We should be talking about who has power and why the power they have may be illegitimate. And I think that's the case for billionaires because their power comes from owning, not from working. I think because of all their power, because their power comes from an illegitimate place, they should not have that power. This is how do I want to phrase this? This is what we've done in society historically, right? We say, oh, these feudal lords have a lot of power because their power does not come from, because their power is illegitimate. I don't want them to have this power. We should replace them with, with a better system closer to a modern day capitalist system, right? That we didn't say, oh, the feudal lords are increasing inequality, and inequality is bad. Therefore, we should tax the feudal lords, right? and this shift from power, from arguing about power to arguing just about inequality, just means that everybody nowadays just hates billionaires, which is somewhat reasonable. Obviously, a lot of billionaires are bad people. But what people are missing is that people are separated from their institutional role. Most CEOs are like liberals and have relatively liberal values, right? They are in favor of some, types of like environmental protection. They're in favor of a higher minimum wage, at least in their head, right? That's what they believe. But their institutional role as a CEO makes them focus on the short-term profits of their company, right? And because of that, they will advocate for positions in their class interest, as CEO, that are against the interest of the proletarian, of the working class. And because we only focus on the inequality now, and only the people now, we miss that fundamentally this system of I'm not just capitalism, but the employer-employee system makes people fight or creates irreconcilable differences between classes. No one fucking talks about that nowadays. We just talk about how billionaires are bad because they have a lot of money and they do bad things with that money. We don't talk about the underlying power structure behind it anymore, and that's why we get a bunch of Twitter leftists that just hope people die in a submarine because they're rich, not recognizing that them being rich is not the problem. Them having power is the problem. And we need to address that. I don't know how. I know how to address the problem of people having too much power as we institute worker co-ops in a better form of democracy. But just people focusing on inequality itself rather than the power structure. I don't know how to address that, because if you approach a lot of leftists and say, well, I don't really think inequality itself is a problem. I think the underlying power structure is the problem. They don't resent you. I don't know what to say. That's just not often talked about anymore. Right? Anyway, that's my take on the Titanic submarine. All right. I want to watch this. This is 40 minutes long.
The question was,
I did watch 3 minutes of this, but then I decided to watch it on stream. They talked about this in the conversation we watched earlier. Trans versus conservative woman. This is kind of an insane thing to do, to actually like bring trans people on to argue about whether or not their own identity is valid. I don't know if that's a good thing. That seems kind of weird to me, right? I'm sure they'll be respectful and civil. Hold on, just so you can see the caption. So I'll put myself like there.
a white person, and I said I want to transition into a black person.
Oh my God,
And
starting
I'm
off
redefining
strong.
what blackness is
Okay.
to fit
Oops.
what I view.
We already recognize that there are some labels that you can self-subscribe to and some labels that you can't, right? And also, I don't think anyone is really redefining what a woman is. Well, okay, first of all, definitions and language change all the time. And second of all, we've always used the term woman to kind of refer to a set of characteristics, not like someone's chromosomes. Like we obviously had a word for woman before we knew what chromosomes were, right? We didn't we used woman to basically refer to a set of characteristics that we expect from a woman, like I don't know, long hair, painted nails, I don't know, having tits, stuff like that. The same way, like we talk about a chair, and it sets up expectations for what a chair is, right? There's hair in my mouth. I'm trying to think of a better way to phrase it. I know it. I'm out of the. I haven't talked about this in a while. I mean, it's the same way when we say chair. We're referring to sort of a set of characteristics that we expect out of a chair, right? Like, it's fucking impossible to define what a chair is. You can watch the Vsauce video. Do chairs exist? It's a really good video. Especially if you want to argue these points from a more, like, I don't know, scientific basis, I guess. It's just, you can't, no one is redefining what a woman is. Yeah.
View it as, right? Would you consider that appropriation?
I consider that dodging, and I consider that comparing apples to oranges, because race and gender identity are two separate different things.
Step forward if you agree. The transgender movement is indoctrinating.
Oh my fucking god. No.
We are seeing, especially on social media, on TikTok, you're seeing a lot of people in this community really just targeting children, and you're seeing.
The fuck do you mean targeting children? Okay. One of the great things about living in the U.S., right, is that we have a relatively free and open society where people are allowed to express themselves and express their opinions. Obviously, the more people express themselves and their opinions, and the more that reaches other people, the more likely other people are to engage with them, right? The more open we are about transgender people, right, the more accepting we are of them. Obviously, more people are going to feel comfortable accepting that they are transgender. People bring this up a lot. Hold on. Right? History of left-handedness. People have always been left-handed, but left-handedness used to be seen as it used to be stigmatized, right? It was like, oh, you're not actually left-handed. Stop using your left hand. What are you doing? Everybody uses their right hand to do stuff. But as we progressively became more comfortable with left-handed people, the rate of them increased. I mean, a lot, suddenly children weren't taught to always write with their right hand, and the rate of left-handed people increased. The same way today, children aren't always taught that they are the same gender that they were born as. So the rate of trans people is going to increase.
Drag shows, even in conservative states like Texas, and even just media, movies, like it seems like everything seems to be targeted at these kids. You have drag story hour for kids, and it's just really, I think, predatory in a way.
Yeah, the same fucking way Mr. Rogers, right, had, black people on his show to get kids more comfortable with the idea of, like, desegregation. Fucking obviously.
And I'm not saying every trans person is doing this, but as a whole, there does seem to be a route that they're taking to get to the kids.
When you hear Blue's Clues playing in the next room, and then you hear the Gay Parade song, it's Blue's Clues, you're not expecting to be talking to the children about that. Yeah. It really makes you wonder, are they really coming for the children?
And I think we see in,
Are they
in
really
our
coming
population
for the
now
children?
the rate of young children who are identifying as transgender, non-binary is skyrocketing. And I think there's something to be said for
Yes.
people who are truly experiencing gender dysphoria, which we recognize exists, and those who are experiencing what is now going to be called, or in the future going to be called, this social contagion gender dysphoria, where
Oh my
they're being
fucking
exposed
god. I don't, whatever.
to it on social media or in school, or mom and dad are having a conversation about it with children, and children are now
Hold on. After an intense debate and criticism, P.S.
starting to
so
develop
they
gender
so
confusion.
the place where the social contagion narrative comes from issued a correction.
Or even
Sick.
babies, right? People who are being born, they don't have to put the gender on the birth certificate, and they're saying you can choose whatever you want to be. Like, that's so dangerous. And even lying to them, saying like, oh, if we put you on hormone blockers at this age, it won't do anything to your puberty, it won't affect you long term. And it's just a straight up lie. And there's like an entire Reddit thread dedicated.
No, it's not. We went over this in the What is a Woman stream. Puberty blockers have been used to treat precocious puberty since the 80s. They are safe. We know them to be safe. There are long-term studies. People who use them for an extended period of time may not reach their peak bone density that they may have otherwise would. People who use puberty blockers may not always reach their peak bone density that they maybe could have reached if they didn't take them, but that is it. That's pretty much the only long-term effects. Obviously, if you go on HRT after you take puberty blockers, which a lot of people do, there are going to be more long-term effects because you're on hormones that obviously affect your ability to be fertile. But you know, puberty blockers themselves don't sterilize you permanently. Obviously, they block puberty, right? So they can block your ability to develop the ability to produce sperm and eggs, right? But if you just temporarily pause puberty blockers, not even stop them completely, just temporarily pause them, you can gain your ability to produce gametes again.
To people who transitioned, talking about how much they hate their life now because they transitioned as a child and now they amputated off healthy body parts and are miserable.
Okay. What was I going to say?
Transitioned as a child and now they...
Oh, first of all, the regret rate for transitioning is incredibly low. Even transgender surgeries. True, Eggman. It's incredibly low. It's less than 1 in 2%. Second of all, the left, people like me advocate for puberty blockers. The reason we put children on puberty blockers is it gives them more time to decide whether or not they want to transition. If we were really invested in grooming children and mutilating children, we wouldn't advocate for puberty blockers. We would just advocate for them to go on HRT. But we don't do that because that's not in our interest.
Amputated off healthy body parts and are miserable.
All right. Can the disagreeer step forward?
The fact that the trans movement has got people shook has me so excited. The trans movement is not indoctrinating our youth. Our youth are understanding who they are at a younger age. And from what I was hearing over here is a lot of what y'all were saying, I wonder would you say it to the parents? Because we need to really look at what the parents of trans youth really go through. Trans youth, instead of them enjoying their life, playing with their friends, they're up in legislation trying to fight for basic rights here. 1 in 5 transgender youth have tried to commit suicide. Why are we trying to police them?
But you're bringing it only to the parents. The question was indoctrination in general, am I correct? And then,
But they are part of that conversation. Someone said something about drag shows coming to schools or whatnot. The kids enjoyed it. The parents just had a problem with it. But that's their issue. It's only someone dressed in drag reading a story.
Is
that could have
drag
been
not
anybody.
blackface for women? I see it as a caricature.
What the fuck? Okay, first of all, most people who do drag aren't even trans. They just like doing drag, right? Like, they're not transgender people. It's just what the fuck? I don't even know where to fucking begin with that. No. The same way people have always, like, people have always, like, dressed up as other sexes, even for, like, fucking Halloween and stuff, man. Like, no, fucking obviously. Most people who do drag aren't even trans. They just are men who like putting on women's clothing. Like, and doing a performance. That's, I mean, whatever you think of it, that is a right that should probably be protected by the First Amendment, right? Like, objectively, I would argue that as an American, God created this country to let men do whatever they want, and if they want to dress up as women, so goddamn be it. That's what I call the First Amendment.
Of womanhood,
but inherently
as
sexual as well.
I have to agree with you guys. I do not like the drag queen social hours. I personally, as a trans person, didn't ever go to a drag show until I was about 40. I'm not for the sexualization of kids. Why are we not letting kids be kids and bringing sex into their lives so early?
I think it's predatory.
That's
in general.
not even what people are doing. I'm so confused. Bringing sex into their lives early, it's not what they're doing. They're just teaching that, I don't know, gay and trans people exist. I also don't want to bring sex into children's lives early. I don't know what that means.
To talk about sex with children,
Yeah.
straight sex, any kind of sex.
Who's teaching sex to third grade children? I really want to know.
Have you looked at the California curriculum for sex education?
Everywhere.
You need to.
I know that when I was in preschool, I got my first crush on a boy, because to me at the time.
By the way, we fucking do this all the time. Almost every movie has some sort of like romantic plot to it, right? We do this all the time, constantly. Oh, what, you didn't like Sally in third grade? Obviously people are like kind of aware of like the general like social relationships that men and women have, because of movies and stuff. Like, teaching them that gay and trans people exist doesn't change anything. I'm just so, I think they're arguing in bad faith. I learned about sex at 10. That's like, it's not like people don't know about it before then.
He looked like Prince Eric from
Little Mermaid.
Yeah, Little Mermaid. I don't think like fucking him ever crossed my mind when I was 4, but obviously like it would have been good to know that like it's okay, like if you have these feelings for someone of the same sex.
We think of youth in general, they're having sex at a lot younger age, whether we like it or not. Let's just keep it 100% real.
You don't think it's because of that?
I do not think it's because of that. It starts at home with parents teaching their children, because one or two things are gonna happen. Either you teach your children or the world is gonna teach your kids. That's the reality of it.
They are learning about it at younger ages from some adult, or even their peers who learned about it from adults. That is, in definition, indoctrination. As a mother and seeing what my children are going to have to
How
be.
is it? It's just people learning about stuff. It's not indoctrination. It's forcing your kid to take a shower, indoctrination, because you're instilling the value of cleanliness on them. Is forcing your kid to leave to a soccer game 10 minutes early. Indoctrination, because you're forcing the value of timeliness on them.
He introduced you at such a young age. Like, I didn't even
A
know
random
what a
guy in Roblox sent me corn. Thanks, Eggman. That's not what I thought you meant, but good to know. Obviously, the internet is responsible for a lot of this too, right? Like you give a kid an iPad, like eventually they're gonna type in fucking naked yoga on YouTube, and there's just there's a bunch of tits on there.
I was like 12. And so they're going to be having these really heavy adult conversations at a really young age just because of their exposure. And that is honestly just scary, because I don't want to have those conversations. That's why I will be homeschooling my kids, because I do believe it is my responsibility to protect them and shield them from the outside world, which is targeting children.
The trans community and the trans movement is really shaking the course of what people think gender identity is supposed to be.
So in one sentence, you're saying that you guys are not responsible for the indoctrination that's currently happening with
Absolutely
children.
not.
And in the second sentence, you are saying we are shook by the fact that you are responsible for it.
No, you are shook at the fact that the trans movement has become what it is.
And a movement that influences people all over the world, and particularly children. And we see it in the fact that the number of young people identifying as transgender, non-binary, gender fluid, genderqueer
Yes.
is skyrocketing, which means
Obviously, we already went over this. The same way the amount of people who identified, or not identified, but were left-handed increased. The same way, like, people didn't used to be football fans. The amount of football fans skyrocketed when I don't know, whenever football became popular. Like, obviously.
the children are being exposed to these ideas, and it's certainly coming from institutions like the media, like Hollywood, like our public institutions and
The amount of interracial marriages skyrocketed after it became legal and destigmatized.
schools. So to say that that is not happening, or to deny that that is the reality, negates the numbers that we're seeing.
What I would say is that the idea that there is a single transgender movement and ideology is disingenuous, and that at its core, being transgender is about separating sex from sex roles and gender roles that are compulsory.
Do you think that children should be able to transition medically?
No.
I think
No.
it just really depends on each individual situation. They should be able to make the best medical decision for them.
I am comfortable sharing bathrooms with the other side.
The other side.
Yes, I feel comfortable. Safe? That might be a different question, but comfortable? Yes, I feel comfortable.
What I think the bathroom issue opens up is an issue of predatory men taking advantage of the opening. That now they
Just does not happen. That, like, it just doesn't happen first. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. I hate that the right has weaponized this narrative and the left hasn't. Because, I mean, like, way disproportionately, like, grooming is committed by, like, religious figures and priests, and cisgender men, not trans men and women. What was I gonna say? Oh, it's not like why would anyone who wants to groom children go through the effort of disingenuously being transgender and then going into the woman's bathroom? That's so much effort for no reason.
They could walk into a women's bathroom or a women's locker room, as we've seen happen in instances like here in Los Angeles at We Spa. And they go into a women's space, they expose themselves to the women, and then they say, well, I'm a trans woman and you've opened up this space for me.
But we cannot blame trans people for that. And
Nobody's blaming you.
That's the problem right here. Because again, when you walk into the bathroom, I'm not interested in knowing what you are, what you identify as. I'm trying to use the bathroom and leave out of there. What people have tried to say is that when trans women go into the bathrooms, they're being predatory, and that is not the case. That is something we do not blame on trans women. Although you were not saying that, when we talk about predatory behavior and when we talk about like the predatory cases, none of them have been trans women. So I just want to make sure, I know she's not strictly doing that, but because she said that, I think it's very important that I bring that out on the table and discuss that.
We have to have the conversation, and I'll open up the question. We know that if this legislation happens, if we move forward with this move, there are going to be men who take advantage of it. Now, I want to ask you, is your comfort as far as going to the bathroom more important than the female women that will be victimized by this?
Who said female women will be victimized by this?
They will, and they have.
No, you're only assuming, but the reality of it is, again, when people are going into the restroom, when people are only going into the restroom, they're only focused on doing one or two things, and that's using the restroom.
Yeah.
But you didn't answer the question. Is your comfort more important than the female people who could be victimized by this?
Okay, so let me help her answer the question. Which one do you think I'm going to get the kicked out of me in? It wasn't the women's restroom. The issue that you're bringing up.
That's true, by the way. I forgot to mention that. Trans women suffer like a hugely disproportionate amount of assaults against them, especially in bathrooms.
Already violating a whole bunch of laws. Okay, if somebody's exposing themselves in a bathroom, that's a whole different environment rather than just letting trans people in. In California,
by the
it's
way.
right now 100% legal for trans people to go use the bathroom of their choice. So I don't know what law you're talking about.
You're asking this question as if I would not stand up for cis women that were in the restroom, and that's not the case. Nice dodge there. But
dodging.
the reality of it is, one thing I'm noticing is we're reducing a lot of these particular conversations to genitalia. And it's not about genitalia, it's about safety.
Yeah, her concern is the possibility of predation, and that's still a probability. It doesn't matter if trans people are using the restroom or not. Sure. But what you're concerned about is that you're maybe possibly that people feel more emboldened to put on women's clothes and go in the bathroom. But they're still violating the law all over the place if that's the purpose that they're going in for.
Yeah, so I didn't step forward because, and I know in today's age this is going to sound very radical, and but I don't agree with the whole transgender ideology, and so for me it's encouraging something that is based in what I feel is delusion, and so I don't think that we should be encouraging that by allowing men into women's restrooms.
It has nothing to do with whether or not you're comfortable, by the way. And that, I mean, I've said this multiple times. It's a fucking meaningless thing to say, transgender ideology.
I think that if that's the case, that to some extent all gender is delusion. If we're looking at historically anywhere from, midwives after the enclosure of the commons in the 1400s, having their whole trade affected, or Brewsters having their trade affected, and now we don't think of women as, Brewsters, or that creating beer is a womanly thing. These all came from social conditions. These all came, a lot of gender, regardless of biological sex, it didn't naturally flow out of our genitals, and it was
True.
We're like, this is how my genitals are, so this is how my gender is gonna be. That didn't happen. That's not life. A lot of people who are either transgender or who are LGBT in general, all my friends were girls. At first, I just remember there were a lot of things where I would kind of come up against people telling me that that's wrong, that whether it's something I like, something I want to do. It wasn't until kindergarten that someone told me that I'm a boy, and I was like, oh, I don't feel comfortable going to any bathroom in this world, in the current society we live in. And to make trans women the whipping girls of that, I think that's disingenuous, but I do think that we need a systemic change to make ourselves safer. I don't really know anyone who doesn't feel a little bit uncomfortable going to the bathroom.
And trans people are not a delusion. Let's make it very clear. We're here. We've been here for ages. We've been here since the beginning of time.
True.
We're in your history books. And I think it's very disingenuous to say that a whole identity is a delusion.
I believe that you feel like women. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there is an objective truth, and I don't believe in his truth, her truth, their truth, my truth. There is truth, and
Who defined that truth?
And it's already defined. And I, as a Christian, I believe God is the one who set truth.
But who defined
is
that?
the truth.
Can you tell?
First of all, the debate is immediately over if somebody fucking says that. If it's a totally and completely fucking faith-based argument that truth is somehow objectively defined by God, and you believe the government should listen to the truth that has been objectively defined by God. That debate is immediately fucking over as soon as somebody makes a faith-based argument and says everybody should listen to their objective truth based on their faith.
Tell me who defined that?
God.
Living in the Bible. Felt with religion taking center stage. It's hard for a lot of trans and non-binary folks.
You stupid politics, you cat. What died from the raid and I couldn't sleep, and creepers That's not true, man. I've been idle for too long. I got kicked anyway. I was busy. Wait, okay, my cat died from the raid, and I couldn't sleep. And creepers, did you die? Did anything bad happen? I'm gonna assume nothing bad happened.
Folks like myself to really be able to express who they are. I had to really take on my gender dysphoria in private. I couldn't talk to my
Villager, you carrot died? How? What? No. I gotta put another one in there now. It's gonna take a
mom
little
about
bit.
it. I couldn't talk to my dad.
God damn it. The wheat side still doesn't work. I don't really know why. They just keep throwing bread in the chest.
My siblings, because ultimately I felt like it wasn't going to lead to anything because there wasn't a lot.
How did he die? Is that all that happened? Only that one died? That's fine.
Of
Whatever.
education in the cis community like there is in the trans and non-binary community. We're talking about a book that was written by man with his own bias.
Who created chromosomes?
Yeah, I'm personally not religious and I believe in science.
When we talk about chromosomes, it goes back to the conversation we were talking about earlier about being intersex.
But we're not talking about intersex, we're talking about people who were born as a male and they tried to transition. The whole fact that they're trying to transition into a female in the first place shows that they aren't actually that, or else there would be no need to transition, right? So you say,
What
okay, I feel like a
the
woman. What is
fuck?
that? What does that feel like?
Yeah, how does it
And how do you
We're
know?
not saying, I'm not saying I feel like a woman. I am a woman. I don't
So
look
then
at
why
you.
did
I
you
do not-
transition?
I
Why
do
can't
not
you
look at
just
genitalia.
present as a man but be a woman?
I transitioned so I could.
That's so fucking stupid. Like, what? Why did you wear, like, okay, first of all, she asked, like, what does it mean to feel like a woman? What does it mean to feel like a human? Like, you can't fucking define that shit. Like, that's a fucking impossible task. Second of all, why did you transition? Why didn't you just be female and present male? That's such a fucking stupid thing to say. Why do you wear that shirt? Oh, I like how I look in this shirt. Like that's the same reason. Like we like to look good. We like to look how we think we should look and how we like looking.
Be who I was. I did not feel like I was the person that I identified with when I was born. So I took the steps to align my outside body with how I feel on the inside. What makes you stand up every day and
True.
make you identify as a woman? Let me challenge you on that.
I am a woman, and I don't like being called a cis woman because I'm not a cis woman, I'm a woman.
It's because God says so.
And I'm not a birthing person, I'm a mother.
So get mad at the terminology, not at trans people.
It's your new terminology.
But this is what I notice a lot of cis women do. The terminology has been around for so long. Cis is a prefix. Cis means same. Instead of getting mad at trans and non-binary people for using updated terminology, get mad at Webster. You're not going along with the times and being educated on the different pronouns and the different identities.
You have to admit, some of the pronouns are kind of ridiculous. I mean, to be, with all due respect, I mean, you, I'm sure you have to agree some of the pronouns that
I don't
people
think
use.
they're ridiculous. I think they're very expansive. Trans and non-binary people just want you to respect their chosen pronoun. We are not trying to force pronouns on you. Just understand that the terminology is going to continue to grow. If you're willing to educate yourself and understand, then you've got it.
The ability to give birth is a woman's greatest strength.
The fuck?
Can the disagreeer step forward?
I'm not able to have children. So I'm still strong. I'm funny. I'm physically strong. I'm smart, and I have a lot of strength. I don't believe that having a baby is the greatest strength, because not all of us can. I cannot have kids due to medical issues from a medical procedure that I had when I was younger. And it's a hard subject to talk about. It doesn't mean I'm any less of a woman, but can we get another question? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
One of the things that I regret was the fact that I would never be able to do that, but I was honored in the ability to participate it from the other side. Women are amazing. They don't just deal with that, so.
While giving birth is not a woman's greatest strength, I do think that only biological women are capable of going through that process and bringing life into the world.
I need to push back on that because we're
Also,
also
first of all,
trans men and trans.
Also, I mean, we'll get to the point when we can transplant uteruses, right? We'll probably get there one day.
Masculine.
And what are you going to do then? What are you going to do then, Amala?
People can also give birth as well. And I don't think it's fair to just set it on one group that says that just biological women have that power to just give birth. And we have to be very clear when we look at the nuances of birth.
I recognize that there are people who have different identities. There are biological women who identify as men and then go on to give birth. I would argue, however, that those people are still biological women. And I know that is something that can offend many, but that stands as my belief.
So the correct term is actually cisgendered woman. Cis means same. It means that you identify with the birth that you were assigned. And so, I just really, really wish that we would kind of be a little bit more mutable to the terminology, because I think that's what really is going to open up that dialogue and that discussion.
If I may, I think the crux of the conversation kind of comes back to, are trans women? And I think
Crazy.
If we don't agree there, it's going to be very difficult to kind of keep the conversation going or even agree on the points that you guys are talking about, because if we don't believe that trans women are women, then the conversation kind of ends there in terms of whether they're like men can give birth or not, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure that's the case. I feel like the ability to give birth is not like the end all be all of a woman's like meaning and life and herself and her personality. And I think that if you can acknowledge that, I would also then maybe challenge the idea that womanhood, as opposed to like a female sex, like womanhood is a consistent thing that has always been one way.
So how would you define womanhood?
You sound like Matt Walsh.
It's a good question.
Womanhood, to me, is about standing in integrity. It is about being confident in who you are. And me, as a Black trans woman, should not be a threat to you. And what I see from a lot of cisgender women is they're trying to deem what womanhood is supposed to look like. I have my own perspective of womanhood. We can coexist in the same world, but the reality is we get so stuck on parts. Having a vagina is not the only thing that
She looks so angry.
on parts.
Sorry.
Having a vagina
That's funny. That's a
is
funny
not
zoom.
the only thing that makes you a woman. I'm sorry.
Shit,
It
my
takes
webcam.
integrity, it takes
Oh, that's gonna be
courage,
annoying.
it takes lifting other women up. It takes those things to begin to defy womanhood, and there's so many other different things.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, so if I were a white person and I said Blackness is about integrity and courage and kind of the same thing that you used to
Okay.
define womanhood, and then I said I want to transition into
This was the teaser, we
a
went
Black
over
person,
this.
and I'm white. And I'm redefining what Blackness is to fit what
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
view
I'm
it as,
tired.
right? There's no objective reality of what Blackness is.
I
Would
got
you
this is this like Mio energy thing, right? It's got caffeine in it and you're supposed to dilute it. But I don't want to do that because that's too much work. So whenever I need a caffeine hit, I can just drink it without diluting it. And it's probably not safe or healthy, but I'm going to do it anyway.
consider that appropriation, or do you think that's something I should be allowed to do?
I consider that dodging, and I consider that comparing apples to oranges, because race and gender identity
Not
are
very
two
good.
separate different things. Because when we look at race, we have to look at many, many different structures of what whiteness and white supremacy looks like, and how white supremacy can be manipulated into other things. And what happens is the closer you are in proximity to whiteness, you're able to weaponize it against other people. It reminds me a lot of Rachel Dolezal girl who, masqueraded as a Black woman. It really did open up many more doors of conversations around it, but it's still wrong. It's still not fair because she will still ultimately have a privilege that I, as a Black trans woman, would not begin to have.
What's interesting is that we're talking about race and gender, or as we probably like to call it on our side, sex. Race actually has a more understandable structure for people being transracial. Race does actually exist on a spectrum. I'm biracial. Many perceive me to be Black, even though I am also half white and half Black. We label people like President Obama as a Black president, even though he is as well. Race has never had binary markers. It does exist on a spectrum.
Okay, yes.
Gender, however, does have binary markers. As much as we try, as much
doesn't. First of all, as I'm sure Amala sort of acknowledges, but then always disingenuously refuses to acknowledge, there's a difference between sex and gender. Crazy. I think I'm the first person to say that. And what was it? Oh, second of all, shit. What's I gonna say? What did she say?
spectrum. Gender, however, does.
Oh, it's obviously on, even sex is on a spectrum, man. You can't really define sex with only chromosomes because people have chromosomal disorders. You can't really define sex with only hormones because people have hormonal disorders. Even sex is on a spectrum for at least a very, very small percentage of the population.
Does have binary markers. As much as we try, as much as we change the way that we self-present, chromosomes are not going to change, and that's just a reality.
All right, I'm going to bring up a little point here because you talked about the binary side of gender.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was born a little both. I believe I've never had my chromosomes checked, but since I fathered 2 children, I'm assuming I have the correct male chromosomes. So I was intersexed, and there's a lot of reasons that happens, none of which are well studied or understood, but a friend of mine in the pediatric trauma world says about 1 in 150 kids come out with some degree of ambiguity in their gender. For me, that appeared as always feeling out of place. And for the first week of my life, I was in the surgical wards at Naval Hospital in San Diego getting pieces of me cut off. And then they gave me testosterone for the first 11 years of my life. I wish the world were truly sexually binary. It would make it so much easier. But there is a little bit of a smear. And, as a trans person, I'm a very conservative trans person. I don't see the huge gender spectrum that a lot of people in the trans community do. Do I feel better having transitioned? Yes, absolutely. I used to live in a little shell, very large shell, but now I'm much more open about who I am. Is that the only thing that generally defines a woman? No, I don't think that is the only thing that generally defines a woman.
Right. I think there are a lot of women who may be on our side of the argument who will try to maybe invalidate your experiences by saying you can't give birth or you can't have a period. And while those things may be true, I'm sure there's a lot of other different struggles that you all are going through. And I would truly believe that you probably are highly discriminated against in our society, and it is hard to be you. It is hard to go through the things that you go through and have to deal with some of the responses that you get from people. And it's not a struggle that I would wish on
They're
myself.
gonna cut her
at
off
all.
before she says anything. Before she says
A struggle I wish on my worst enemy.
Trans women should be allowed to compete in women's sports.
Uh-oh.
I do think that trans women have every right to compete in women's sports. When trans women are
Been
on
over the
hormones,
argument
the
so many
hormones
times
break their
before.
body down. Having gender-affirming surgery breaks down the body. And so I think we really need to be educated before we jump to a conclusion that trans women are stronger than cis women in sports. Hi, everybody.
I find it interesting that you assume the people who disagree with you are uneducated, and I will speak out against that. I think the research shows that trans women do happen to have a biological advantage.
What do you mean you think? Show me a study. Show me a study. Show me the study. I have a meta-analysis of like 50 studies or whatever that shows no statistically significant advantage can be proven.
Against biological women. Even though you are taking hormones and that does start to change your body and level things out, we're talking about primarily people who have transitioned post-puberty, which means they do have male bone density, male wingspan, male hand size, feet size, lung capacity.
Okay, what if you're just a fucking tall woman? Like women who play basketball, right, in the WNBA are like taller than the average woman. People have sport advantages in sports because of their biological attributes.
All of these things are going against women, biological women, when trans women start to enter their spaces, their sports, and compete against them. And this is really concerning for me.
I think for me, it's not a question of whether or not trans women can compete in sports. It's a question of how can we change the institution of sports in this country to make it equitable and to create more opportunity for cis women, for trans women. And like that's kind of like why I wanted to actually ask you all, like, what has your relationship to sports been?
I don't think you have to have a direct relationship to sports to realize that women are being affected by this issue, and I do reject the idea of equity. There is no way to come about an equality of outcome, which is what equity is saying. There's a reason that women's sports are less funded and less watched than men's sports. It's because men seem to excel athletically, and they seem to press the bounds of athleticism way farther than women do. We now exist on a slippery slope. If it's female sports, is it then female locker rooms? Is it then female prisons, which we're now seeing becoming an issue here in California, where biological male inmates are being put in female facilities because they identify as women?
Oh my
we have
God.
To discuss-
Okay. I'm going to bring up the same thing again. I'm going to look up Blair White, right? And just ask, people, right? What do you think is going to happen if you put her in a male prison? Like, at that point, you're just pro-rape. I'm sorry. If you want to put her in a male prison, you're just pro-rape. Like, honestly, like, it's legitimately, like...
Us as a society, how much we give into the feelings of wanting everybody to be accepted, and how much we are willing to do that at the expense of biological women.
I use myself as an example. This is about how big I was in junior high school and early high school. I used to be able to walk up to a V8 engine block, pick it up off the floor, and set it on a table. And if I was in powerlifting or weightlifting, that amount of, that advantage was just unbelievable. I've been on hormones for 15 years. Did it weaken me? Absolutely. Did my bone density really hasn't changed, my muscular hasn't changed. And this is not a binary question. There's a lot of nuances involved.
I just want to ask a question. For what you were saying, can you throw out some statistics?
I don't think you need to have so there's an abundance of research. There's even trans activists who agree with exactly what I'm saying. And your hormones can change, right? And even she just spoke to the fact that her bone density did not change in going on hormones and changing these things. And we can see it in sports as we're watching them. Leah Thomas is a great example.
So if you can't throw out the statistics, we're not doing enough of the work. And let's also be clear, there are some cisgender women who produce high levels of testosterone as well. And so we really have to unpack it from all different sides here.
Can you produce statistics about the bone density of biological men and how it changes upon being on hormones and whether or not it levels out to biological women?
I actually cannot, because when I would think of those statistics, I would think it was B.
If you transition before puberty, generally it is about the same as a biological woman. Otherwise, I guess it doesn't. Oh no, I've been owned.
To be quite honest with you, because the reality of it is we could talk about statistics and the research all day long, but it's about experience. We're going to be looking more at the experience, because again, when we look at cisgender women who produce high levels of testosterone and who have been kicked out of sports.
I don't know. I mean, she's obviously, I don't think, the best person to argue for this. Like, if you want to bring up statistics, you can, and then you can mention that, like, the other person doesn't have any, so it's like, okay, so you can't disprove me, so let's work under the assumption that this is true since you aren't able to disprove me. I think you should do that rather than just say, oh, you don't have any statistics, but then also neither do I guess. You should always, you got to memorize some statistics, and then you have to bring it up, right? And then say, well, since you can't disprove me, let's work under the assumption that this is true and see what the conclusion is. As so long, given this is true, what's the fix? What's the solution? What's the conclusion?
And been disqualified from teams based on something that they biologically cannot control, then what are we really talking about here?
Well, we're talking about, data and that is overwhelming, and we're talking about what is also we're capable of
really
seeing
not
with
overwhelming.
our human eyes. I think it's very clear that if you compare maybe you to the rest of us, there is going to be a strength difference. There's going to be a
You
bone
don't know
density
that.
difference.
But you're just saying that you don't know until we physically do something, and just perceiving and assuming just because I look a certain way, that's not fair. Me and her we could look completely different or whatever, but she may be stronger than me.
I agree, but
she have much more agility and vitality than I do. We don't know that until you actually do it.
I'm
until
saying
you
that
actually
it's been
experience it.
studied, it's been done.
And it's been done. We've seen it numerous
But it's an
times,
assumption.
time and time again.
But we're only going on assumption at this point. Because again,
It's not assumption when we see it. Maybe it's the news cycle that I watch, but I see it a lot. I see it quite often where they're showing trans women beating. I'm by far.
That's obviously just a news cycle you watch. Sorry to break it to you. To an extent, we are in our own ideological bubbles, but that is absolutely just a news cycle you watch.
You don't see women dominating in the men's sports, right? You don't see trans men going into men's sport and just completely dominating and wiping the field with them. This is what happens when you, in my opinion, twist God's design, and when you go against God's design.
Stop bringing
you
up God. She, I can't believe anyone is letting her talk. As soon as you bring up God and something like this, the debate is over. You don't get to force someone to adhere to your own religious prescriptions. Why? Don't let her speak. Don't let her make her point. If her point is strictly based off what she thinks God said. In order to what should I say? Prove that. No, not prove that. In order to make an argument that's faith-based, right? You have to prove that God exists, prove that he says that, and then prove why the government should listen to God, which you can't really do.
These problems that you wouldn't have if you weren't going against what God intended.
I'm going to take her side a little bit on that. Let me say one more thing, and I'm supporting you on this one. There's a great deal of women that, and actually there was a lady in the last Olympics that they actually disqualified until she went on androgen blockers to knock her testosterone down to a female level. Like I said, this is not a binary yes or no question. And the whole idea of messing with what, God puts up, God put me up, okay, if you want to take that. And I had this conversation with a very religious man in San Diego, and he was like, oh, I don't quite know how to deal with that.
And God made you that way, but he didn't make a lot of the people transitioning.
I understand.
No, but God also
or
understands
female.
my transition. God, first of all, knew what I was going to be in my life. God already knew I was going to be trans when God put me here. So I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair when people.
So funny to me that you keep bringing up God in this way. You can't, faith-based arguments are just so, you can't prove anything, and you can't make arguments based off of it. I'm sorry.
Dip and dab. Your relationship with God is personal.
Yes.
It's sacred.
Let's
and
keep
I
it
don't
there.
think it's fair when other people dib and dab in other people's relationship with God when they don't understand what they go through. God still blesses me as a trans woman. God blesses you as a cisgendered woman. God is embodied in me as a trans person. I don't think it's fair, again, when we judge people's personal relationship with God. Gender identity, sexual orientation, none of that matters to a God that loves all.
Gender dysphoria is real.
I think it is obviously real because many people experience it, but like any kind of dysphoria, whether it's someone who thinks they're overweight or anything, I think it should be treated as not reality. Like if I
thought she was going to bring up the amputee line. Whatever.
Obese, I wouldn't want to go to a affirming therapist to tell me, yes, you are obese and you should, get skinnier.
Well, I had the opportunity of working on the DSM-4, I think it was, when we
DSM is the handbook used by healthcare professionals in the United States and much of the world as an authoritative guide to diagnosis of mental disorders.
Transgender dysphoria from a mental illness to a condition. I had been, at that point in time, I had been cross-dressing for 50 years. And, because that dysphoria was there and
By the
every
way,
single thing.
We went over this during the Matt Walsh What is a Woman stream. There is no evidence that conversion therapy for gender works in any way. The only therapy that seems to work is some form of gender affirming therapy. Like, you really think, like, if there was a conversion therapy that worked, right, we would be screaming it from the rooftops. Especially Republicans, like, would be so clearly advocating for some form of like conversion therapy that exists and works, and they'd have evidence to show that it exists and works, but it doesn't.
I did to try to drive it away, didn't work. I spent millions of dollars trying to be the coolest dude in the world. I bought airplanes, I bought everything that I could to just show the world how masculine I was. It didn't work. It didn't go away. And I did therapy, I purposely went to a therapist that was anti-gender affirming. And literally he said, you need to do this, and because it was so deep-seated. Spent 6 weeks as Gina with my son, and at the end of that period of time, he asked two very fundamental questions. The most important one was, it's got to be truly exhausting for you to lead two lives. And I was kind of like, that kind of shook me to the core that my 22-year-old son saw that better than I did. So shortly thereafter, I announced to my family that I was going to transition. My wife and I separated because of it. The kids were not necessarily shocked, but understood and have supported me quite well. And my wife has actually become a very good, very warm, supporting person for me.
Gender dysphoria almost made me kill myself. And coming from Mississippi, at the time, there wasn't a lot of access to gender-affirming resources, like hormones, if I wanted surgery, whatever the case may be. And a lot of us trans folks who don't have access like that, a lot of us have to do sex work to be able to afford some of these things as well. Me coming up at the age of 20, and I knew I had a serious gender dysphoria, I did things to my body that I should have went to a hospital to do. That is something that's very, very hard for people to understand. A lot of us commit suicide because of gender dysphoria, and so it hits our community a lot harder.
I do think gender dysphoria is very much real. I think the issue that's happened, especially in the space of science and research, is that we've looked at gender dysphoria and said the only source of care that we can go through is blind gender affirmation care.
Do you have any evidence to suggest any other form of therapy works? Receipt of gender affirming care interventions, specifically PVs or GHAs, was associated with 60% lower odds of moderate and severe depression, 73% lower odds of self-harm or suicidal thoughts during the first year of multidisciplinary gender care.
And a lot of the research shows that this is not the route to go into. In other countries that have decided to do nonpartisan research, Sweden, Finland, have decided that yes, gender affirmation care should be an option.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's it. This is what a few countries have done is they'll allow gender affirming care, but it has to be in sort of like a research setting where you're allowed to get it, but they have to, there's a few more hurdles and they kind of have to collect data on it. Currently outweighed. I mean, that's just like not true though. the risk of puberty suppressing is so low, and the risk of, you know, going through the wrong puberty is so incredibly high. The trade-off is like almost always worth it, like empirically.
But it really should be the last resort when it comes to treating people who appear at clinics with gender dysphoria. You know, a lot of conservatives will deny and say, well, gender affirmation care does not make them happier. And in many cases, that is true. But there are the cases like yourselves where the gender affirmation care does make them happier.
You know, I know a lot of people that have transitioned, have untransitioned. I've talked with a gentleman at a religious right convention one day, and he was sitting there screaming how Jesus got him out of his gender transition. And honestly, that was the saddest man I've ever talked to in my life. When I looked at him straight in the eyes and I said, you know, here, I don't agree with what you say, but I 100% support your right to say that. And he just literally broke down crying on the steps of the Supreme Court.
If I could interject really quickly, I do.
No, absolutely not.
I feel as though the medical profession is actually inching towards a space that is going to become unsafe for people who try to express their gender dysphoria, because now we have young children coming into clinics expressing this, who by and large, statistically, about 60 to 70% grow out of that dysphoria.
No! Okay. The studies, right, where that show that 60 to 70% of kids grow out of dysphoria, characterize gender dysphoria as like any sign of anything remotely associated with like the opposite gender, right? So in some of those studies, I would be counted as someone with gender dysphoria because I have long hair and have in the past painted my nails. When obviously I don't suffer gender dysphoria. I just have long hair, and my friends have forced me to paint my nails at some points. Like, literally, I would be in some of those studies, and then when I didn't transition, I would be counted as growing out of it despite never actually having gender dysphoria.
But because it's become a political issue, where many activists have come in and say, no, you blindly affirm, you affirm to the furthest extent that you can, rather than going through a more comprehensive process with these
No one is saying
children.
that.
We have
There's a reason we advocate for puberty blockers and not just immediately affirm them and do genital surgery and HRT.
What I think is a medical tragedy happening against young people in this country.
I have been sexually harassed.
Crazy.
Yeah, I think in our society, it's so sexualized, everyone and everything, and I think we owe a lot of that to pornography and just media, and I think the kind of acceptance that I do see more so in the LGBT community of like, you know, sex is great and let like everyone talk about it and there's no shame.
But that's a distortion of God's will. Dude, I can't take anything she says seriously.
Everyone's just blurting out, you know,
say it, say God.
The fact that we're
say it.
perpetuating a culture
say
that's, frankly, in my opinion, disgusting.
So are you talking specifically about LGBT people?
I'm talking more so just about this sexual revolution, that the more sexual you are, the more partners you have, the more open you are about your sex life and everything, the more like liberated you are. What is consent? People are coming out of the woodwork saying, you know, I was violated, this happened to me. But they like drove home with that person, and I'm not blaming them, but I am saying those lines are being blurred because of our just flagrant disregard for any kind of like actual relationship prior to the sexual encounter, and I think a lot of people are being exploited left and right.
I don't really think those lines are being blurred just because we have a more open and free society. By the way, that's what she's describing is a more open and free society. Like that is what the sexual revolution is about. It is literally a more open and free society. That is all it is. And by the way, like just having sex with random people the first time you meet them is not necessarily good for you, but freedom is good for you. That is the point. That is, freedom is good for you. You have to and of course some people are going to make bad choices, but you should at least have the freedom to make those bad choices. so you can learn and grow from it as a person and not just have like a set life path that society sets for you, right?
Sex positivity has been powerful. It has helped us to grow and learn about our bodies in so many ways and learn safe sex practices in so many ways. What I would blame for rape culture or for a lack of good boundaries or that kind of thing is we live in a capitalist system that has taken things like sex positivity and mangled it and repackaged it and made it a whole other thing than what it actually is.
I was sexually harassed for 5 years by a woman. That does happen because I'm pretty sure it's going to be we're men this, men that. It's hard coming from a man, but to me it was harder coming from a woman because it wasn't expected. Like I understand, you're going to probably touch on that about how men are more on the predatory side or the more harassing side sometimes. But I just want to let you know that it does happen with women as well.
All through my life, world's biggest kid in junior high school, I basically was harassed continuously for being gender nonconforming. Back then, everybody in junior high school took showers together. I basically had a permanent welt on my bottom from people snapping towels at me because, I wasn't as well endowed as I probably should be. I had, pretty good sized boy boobs and basically was just unhappy being in sports. But, it happens everywhere. I have been sexually assaulted, and it didn't work out well for any of them. It's real. Let me just put it that way. It's absolutely real.
Yeah, I think it'd be hard to find a person who hasn't been sexually harassed in some way, shape, or form, whether you are male or female. I think it's an experience that we all share because we are in somewhat of a hyper-sexualized society, and people love to make those comments public. I am a podcaster and I do social media for a living, so as you can imagine, the onslaught of sexual harassment is quite vast.
From a very young age, I've had this recurring nightmare of something happening to me, trying to warn people, and no one believes me. When you're not believed that you're a desirable person, and I really don't think rape has anything to do with desire, but when you're not believed in that way, when trans women are experiencing trans misogyny, we're the ones who are least believed.
It's also, I don't think, is a very productive question.
And it just feels so disempowering and so terrifying when you know that you are someone who is seen as hypersexual, as inherently sexual, as inherently predatory, and yet at the same time you're seen as someone who can be isolated and sexually assaulted and not believed.
I don't think there's anything inherently predatory about trans people. And I think oftentimes when we're talking from a conservative perspective, it gets misconstrued as viewing you as a threat. And I hope that that never comes off. And I think that allegations of sexual assault, regardless of who they're coming from, should be taken seriously.
We found common ground.
I think we agreed on something.
We found common ground.
Yeah, that was the point of that question, by the way. It's just so they can say, oh, we found common ground on one thing. Not that it isn't like an important question, obviously. But, oh my god, I just wish these debates were more productive, goddamn. Anyway. I'm uploading a short real quick. Okay, that was cool, I guess. There's like 3 more Jubilees, and there's two more articles I want to read. And there's, I guess there's another Jubilee I kind of want to watch. It's another rich and poor people. And then there's, I don't know, there's an Amalep Novi video that she like just uploaded.
Or at speed.
I don't think we're gonna watch it. I'm not really interested. Anyway. So, the U.S. and Iran have apparently been in indirect talks, which is good, hopefully. So we're going to read this article and another one. Not that long. Anyway. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, it's not that long. Not that long. The Biden administration is conducting indirect bilateral talks with Iran that it hopes, at minimum, will curtail Tehran's nuclear program, shorter weapons development, and end its proxy attacks on U.S. forces in Syria, and bring home 3 longtime American prisoners in exchange for limited access to some of Iran's billions of dollars frozen overseas. Begun several months ago, the talks are not... Okay, you can't start a sentence with begun, right? Okay, anyway. Begun several months ago, the talks are not a revival of negotiations over restoring the 2015 nuclear deal between Iran and the world powers, according to the U.S., European, and Middle Eastern officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss this sensitive issue. Until President Donald Trump unilaterally withdrew from the agreement in 2018, it eased U.S. sanctions on Iran in exchange for verifiable nuclear restrictions. President Biden's attempt to reinstate the deal ended last fall after more than a year of sporadic negotiations when Iran rejected what the U.S. and its European partners believed was a viable offer. Instead, the current discussions are an attempt to draw clear red lines and reverse what has been a steady escalation in Iranian aggressions and tensions exacerbated by Iran's crackdown on protests and weapons shipments to Russia for use in Ukraine. I mean, that is fair to say that's an Iranian aggression. Sometimes when we talk about Iranian aggression, what we really mean is U.S. or Israeli aggressions that Iran responded to, maybe not in the best way. But I don't know, when Iran seized that oil tanker, right, not that long ago, I think they seized a few, that was, I don't know, maybe in some sense a aggression, but that was preceded by the U.S. directing oil tankers away from Iran. And then I don't know, there's other things. I was trying to think of one. I had one. I don't remember now. Doesn't matter. Okay. Iran seeks billions of dollars worth of Russian aircraft and weapons in exchange for U.S. drones, or in exchange for drones, U.S. says. U.S. negotiations have warned that further attacks in Syria, the most recent of which took place in March, and continued high-level uranium enrichment that has come dangerously close to weapons grade, will elicit a response, including military action. Neither side wants. That is true, by the way. I don't even think Iran, by the way, probably doesn't want an actual bomb itself. And most military analysts agree with that, because that would kind of isolate them, even from countries that are kind of allies with them. They probably want what people call the Japanese option. So Japan doesn't have its own nuclear weapons, but Japan's an advanced country. It has all the scientists in nuclear research needed to make a nuclear weapon if they had to. So they could, in a couple of weeks, assemble a team of nuclear scientists, and within a few months or whatever, develop a nuclear bomb. Iran probably wants that. They probably don't want an actual physical bomb. They just want the ability to make one, which, by the way, I don't think is a good thing. But Iran has been shown it's willing to negotiate, especially when it comes to a nuclear-free zone in the Middle East, which Iran has proposed and agreed to multiple times, but the U.S. and Israel block it because Israel has illegal nuclear weapons that the U.S. refuses to acknowledge. There have been multiple attempts, as recently as 2015, to institute a nuclear-free weapon zone in the Middle East. And the U.S. refuses it. Iran doesn't refuse it. The U.S. does.
administration officials tried to downplay the scope of the diplomatic efforts to report that a new U.S.-Iran agreement was imminent surfaced in Israeli media earlier this month. While not denying indirect contact with Iran, U.S. officials have rejected any characterization of a pending deal. White House and State Department officials declined to comment on the ongoing talks. But the media reports have led to outspoken criticism by the Israeli government of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and some U.S. lawmakers. Obviously, Netanyahu is not exactly in favor of peace talks with Iran. He just wants, he eagerly, I'm being a little uncharitable here, but not really. He eagerly wants to just bomb the shit out of Iran. He wants to do it. He wants to do it so bad. That's what he thinks about every day. House Foreign Affairs Chairman Michael McCaul said in a Thursday letter to Biden that he was deeply disturbed that the administration was re-engaging with Tehran, and that the results of these discussions have included the apparent greenlighting of sizable payments to Iran. It's not payments to Iran, it's unfreezing their assets, which is in some sense payment, but it's not payment. Hours after McCaul released this letter, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken told reports that some of the reports that we've seen about an agreement about nuclear matters and detainees are simply not accurate or true. The talks are part of the administration's efforts to use quiet, high-level diplomacy to address problems in the Middle East and Persian Gulf, where China and Russia have expanded their presence as U.S. influence and interests have perceived to be waning. Those efforts also include increased outreach to Saudi Arabia to nudge it towards relations with Israel and promote a settlement of the war in Yemen. Ayatollah Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, appeared last week to signal his approval for some sort of arrangement with the West, saying it was not a problem as long as the country's nuclear infrastructure was not changed, according to the video footage of his remarks during a meeting with scientists and officials working in Iran's nuclear industry. Khamenei also said that Iran should maintain its cooperation and communication with the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, while reiterating its longtime position that Iran was not pursuing nuclear weapons, which he said were contradictory to religion. Like I said earlier, they're pursuing the ability to make a nuclear weapon. They probably aren't necessarily pursuing the weapon itself, if that makes sense. A senior European diplomat long involved in talks with Iran said that the administration's European partners were not entirely sure of the contours of the current discussions, but noted that it is clear that they are aware if the Iranian nuclear program continues at full speed, the crisis is unavoidable. What would Iran even do with a nuclear weapon? I just don't like. I obviously don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. I don't really want anyone to have nuclear weapons, obviously. But I don't know, the idea that like Iran is like that much worse than like Israel having nuclear weapons or India and Pakistan, I just don't necessarily believe that. That's not to say that they should have nuclear weapons. I obviously do not want Iran to have nuclear weapons. Representatives from Britain, France, and Germany, which were signatories to the original nuclear agreement along with Russia and China, met in the UAE last week with Iran's chief and nuclear negotiator, Ali Bakiri Khani. Listen, man, I don't know. I can't pronounce English words. Heightened concerns about the breakout time. U.S. officials insist that they have offered nothing to Iran in exchange for progress on the nuclear and Syria fronts beyond refraining from retaliation and the prospect of more substantive diplomatic discussions. The talks are meant to be de-escalatory, said one person familiar with them. Nobody in this administration wants anything bad to happen in the next year and a half as the United States approaches elections in 2024. Everybody agrees that the JCPOA, which was the original nuclear deal, as written, is not going to come back.
This person said, referring to the 2015 Accord, which is officially known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. We're not going to get a new agreement based upon some magic breakout time. Under the I'm just going to call it the Iran nuclear deal. That's what everyone calls it. Under the Iran nuclear deal, Iran agreed to limit uranium enrichment to 3.67% purity with strict international monitoring. U.S. intelligence said that it would prevent, for at least 1 year, any breakout as defined as amassing enough weapon-grade fissile material for one nuclear bomb. Since U.S. withdrawal from the nuclear deal, Iran has enriched and stockpiled uranium at 60% purity, following a path that its government laid out in 2020. Breakout is now estimated at a few weeks. Inspectors in February discovered traces of enriched to about 84%, barely below the 90% required for nuclear weapons. Although the IAEA suggested a small amount might have been a mistake. What? What do you mean the small amount? Does it mean the small amount of 84% uranium? I'm assuming that's what it means. We're never going to get the 3.6% enrichment caps again, the person familiar with the talk said. That was a one-time opportunity that we took. On the other hand, I see no rationale for 60%. So it would be good to work. So it would be good to work to see if you get the 60% blended to 20 or 19.9%. I think trying to go beyond that, it's just a fool's errand. Still, the person said, I think doing something is better than doing nothing. I think he's the first person to ever say that. Others disagree. Ali, I'm going to call him Ali, who oversaw the IAEA inspections of Iran's nuclear program in the 2000s, said the restrictions that have been described in new accounts that the administration would be willing to settle for 60% enrichment would barely blunt Iran's ability to build a nuclear weapon quickly if it decides to do so. Which, like most countries, have that ability. Like I said, that's probably what they're really trying to do. With Iran's current stockpile and vast underground assemblage of centrifuges, the timeline for accumulating sufficient highly enriched uranium for a weapons grade for a weapon would remain quite short, he said, and it would be possible for outsiders to tell if the regime has made a decision to build a device. The IAEA has been wrangling with Iran to restore full compliance with inspections and monitoring. Without that, it is an open question whether or not the inspectors could spot a small enrichment plant that might be the size of a supermarket. Said Ali, now distinguished fellow member at the Stimson Center, Washington think tank. An escalating danger is back and forth. The talks began several weeks after a March 23rd drone attack on the U.S. forces in Syria that killed an American contractor. Within hours, the U.S. had responded with an airstrike on an Iranian facility in Syria that killed a number of Syrian proxy fighters. Iran, which has maintained a channel of direct communications between its UN ambassador and Robert Malley, the chief U.S. negotiator, to the now defunct Iran nuclear deal. Just call it that. No one likes to second it. Fuck you. Talks, then sent indicators that I wanted to talk. 2 meetings have since taken place between Iranian officials and Brett McGurk, the top Middle East official on the National Security Council, with the Persian Gulf Sultanate of Oman serving as the venue, and go-between and nearby Qatar also playing a role. According to the people familiar with the talks, McGurk told Iran on the current path it was, with enrichment at 60% and inspectors being blocked from crucial tasks, there was no chance for renewed diplomacy that might lead to a reduction in sanctions. Negotiations over the detainees, Iranian American business executive Imad, and him imprisoned on what the U.S. considers bogus espionage charges, they probably are technically separate and conducted through Swiss officials. Jesus, I'm losing my voice already. but McGurk has reiterated the administration's long-standing position that it could not envision real progress on other issues until their prisoners are released, and Iran accounts for the 2007 disappearance of the retired FBI agent, CIA contractor Robert Levinson, who is presumed dead. It is on the detainee issues that officials and reports from the regions have indicated some progress. I can say they are close. Omani Foreign Minister Syed, I don't know, man. I'm sorry, I don't know. Said in an interview Wednesday with Al Monitor, a Washington-based website covering the Middle East. It's probably a question of technicalities, he said. They need to have some framework and a time of how this should be orchestrated. I think they're ironing those things out. Well, that's good. Those things, he made clear, referred to a potential release of detainees tied to the unfreezing of a portion of Iranian funds that have been held overseas for years under U.S. sanctions. He spoke just a day after Iranian finance minister said that at least some money will be released in the coming weeks, according to the Iranian media reports. Dude, I'm sorry. What? Hold on. Can I get a pronunciation?
Khwarizm.
That's not right. That's not even the... Whatever. Made no reference to a prisoner release. Allowing frozen Iranian assets to flow to Tehran is particularly fraught in political terms. The release of billions of dollars of frozen Iranian dollars, concurrent with the freeing of U.S. hostages and implementation of the Iran nuclear deal in 2016, brought harsh criticism for the Obama administration, which Republicans charged had handed over pallets of cash that Iran would use to fund terrorists. Probably not true. They probably did not use it for that. I kind of doubt that. Iran has plenty of money to do that anyway. I don't know if they really need U.S. assets to continue doing that. Their frozen assets to continue doing that. The money under discussion would come from the $7 billion held in 2 South Korean bank accounts under an arrangement initially authorized by the Trump administration that allowed for the purchase of Iranian oil as long as payments for it were deposited in banks which Iran had no access. Under current regulations, theoretically, the money could be released to pay third parties for Iranian humanitarian purchases that are not subject to sanctions, such as food and medicine, a pathway that India and other Iranian energy customers have used. But South Korean banks have declined to release any of the money without explicit and unequivocal U.S. agreements that until now have not been forthcoming. Although any agreement is believed to be months away, if it can even be reached, the Treasury Department studying an arrangement under which the money would be transferred to South Korea to a U.S. monitored account in a third country. Iran would apply for the funds to go directly to a humanitarian organization, with each individual transaction being approved by the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control. None of the money would pass through U.S. or Iranian financial systems. That's kind of insane. That's kind of, I don't know. I obviously do not like the state of Iran, but we would not do this to any other country. We're so sort of unreasonably hostile to Iran. The fact that when we say we're unfreezing assets, they still don't really have any control of them. They have to go through the Treasury Department, and it would never actually flow through Iranian financial systems. We'd never do that with any other country. But while Biden could claim credit for freeing the detainees, even a closely monitored release of funds would encounter strong political headwinds, both at home and in Israel, obviously. Israel's security establishment has been bracing for an announcement of a U.S. deal with Iran since the media accounts began to emerge. Netanyahu, who encouraged Trump to pull out of the original accords in 2018 and warned that restoring the agreement could force Israel to retaliate, to act military against Iran, has repeated those warnings in recent days. I saw that as a headline. I didn't know if it was true or not because it was from some like tabloid site. But yeah, that's great. Dude. I hope Netanyahu doesn't last much longer in office, man. I didn't keep up with the Israeli protests. I don't know what the end result of them was, but goddamn, man, come on, you can't do that. You can't just attack Iran for negotiating with people, dude. Netanyahu is insane. Like I said, I told you, I think he's just eagerly wanting to attack Iran, and anything he can use to get that, he will. Like he clearly, like I said, he encouraged Trump to pull out of the deal we had with Iran, and now he's saying if Iran negotiates, we might just drone strike them because god damn it, man, we're gonna go to war, man. By the way, some of the documents that Trump had that he was recently indicted for, right? That he stole, are suspected to be contingency plans that we had to go to war with Iran, which is interesting. Obviously, the U.S. has plans to go to war with anyone. We have plans to invade Canada in case we ever have to, right? But the way the plans were described is that we had contingency plans to go to a full-scale war with Iran if they decided to, retaliate in any way to us bombing drone striking their general, right? Forget his name, but the general that we striked, that Trump did pretty much unilaterally. It was great. Referring to a phone call with Blinken, Netanyahu told his cabinet last week, "I reiterated our consistent position that returning to the nuclear agreement with Iran will not stop the Iranian nuclear program and will only enable Iran to channel funds to terrorist organizations that it sponsors in the Middle East and around Israel's borders." I don't want to get into the whole Israeli-Palestine thing, but come on, man. You want to talk about terrorism? Let's talk about the fucking IDF, Netanyahu. Netanyahu, by the way, is like a major war criminal. There's no reason he should not be brought up in war crimes. In private, however, the Prime Minister reportedly has downplayed the likely impact of more limited discussions taking place in Amman at a closed-door briefing in the, I don't know how to pronounce it, Knesset's Foreign Affairs Defense. By the way, this is just like Israeli's parliament. Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee on Tuesday. Netanyahu characterized that potential political agreement as more palatable to Jerusalem than the original nuclear accord, saying that it's not a nuclear deal, it's a mini deal, according to reports in Hebrew language media that cited participants in a meeting. "We will be able to handle it," Netanyahu reportedly said. Israel's ambassador to the United States, Michael Herzog, in recent remarks to a Jewish group in Washington, said that Israel will reserve its right to freedom of action, meaning to strike Iran if it senses an imminent threat. The fuck does that mean? But he has also offered praise for Washington's efforts to negotiate with Tehran. As far as we're concerned, diplomacy in and of itself and such understatings are not necessarily bad to the extent that they can help a delicate situation, Herzog said, according to the Times of Israel. Dude, that's fucking insane. Look, I know Israel hates Iran and all, and especially Netanyahu, but the fact that they are just like so openly saying, like, yeah, if Iran negotiates, we might just have to strike them tactically, That's insane to me. Dude, Israel is such a fucking, they're a rogue state, like, genuinely. Like, imagine if fucking, like, Cuba said this is something. Like, hold on, I'm gonna pull up the rogue state list, U.S.
Yeah, here's our list of rogue states, which Iran is, by the way, apparently. Iran, the country that, like, we just saw is, like, willing to negotiate, right? Oh, wait, is Iran formally? No. Okay. So, yeah, Iran is, dude, these colors are too similar. Iran is currently considered a rogue state. Iran, the country that is just shown that, like, it is willing to negotiate with people, is a fucking rogue state. And Israel, who said, yeah, if Iran negotiates, we might have to fucking strike them, is not a rogue state. It's fucking insane, man. It's insane. Yeah, it's not good, though. The real solution here is a nuclear-free weapon zone in the Middle East. That's what we should have. So neither Israel or Iran gets to have nuclear weapons. That is the real solution here. That is what we should all advocate for. That is what Iran has, by the way, agreed to in the past. That is the solution. But we won't accept it because we want Israel to be on our side. Of course. Okay, here's another article. It's a little bit shorter. America wants to lower tensions with Iran. Good. Iran cannot rival Ukraine and Taiwan for headlines, but it could seem prove dangerous as either. Its nuclear weapon program has put its regime in a position to dash for a bomb. Because full-blown negotiations are impossible, the threat could yet draw the Middle East closer into war, including through American strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. That is why it is good the Biden administration is seeking lower tensions. Blah, 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 blah. I can't delete that. Oh, yes I can. Why can't I? Okay, there we go. Since 2018, when President Donald Trump recklessly left a pact between Iran and a group of world powers known as the Iran nuclear deal, Iran has faced fewer constraints on its nuclear program. The original pact lifted some sanctions. In return, Iran agreed to abide by a set of commitments until at least 2030, including that it would cap uranium enrichment at 3.67% and accept intrusive inspections. The goal was to freeze at a year the time needed. The goal was to freeze at a year the time needed to enrich a bomb's worth of uranium. Okay, they phrased that sentence poorly. That's not my fault. Not my fault. I can read. I can speak. It's not my fault, guys. Mr. Trump viewed this as the worst deal ever, yet he also decided against a military strike. The plans for one may be in a stash of classified documents. As I said earlier, Iran has responded by accelerating its enrichment activity and continuing to act as a menace in other ways. It has supplied fleets of drones to Russia. Since September, after a young woman died in the custody of Iran's morality police, it has crushed anti-regime protests at home. True. In February, international inspectors found that particles of uranium enriched at 83.7%, just short of the 90% typically needed for a bomb, leading Israel to warn that it may attack. Of course. The new arrangement being discussed between America and Iran, known as calling it a deal, would seek to lower the temperature. Iran would cap enrichment at 60% and accept more inspections. America would ease sanctions somewhat, for example, letting Iraq and South Korea honor $10 billion of payments they owe Iran. Congressional approval would not be needed. The agreement would reward Iran for slightly less dangerous behavior, even as it flirts with becoming a nuclear weapon state. That sounds like a dreadful outcome until you consider the alternatives. Mr. Trump's policy, bringing down the regime through sanctions, has failed. That's not just Trump's policy. That's been everyone's policy since fucking 1979. GDP has shrunk 44% since 2012 in dollar terms,
but the mullahs and revolutionary guards are retaining power by spilling blood. 349 people have been executed this year. And it's not even more than the U.S. has executed. Like, obviously, there's not much, not exactly due process in Iran, but like, oh no, that is a lot more. There was only 18. I don't know. Whatever. And it's obviously not due process in Iran. Like, you can obviously get arrested for a lot of stuff. There's a limited amount of free speech in Iran. Like Iran is not as oppressive as we like to think it is. Iran has an elected president and an elected legislative branch. Even the supreme leader is appointed by the assembly of experts who are elected. And anyone over the age of 18 can vote, I think. Even women, as you might not expect. That's not to say Iran is exactly a free and open society, but still. In the past year, oil exports, mostly to China, have risen from under 1 million barrels a day to over 1.5 million. A Chinese broker deal with Saudi Arabia has left Iran less isolated. The JPCOA is dead. Iran's breakout time is measured in days, not years. The deal's backers in Tehran have lost sway, and the possibility of Mr. Trump being re-elected means America cannot make a credible long-term commitment. The military option is no better. True, American-led strikes would not destroy Iran's nuclear effort, only set it back by months or years. They might also ignite a regional war. America has other priorities, helping Ukraine and deterring China and Asia. The last thing it needs is a conflict in the Middle East. Today, the conditions for a grand bargain with Iran are not in place. That could change when Ayatollah I can't speak, dude. I gotta remember to cut all this out because I'm not good at speaking. When Ayatollah Khamenei, Iran's 84-year-old supreme leader, eventually dies, it could trigger a succession struggle. A deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel could shake up Middle Eastern diplomacy. With an eye on its oil supplies, China could press Iran to act more responsibly. Even if that's another thing, by the way. People are so freaked out of the Iran-China, the Iran-China deal, which wasn't really, it was a peace deal, brokered by China. It was way, way overblown. And here's the thing. I don't, necessarily want Iran to have more power, or China and Iran to be close. But I kind of do feel safer for two reasons if Iran is closer to China. One, it makes the cost of us striking Iran higher because we think it might bring us into a greater war with China, right? Which would obviously be bad. So it makes us a lot less likely to engage in a unilateral strike against Iran. It does the same thing for Israel. Israel's a lot more likely to strike Iran. And two, like this just said, if Iran feels like China's going to get upset if they do anything too aggressive towards us, Iran is less likely to do that. Which is why I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that they might be allies in some sense. Even if a grand bargain proves permanently out of reach, the intensity of the Ukraine war could one day fade, freeing up American military resources. Buying time while retaining the option of using force against Iran is the least bad option. That's true. And hopefully, the Ukraine war might be over soon. We just saw all this shit that happened with the Wagner group. They asked to be positioned in Africa, right? And moved from Ukraine to Africa. And during the Ukrainian counteroffensive, that might end up being a big deal. It might mean, the war could end soon, which is good. That's really good. Anyway. Yeah, like I said, Netanyahu's insane. That's what we should take away from this.
Oh, and the real solution's a nuclear-free zone in the Middle East. Okay, we're gonna read one more article. Then I think I'm gonna go back to playing Minecraft and watching Jubilee. Hold on, I want to see how long these are. $12 minutes. Oops. 24 minutes and 14 minutes. Yeah, it's not long at all. That's a shame. I kind of want to stream for longer. What else? I don't know. Maybe there's something else I can find. Male feminist versus anti-feminist, which is 55 minutes long. Should minors transition? Detransitioners versus trans. Oh, we gotta watch that. Oh, wow. We're definitely gonna watch that.
The only thing that I could...
Anyway. Just got to get through this one. One more article. One more boring thing, guys. All right. It's short, too. All right, good. The Supreme Court rules against Navajo Nation in water supply case. I don't know anything about the court case. Maybe the Supreme Court was incredibly based here. I don't know. Probably not, but maybe. Maybe. Let's be charitable, guys. Let's be charitable. The Supreme Court ruled on Thursday against the Navajo Nation, dismissing a lawsuit arguing that the federal government has the legal duty under a treaty signed in the 1800s to develop a plan to provide the tribe with an adequate water supply. The ruling was 5-4 against the Navajos, with Justice Brett whoever delivering the opinion to court. Justice Neil Gorsuch filed a dissenting opinion, joined by the court's liberal justices. It's not looking like they're based. The suit pitted the Navajo Nation against the U.S. government, as well as a handful of Western states that are concerned about water allocation. How do you fucking pronounce that? Hold on, guys. I'm gonna look it up. Oops.
Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh? Oh, I knew that. Kavanaugh wrote that the case was not whether the U.S. has interfered with water access for the tribe, but whether a treaty required the U.S. to take concrete steps such as potentially building pumps, wells, or water infrastructure to facilitate better access. In short, the 1868 treaty did not impose a duty on the United States to take affirmative steps to secure water for the tribe, including the steps requested by Navajos here, such as determining the water needs for the tribe, providing or accounting, developing a plan to secure their water need. Kavanaugh wrote, he said that it is not the judiciary's role to update the law, and that is particularly important that the federal courts not do so. That is literally the role of the judiciary. It is literally your job to interpret the law. And if, what does it mean, update the law? It's not your job to change laws, but it is literally your job to interpret the law and decide what they mean, and that can update its meaning. Yes, that is your job. Crazy. Allocating water in the arid regions of the American West is often a zero-sum situation, Kavanaugh said. And the zero-sum reality of water in the West underscores that courts must stay in the proper constitutional lane and interpret the law, here the treaty, according to its text and history, leaving the Congress and President the responsibility to enact appropriate laws and otherwise update federal law if they see fit in the light of competing contemporary needs for water. He added, I wish they could quote the treaty so I would know what it said. Justice Neil
Gorsuch, who is often sided with tribes in legal disputes that come to the court, dissented in the case, joined by 3 liberal justices. Yeah, the 3 last week. Gorsuch voted with the majority, leaving enact a decades-old law that prioritizes the placement of Native American children with Native families. In Thursday's case, he accused the majority of misreading the Navajo's request. He said that the Navajo were not arguing that the U.S. is legally obligated to pay for pipelines or other aquifers to access water. The tribe sought only for the government to formulate a plan to identify the water rights it holds for the tribe. Because there is nothing remarkable about any of this, he said, he would have allowed the case to proceed. But he said he would have allowed the case to proceed. Proceed to where? The Supreme Court. I'm confused. You are where it proceeds to. Whatever. Where did the Navajo go from here? Gorsuch asked rhetorically. He said that their wait to find the extent of their water rights is akin to the experience familiar to any American who has spent time with the Department of Motor Vehicles. The Navajo waited patiently for anyone, to help them, only to be told repeatedly that they have been standing in the wrong lane and must try another. True. He said the tribes have tried it all, including writing federal officials, petitioning the Supreme Court, and seeking to intervene in ongoing water-related litigation. At each turn, they received the same answer: try again. True. Only based thing he said. When this routine first began in earnest, emphasizing how much longer the tribes sought help, Elvis was still making his rounds on the Ed Sullivan Show. The suit comes as water from the Colorado River is scarce. The states located in the arid Southwest are tangled in disputes concerning water allocation. The tribe claims that while the average person in Navajo Reservation uses 7 gallons of water a day, the national average is 80 to 100 gallons. God damn. Just give them first access then. Like, they're using the least. Come on, man. The nation, which extends across Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah, lies within the drainage basin of the Colorado River, has signed 2 treaties with the U.S. In 1868, the U.S. promised a tribe a permanent homeland. Shea Devisky, a lawyer for the Navajo Nation, told the Supreme Court that the Navajos made clear that they understood the promise of a permanent homeland in the 1800s to include an adequate water for agriculture and raising livestock. That's unambiguous. Wait, did the treaty say that? If it said that, that's completely fucking unambiguous. Hauled from miles away, water can cost up to 20 times more than it does in neighboring reservation communities, he argued. I don't know. I mean, a promise of a permanent homeland, I would assume, would also require that homeland to be livable. And if it doesn't actually have water, then it's clearly not livable. Like, I would assume if you're agreeing, if you're a landlord, right, and you're like, okay, here's a, I don't know, house for you, right? The house doesn't have any fucking water or electricity. Sure, it's a house, but you can't actually live there. So it might as well not be. It's not useful in any way as a house. I don't know. He said the tribe is looking for a fair share of water through a fair process. A promise that it's a solemn duty in the United States' duty to see that the Navajo Nation has the water it needs, and the United States promise, he said. The U.S. government had argued that the tribe did not have the legal right to make the claim because the treaties at issue did not create a right for the nation to sue the government over water. What the fuck? So they're not even arguing like the treaty didn't include the argument that like they didn't have to provide adequate water. They're just arguing the treaty did not give them the right to sue the national government. The fuck? Wait, did it fucking set precedent that they can't sue the government? There's no way. Okay. Frederick Liu, an assistant to the Solicitor General, told the justices in oral arguments in March that the dispute about whether the U.S. owes the Navajo Nation a judicially enforceable affirmative duty to assess the tribe's water needs, develop a plan to meet them, and then carry out the plan by building water. I cannot speak. And then carry out the plan by building water supply infrastructure on the reservation. The answer to that is no, Leo said. I don't fucking know. I think I would assume a permanent homeland kind of implies it has to be livable. I would say we should probably do everything we can to make it livable. And their argument is just, well, actually, the treaty didn't give you the right to sue us. So that's a little concerning, especially if it set precedent that you can't sue them. It's a literal Dred v. Scott moment. That's not good. That's not good. It's so, dude. I don't know enough about the specific treaty here, but like the amount of times Native American treaties have been violated by the U.S. government, man. You gotta give them a win sometime. Come on. You can't keep doing this. You can't keep doing this, man. You can't keep doing this. God damn. All right. Okay, I have to... I'm going to play a lot of audio on accident. Pro-wall versus undocumented immigrants. That's going to be interesting. Oh, that's the wrong window. There we go. Why the fuck is it so small? Oh, I broke it. I broke it. Broken. Oh, wait. Hold on. There we go. Why is my webcam doing that? It's like not actually all the way to the edge, but OBS says it is. Whatever. Don't annoy me. Anyway, what are we going to watch first? I want to watch this first.
Raise your hand if you feel attacked by the opposite side. Step forward if you agree with the prompt. Gender-related treatment should be banned for minors. I repeat, gender-related treatment should be banned for minors.
Okay, to be clear, I don't think you should be able to get surgery before you're 18. HRT, I don't know, is more ambiguous. I would say like you should probably be at least 16 about. I mean, it depends on the case, obviously, before getting HRT. But puberty blockers like are generally safe, and I don't really care how young you are when you go on puberty blockers. I would say
medical transition is no place for a child. I transitioned as an adult, and I have medical complications. I have mental health issues. Child cannot consent to a medical transition.
That's not. I don't think that's completely true. But part of the reason we advocate for like puberty blockers, right, is that it reduces the invasiveness of future surgeries, right? So it's less likely to lead to medical complications, as well as the fact that it makes other gender affirming treatments more effective, right? And it's less likely to lead to negative long-term effects. That's all I'm saying.
Because kids want to eat ice cream every day. It doesn't mean that they should.
I kind of agree with you on that as well, because we have so many rules and regulations when it comes to tobacco or alcohol or any type of drugs. Driving a car, you can't even rent a motel until you're like 25. There's some specific things that we need to put into place that I think would help protect our children, because the minors themselves really don't know who they are until they become 25, 26 years old. Their minds aren't fully developed, and it kind of breaks my heart a little bit.
So I did transition as a minor. I was a teenager who had a lot of mental health issues and had been sexually exploited and hated my body. And it ended with me kind of finding spaces where that was twisted into, no, you're just a boy in the wrong body. And it ended with me having my first ever medical intervention being a double mastectomy at 16, before any hormones, before anything else. And because
Okay,
of
to be clear, you
transitioning
probably
at
should
such a
not
young
get a
age,
double mastectomy before anything else.
in the past 6 months, I have watched my body fall apart and waste away in front of me. I have constant joint pain. I've watched my muscle mass waste away. I've watched my vocal cords hurt. I don't know if I'll ever be able to carry a child. The evidence we have suggests that the best way to figure out if gender dysphoria persists into adulthood is to let them grow up.
Which
Because
is
a lot
why
of these kids
we
will grow out of it, and many of them will just
advocate for
grow up and end
puberty
up being
blockers.
gay or gender nonconforming.
Yep.
Can the disagreeer step forward?
I mean, if we're going to be honest, every major medical organization supports gender-affirming care for trans youth. They say it's
absolutely do.
safe and it's life-saving. And there are numerous studies that back that up.
The study that backs it up for puberty blockers is the Dutch protocol, and the same
I have
scientists.
10 studies that I can bring to you
The
right
same
now.
scientists that brought that up have since rolled it back and said it was never supposed to be applied the way it has. The American medical industry, we all know, is money hungry and has gone off the rails.
I do agree
fuck?
that there are definitely some doctors out there that may be taking advantage of trans people, and I'm sorry that you went through this. Truly, I really am sorry. But trans kids are valid, and it's not a decision that they're making.
Right.
It's healthcare.
I want to speak to that real quick. Like, I came out 13 years ago when I was 14, and I knew, not that I was trans, but that I was a boy. I had to go through a lengthy process of therapy and seeing an endocrinologist and like go through different tests and exams to make sure that this was real to everyone else involved. Transitioning and being trans was just a process I went through to become who I always knew I was. It wasn't a like decision that I made. It was a life or death thing for me. And if I hadn't gotten on hormones and gotten surgery at 16, I don't know if I would be here.
As a father, I have 4 kids, and also as a trans person, I think that knowing what it looked like for me as a child, and that experience of going through all of the turmoil and all of the trepidation around my gender identity, I would not put my children in that situation. And also, I don't think that surgeries should be allowed for minors. Like, when we look at the data and we look at the statistics and we look at the research, the vast majority of these surgeries are happening to adults. They're not minors.
That's also true.
So let's start there,
There
right?
are
And then
very few minors who get, first of all, the amount of minors who transition in the first place is pretty small. And the amount who actually go through surgery is even smaller. And you also have to think about, not many doctors are really like willing to, God damn it, Zach, are really willing to operate on a minor for super invasive surgery, right?
Further than that, if we look at puberty blockers are reversible. So when we come to children, when we talk about puberty blockers, that gives them a shot.
Yeah.
And it gives them autonomy over their bodies. It gives them a space that they can explore their expression. They can explore who they are without surgeries, without all of these other things that could have permanent effects. My kids were maybe 8 and 10 when I started my transition. And so I talked to them in kid terms. I told my son, I said, look, you know, your mom, dad wants to be a dad because that's how I feel. And my kids being so young, they understood it. They were like, okay, we're with it, you know? And so as they got older, I would bring them into my world and get them to understand the things that maybe I was going through. But now that they're adults, they understand differences in people, not just trans people, but people in general.
So there is such thing as gender fluid. How
Yes.
do you know that this kid is not going to change their gender expression later on? We really actually don't have studies on children that are taken over long term, like over 10 years, 20 years. You've only been on testosterone 14 years. One of the oldest trans men, Buck Angel, he almost died from testosterone. You're saying right now it saved your life, you may still die from it. You don't know. You're
die
still
happy.
Exactly.
You'll die for
adult, you can
ideology,
make
and a
that
lot of
decision.
people have died for an ideology.
It's not an
But we
ideology.
have
It
more
is.
people that are
Who I am.
dying because
It's an
they're not
idea that you were
allowed
born
to
in the wrong
express
body.
themselves. Look at the suicide rate of transmasculine folks is at 55%. And one of the factors that could save their lives is support, right? And so if we have folks that are committing suicide because they're not allowed to transition, how do we fix that? If you're
I
telling
think
me the transition
the
for
first thing-
children or minors is something that shouldn't be done.
The first here, I am very sensitive to this subject, as I've been the person who has had to talk people off the ledge when it comes to suicidality. The discussion around how we talk about suicide is a very dangerous one
God damn
in this
it.
community. You know, my parents were told, do you want a dead daughter or a living son? That's not an appropriate way to talk about that.
And I understand that, but
And
it is our transmasculine youth
I understand
that
that.
are at the highest risk
I
of
understand that,
suicide.
and they deserve help. But we also need to have a responsible conversation that is not using suicide as a means to push them down a pipeline before they have that comprehensive care.
So I have a question.
Sorry, Aris, I know you've been wanting to say
Yeah,
something.
no, because I have a big problem. Oh, yeah, no, so I'm not an interrupter. What I'm going to say is we insult children, our youth, so much by taking away their autonomy and their own agency over their own decisions and insulting that they know who they are. Like an adult knows who they are more than they do. No one knows who I am more than I do.
Right.
And it's always been
True.
that way. I've always known who I was. I've never felt like I was in the wrong body. I just had to adjust my body. And so I think taking away kids' agency and the right to their own body is, it's anti-human.
I have a question. Do you believe minors should be able to get tattoos or plastic surgery or consent to the list of other?
It's so different.
Hold on,
I
let me
understand they
answer
are
this question
different
for
things,
you.
but to what
No, you
level
can't
do
even
we?
make that
to what level do we give children bodily autonomy over everything they do? Because here's the thing: children need barriers in childhood development. You need barriers, and they need a safe way to push against those barriers. And I worry with the current medical system that instead of giving them a safe way.
Hold on, what the fuck? Come on. What the hell? Finally, okay. Anyway.
To express themselves and push against barriers, we have taken some of those barriers away, and that is why you see more detransitioners, because those barriers have been lifted.
Yeah, they're not just doling out surgeries for children.
That's true. I mean, there have been some barriers that have lifted, right? But that, I don't know. I view that as an overwhelmingly good thing. God damn it. Like I've said, there was a better way to address this stuff other than like some type of gender affirming care. We would know by now when we would be doing that. Typically the best option is some type of gender affirming care, and like I said a million times, there's a reason people on the left advocate for puberty blockers, which are reversible and don't have long-term effects, because we are actually the ones that care about children, whereas conservatives don't and want them to die. What the fuck? I didn't do nothing to you.
It's not happening
I had a
anywhere.
letter from a therapist in a single visit at the gender clinic office
And
before
that
I
was
had
abuse
the first.
from that therapist who did
Yeah,
not
that-
Yeah, that's
psychoanalyze
awful.
the
That
rest of
shouldn't
your
have
issues.
happened
Right,
to
and
you.
that shouldn't have happened.
your
have
issues
happened
weren't
to
being
you.
trans. There were a lot of other issues that you're
I have a
addressing right
diagnosis
now.
of gender dysphoria as
And
well.
you shouldn't. You were misdiagnosed.
No, I have one.
Right.
Yeah, you had to get a second opinion, honey.
And how was
Can
how was I supposed to do that when my parents were told
That's
that I
not
would
your
kill
fault.
myself?
But your
Yeah, that's not your
parents,
fault.
your parents,
Their biggest crime in all this was trusting a medical system that they thought would help me, and the professionals apparently not doing the right thing
I
here.
understand, but your
Yeah,
parents were
absolutely
responsible for the decisions that were made on your behalf.
I think that what this really highlights is the importance of you sharing your story, because what it shows is that you can't jump into these transitions, and you
Yeah.
shouldn't listen to these doctors that push you to
True.
transition
Right.
just
Nobody
because you're feeling a
should.
certain way.
Social media brainwashes teens to believe that they're trans.
They don't brainwash teens, but like I've said 100 times before,
I have to agree on that one.
the benefit of living in a free and open society is that people can freely express ideas. And that will obviously make people more accepting of those ideas, right?
Like, there's this thing about it.
Right.
Like, yeah, there's this play that they have.
I don't think that it necessarily brainwashes children, but I think there are a lot of people who get into being queer or trans because it's trendy. And I know that's a really controversial statement to make as a trans person, but I have seen it, I have experienced it, and I also find that social media, especially...
I don't know. I mean, maybe to some extent. I just don't see that really happening, man. Like, the idea that someone would like want to be trans to me is kind of absurd. God damn it, this game sucks. There's obviously a ton of, pain that goes with that. I see how it definitely makes people more likely to be, but that's just because, like I said 100 times, free and open society where you can freely express ideas. I just don't really see that being an issue.
Apps like TikTok give a lot of these kids so much misinformation and lead to people thinking they're trans when there are much deeper issues, and everyone just wants to belong and find an identity, especially when they're young. You know?
I think brainwash is such a strong
Yeah, that's a
word
very
to use
aggressive
there
word. I
when
would
it's
not. That's why I hesitated to step forward.
And that's why I
yeah.
would step in and actually say it's more so of like a social contagion.
Just, yeah.
Oh my god.
What got me to transition in the first place was social media. It had a grasp on me that there could be something else out in the world for me during that discovery, and I played it to the fullest 100%. I even passed as a female for a good, 6 years out of the 7 that I was transitioned. And later down the road, I went and paid out of pocket and talked to just a regular therapist, and she made me start questioning my own existence in a way, what I can do as a human being, not just as a male or a female, but what can I contribute to the society. And it made me open up to maybe I was born as a male, and it feels empowering to me.
Yeah, I mean, I was heavy on social media. Like in my transition, Tumblr, that was the place to be for sure. And everyone was talking about their transition from my experience, and everyone was talking about a lot of mental health issues, depression, and all of that. And it was kind of being trendy in that sense. Like when TikTok came out, like that was like a whole nother world. And the biggest thing that I found with that is like they weren't saying a lot of the negative things that were happening in their transition. There was always like a positive outlook on it, like I'm being who I need to be, like this is great.
This is the ticket to your happiness.
Yeah, and
how it's sold.
Like so much on social media, like I made a documentary on my transition, and I really went into depth of like a lot of my depression that I dealt with on that, and I didn't find anyone talking about that.
I personally didn't think I was trans till I saw earlier trans YouTubers. Before I was just gender bending man. And for sure, I also feel like comparing yourself on social media to other people that are more beautiful and successful will create dysphoria of some kind. And some people,
it will affect your self-image for sure.
Because we see all those beautiful trans women that are all dolled up or had every possible plastic surgery they could ever get. You're gonna feel dysphoria. You're gonna be like, I don't look like that.
I mean,
so
that's
I
in
have to go
general,
through
though.
steps.
You know what I mean? Whether you're cis
Right.
or trans, everyone
So social
is
media has
dealing
such
with
a-
that
I've fallen
for
into
sure.
that.
It has
looking
such
at,
a
you know,
bad impact on
actors
mental
and stuff.
health.
I wanted to be that muscular dude, and I wanted to
100%.
do that. So
No,
yeah,
It is such a bad, like, well-documented bad impact on people's like sense of self and mental health.
But
and
that's
so-
the social
But I also
media
really
problem.
quickly
It
just
doesn't
wanna
really
say,
have
like, I don't
much to
want
do with
people to
trans
think
people.
that, like, social media is turning people trans.
Yeah, we agree with that.
All right, can the disagree step forward?
Yeah, okay, so my thoughts on social media and everyone suddenly looking or being trans. I think whoever is leaning towards that or looking towards being trans for answers was always someone that felt that way or felt some type of way about their gender or their identity or the way they present themselves. They're just gonna go that way. I know plenty of femme twinks who went the muscle queen pipeline. It's not a rare occurrence. And so just experience your life, have fun. Try not to take social media seriously because no one is advertising their failures. It's all fake.
Yeah, but I think it is also important to say that like
Yeah.
social media is very, very effective. You know, I mean, I personally scroll on TikTok and I'm like, do I have OCD? Do I have autism? Like all these different things. And like it can suck you in. So it's important to be aware of those things.
I have a question for Samantha, since you have the largest platform here. Do you believe over the years you've inspired people to transition?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think that I've inspired people to believe that it's okay to be transgender, it's okay to express themselves, and that it's possible to live a happy and successful life.
How do you feel about the fact that some of them are going to regret the body modifications they got and going to have like...
I think that they should go
Like
to a
I've said
doctor
100
that is
times, the
well-versed
regret
in
rate
gender
is
care
incredibly
and
low,
have the
even for
appropriate,
the most invasive types of gender affirming care like surgery. I mean, yeah, it. You gotta understand. I'm stealing this from Vosh, by the way. I'm not. I steal a lot of stuff from other people. There are two regret rates. There's one for regretting the surgery, as a 1 to 2% of people do, and there's another regret rate of people who regret not transitioning earlier. What we're doing is addressing that regret rate. We're fixing an already existing regret rate.
Like analysis done beforehand. That's not my
And
problem.
I feel like a lot of folks are going to social media looking for possibility models. They're looking to see if they're okay. I know for me, when I was very young, looking to see if there were other people like me, because for a long time I thought that I was
the only one.
Exactly.
I thought I was the
right.
only one.
And so feeling like that, like suicide was a thing for me.
Me too.
Right. And so when I did see a possibility model, when I did see somebody that looked like me, that put me in a space where I was like, I'm okay.
Sigh of relief.
Right.
I will say there's also a difference from like showing people that you can have a positive life and then telling them what to do.
Mhm.
So I think you on your channel are kind of like, hey, look what I was able to do and how this made me feel, versus like, you should do this because I did this.
Right.
So I
And
think,
I'm also, I try my best to be very upfront
right,
about the
because we
issues of
can't help if
transition.
someone's
Exactly.
going to change their mind on something. Like that's inevitable.
Yeah.
We're humans.
And I have to jump on one more thing with that. Like, if I'm watching her channel and it inspires me to transition, I have been watching white straight men be president for years, and I've not wanted to be president once. So I don't identify with that. If we're going to talk about brainwashing, let's talk about where we see things every single day happening a certain way versus someone just living their life authentically.
People with gender dysphoria need therapy, not surgery.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that one.
I don't.
I've been convinced.
We all agree.
I think it's potentially both, though.
Yes.
I think everyone with gender
Well,
dysphoria
that's the
needs to go
thing,
through
yeah.
a therapeutic
Right.
process and mental health care before they make that choice for themselves.
Exactly.
I personally confused a lot of
need
my
this
gender
village to
dysphoria for
grow up.
body dysmorphia, because no matter how much I feminize my body, till today I still don't feel comfortable in my own body. And now, like looking among like members of trans community, I see that people keep on getting more and more surgeries. The surgeries are no longer affirming. You can just tell that this person is like struggling with body images. I was able to get on estrogen pretty quickly when I was 22, and my mental health declined after.
when you're 22, okay, you were 22. Like, at that point, you're an adult. We generally recognize you can do what you want with your body. You refuse a blood transfusion, you know.
Afterwards, and I attributed it to
Like, at that, once you're 22, you can, like, actually basically kill yourself. Like, because you can refuse life-saving medical treatment. You can just say, no, I don't want this kidney transplant, and you're allowed to do that. Like, we just generally accept that in society.
being still in the wrong body, needing more body modification, end up getting sex reassignment surgery. I do believe that transition was sold to me as a hardware fix for my mental issues that were not addressed. I still struggle with internalized homophobia that pushed me into transition in the first place. I struggle with borderline personality disorder, body dysmorphia. I'm on a spectrum, I'm ADHD, and I have all those issues that were not helped, and I was still struggling with
I
that
thought it was
after
grown
transition,
up.
and I still
God damn it.
do. Overall, after a few years, I came to a conclusion that I was not in the wrong body, that I'm a gender non-conforming man, and I am a feminine man. That's what I am.
I don't know if you guys have heard, but I've had a lot of binary trans people say that it's not a mental health issue. Like, if you're trans, and I know I don't agree with that. Like, I think there's a disconnect between the mind and the body. I guess I'm asking that. Like, it's like, do you think that it's a mental health disorder? And
I don't
needs to
think
have
being
therapy?
transgender is a mental health
disorder,
disorder.
right.
I think,
Right.
you know, gender incongruence is what they're referring to it as now. It's listed as a sexual health concern, but the gender dysphoria, which is the symptom that arises when you are transgender, is a mental health concern.
So maybe I'm thinking of, like, that's what I'm trying to say then in a sense.
And then
Yeah.
once you are diagnosed with gender dysphoria, and I feel like this is kind of what the prompt is kind of hinting at, if you do have gender dysphoria, the only treatment for that is transition.
Right.
Whether that be just a social transition, a medical transition, whatever transition fits you, that is the only way to heal your gender dysphoria. When I transitioned, the first thing my mom said to me was, can't you just be gay? It hurt hearing that.
True,
but
based
the
mom.
big reason that she said that was she was afraid of what my dad would think. He's always been very, very conservative, very traditional, you could say. He would make comments about trans people, about gay people growing up, so I always knew that he wasn't necessarily accepting. So when it came down to me transitioning, I said to him, I'm going to do this. Either you're going to be the dad that accepts me and supports me through it, or like, goodbye.
Oh, this guy's ain't grown up
And
either.
he chose to support me, and we're closer than ever now.
And I think a lot of us go through medical transitions to easier go through social transition.
Yeah, definitely.
Right. And
Yeah.
so a lot of our folks that do transition and may detransition, both experiences are valid, but also understanding that we're not mentally ill because we're trans.
Yes.
Right? And I think that there should be a psychiatrist or someone within behavioral health to be able to say, okay, you're in the right frame of mind to make this decision. But I want to just make it very clear that trans people are not dealing with mental health because they're trans.
Absolutely.
I disagree. I feel like transgender is
That's not completely true. A lot of transgender people deal with mental health issues because people don't accept them for being transgender. I understand this point. I'm just saying it, like, obviously, shit, if you're, I don't know, family cuts contact with you, the fuck? Because you're transgender, you're obviously going to suffer mental health issues, but that's not because you're transgender. It's because people stigmatize you for being transgender.
definitely, and elderly trans people afford for it to be classified as mental illness, so it's covered by insurance. Otherwise, why are you getting the surgeries to?
Because
but
of
if it's not a
dysphoria.
medical condition?
The dysphoria is a medical condition.
It is, but it's in your head. I would say that you have some kind of mental disorder if you're
You're
trying
right.
to mimic a stereotype of opposite sex to
Right, but
pass
it's
in
not a
society.
mimic. It's
The treatment for this
aligning.
mental illness is to transition.
I have a question though,
Yeah.
because I have a gender dysphoria diagnosis. I always have. But I'm still where I am today.
Can I give you my honest opinion? I think that you were probably misdiagnosed.
I
and
don't
that-
think I was.
So you,
Do you
do
feel
have gender
dysphoria
dysphoria?
in your body? I certainly do now.
Yeah, me too.
Well,
I
because
mean,
of the
you
changes that you made.
want to talk about now, but at the time,
At the time, did
at the
you?
time, I genuinely believed I did. I thought it would
I
save
need
me.
a
And then
mine cart.
looking back,
God
I
damn it.
realized that my dysphoria stemmed from some severe trauma that was not handled,
Yeah.
and that's why I think that mental health step is so important.
Yeah,
Because I've heard this from several other, mostly female detransitioners who we had some form of pretty bad trauma that spawned gender dysphoria symptoms.
Yeah.
And we can disagree about misdiagnosis or something later, but it felt real at the time for me.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it did. I didn't mean
And
that.
no, I know.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where that's where the mental health treatment really needs to come in and get to the root of that issue, because oftentimes, specifically with the detransitioners I've talked to, that was ignored. I came out to my parents in a mental health facility after telling the therapist that I thought I was transgender. And she told me we had to tell your parents so that way you can get the help you need. It led to me seeing a gender therapist who, honestly, the issues I was facing were never addressed. To this day, no one ever addressed the fact that I had severe trauma and exploitation going on as a young teenager. Instead, I was kind of just affirmed in, you believe this, and instead of even just a little pushback, it led me to the point where the very first medical intervention I ever had was a double mastectomy at 16. A few months
obviously
after
that should not have
I
happened.
started testosterone because it was the next step of what I was supposed to do.
God intended for there to be only two genders.
Oh, God damn it, man.
No. Okay, you go first.
Okay, so as a Christian, I truly believe that God created male and female.
Finally.
And he had created that throughout life, throughout the nature, throughout the wildlife, throughout, Earth itself. And then the arguments come up into the ocean sides of, well, there's these asexual creatures and stuff like that. Well, they were designed that way for a reason, and we humans were not designed to we were designed to procreate and be able to bring life back to the earth, because we live and we die, we live and we die. It's a rotation of a process of life in itself, and it's its own journey. So I truly do believe that there is male and there is female, but I can respect people's choices. However, that's where I stand on it.
Well, I'm not Christian, but I do believe there's only two biological sexes, and somehow that's how it's been designed, whether it's by higher power or by evolution. I do believe gender expression has been on a spectrum for centuries. So we do have references to people who've been cross-dressing. We have references to eunuchs. And as somebody who went through transition and detransition, when I started taking testosterone, it's almost like reminded me of my original blueprint. And I feel like I went against my original blueprint and I did a lot of damage to it, and I just cannot go back to who I was, because without my testicles, I'm just too far gone in my transition. So that's where I'm at.
Can the disagree step forward?
Yeah, we have historically spent more time focusing on and celebrating several genders. There are several different cultures throughout the world that celebrate the different genders, and to negate the fact that they exist and to negate their validity is just wrong.
There are as many intersex people as there are redheaded people on the planet. I can name 12 people at the top of my head who are born intersex, so to pretend like there's man and woman is just erasing an entire group of people. The God you speak of, the first God that intersex people get to meet is the doctor, because it's up to their discretion of just what you're gonna be when they mutilate their body to be a man or a woman, and that is not fair.
Right.
Right, and I think also gender and male and female is not the same thing.
Biological sex are different things.
Yeah, we're talking about gender, which is like gender identity, the social aspects to being a man or a woman.
No.
Well, I disagree with the having sex and gender being two different things.
Okay,
I
well,
believe
that's a
them to be
fact.
one. So I believe that there is, they're the same, they're one and the same. They're not different, but we have evolutionary problems within the humanity, because I also see that there are intersex animals that do exist, and that's how they're born. But I also do believe that the initial design was for man and woman, and then somewhere along the way, viruses, mutations, diseases, plagues, all that type of stuff that we have in the world does play a part back onto are onto the world itself, but I believe the initial intent was for God to create Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. I'm just gonna say it.
That's homophobic.
I know it sounds homophobic, and I understand
No,
I'm
it
hitting.
is
homophobic.
That's okay.
Homophobia made me transition, and that's what you're perpetuating right now. I grew up in a very homophobic family, and since I was a kid, I was always brainwashed that
Damn it.
gay is bad. My parents were not happy that I was naturally feminine. They always tried to make me more masculine. They tried to give me to masculine sports. I was mercilessly bullied at school for my femininity, constantly being told that I'm not a real man, that I'm a sissy. And when I came out to my parents as gay, they took me to therapists and tried to do pretty much conversion therapy on me, which failed.
So I don't believe in God. I believe in people that exist right in front of me, and I believe they should have the right to exist. And so
I'm not saying they don't have the right to exist. I'm just saying, I'm just saying that
I mean,
was the
they weren't
initial
mistakes
intent.
either. They're just here the way you and I are here right now, and they are who they are, and we have to accept people as they are.
Right, and there are biological differences in trans folks when we look at the brainstem. You know, our brainstems are different. Like that's
Neurologically.
Right, neurologically, we're different.
Yeah,
and
male
so
and female are
how-
different, exactly.
Trans people are different. Yes. They've found a distinct difference in the
white matter.
cortex.
There is no biomarker for trans. Some brain scan of some gay males is identical to female brain, but there is no biomarker for trans. Please don't spread misinformation.
There is science that hints towards it. It's just not confirmed.
No, there's research.
So therefore, it falls under the belief.
I don't know enough
but there's
about,
no scientific fact to back that up, which therefore I believe that God's initial intent was to create male
I
and
think
female.
if God intended to, if God exists and in the way that you believe and just intended to make male and female, then we wouldn't be sitting here. I believe
Intersex people wouldn't
in
exist.
a higher power, right, of my own, and God is not this thing that creates rules and binary situations and laws that can be broken or really made. We're just all here.
Yeah.
You know, like I was born in a female body, but I was never a girl. Never, ever, ever. I can't explain why, but that is my truth. That is the fact. That is who I've always been. And there's no way that I'm gonna look up at this guy at some guide and be like, oh yeah, you made me as a mistake.
Transitioning improved my sex life.
Who wants to start?
I could start.
And I'm embarrassed.
Not to say that my sex life was bad before, but I think transitioning and coming into my body and feeling comfortable in my skin allowed me to open up more and allowed me to not only be better in bed, but also
I don't know what this guy is doing.
what my sexuality looks like.
Yeah.
Being trans also like made sex really complicated for me too, because I'm a straight guy and I pass very well, and majority of the women that I've been with, I would have to eventually kind of like break it to them that I was trans and deal with a lot of rejection. And with somebody, I would never let girls touch me or see me without clothes on. Not having a penis made me feel inferior as a man, and that no one would want me, which is why I like rejected that part of myself and never even let it be loved. It took a lot of really accepting that people were going to accept me and be attracted to me and love me and want to give me pleasure regardless of what was in my pants. And that took a long time. It took until I was like, I think I was 21 when my ex-girlfriend and I started dating. From that point on, I realized that just letting someone love me was half the battle. And once I let that piece come into play, I mean, it changed my life.
Do you want to go? You want to go?
Y'all can go. I'll go last.
I mean, so even though I detransitioned, in the beginning, especially when I was on hormones, like it increased my sex drive a lot, and there were a lot of aspects to that was like enjoyable to explore my fluidity for sure. I was able to date a lot of people, and I think like from detransitioning, it's like the opposite of that. Like my sex drive completely changed in a way that like there's good aspects to not being horny 24/7. It helped me be more
They
comfortable
get
in my
jocks.
body, even with detransitioning, which sounds weird, but like having a trans male body was like so different from the norm. So like I had to accept certain parts of myself. So like even with detransitioning, it helps me accept like certain parts of myself that I
don't know.
have still.
Once again, I don't think this
did
is a
identify
really
as gay
relevant
before I
question.
transitioned. And like those relationships, I feel like I always kind of had like out of body experiences when we were like intimate. And even after I transitioned, before I had bottom surgery, I like just like the anxiety and the dysphoria that I would feel whenever I was intimate, or like a partner would try to be intimate with me, was just like crippling.
Yeah.
So then when I had surgery and I felt more affirmed in my body, and you know everything is, it feels right to me now, I'm finally able to have those intimate connections with people and, you know, form those deeper bonds. So it's really
Amazing.
helped me a lot.
I'm so happy for you. That's amazing.
Thanks.
Yeah, of course.
When I came out as trans when I was 18, I moved to Miami, and it wasn't until I got my gender affirming surgeries where I was like where I did like lose my virginity, because I was just not comfortable doing that. I was like, I'm not presenting in my best light, and I think I could get there.
Yeah,
with
for me it
somebody.
was like I'm not fitting the role that I'm supposed to play in this
Yeah, no, it's
relationship.
it felt weird, and you also attract a different type of partner. Back in my day, I used to attract what we call a chaser versus someone who was genuinely attracted to the female form, which is someone who I wanted to, like, that's the role I felt. And so that's where I was comfortable, and now I'm comfortable. In Virginia, like Virginia, the T word did not exist. That was on Jerry Springer and Maury Povich, and that's where that stayed. no one was trans. And so I transitioned when I was about 18. I moved to Miami, and my joke is that I hit the tarmac and I said, I'm a woman, by the way. I remember I came out to my mom and I was super nervous because I'd come out
they
as
got a job
gay
finally.
years and years before, because that was so much easier. But when I came out, I remember my mom just asked if I was happy, if I was healthy, and if I was going to finish school, because she had already paid for it. And I said yes.
Can the disagree step forward?
Transition definitely ruined my sex life. I
I don't-
was
the
fine with my
question is
penis.
always just, is the trade-off worth it? And all the evidence suggests that the trade-off is worth it. Even if it did in some ways affect your sex life, I would say overwhelmingly the data shows the trade-off is worth it for the majority of people.
A year after estrogen, I felt like that part didn't belong on me anymore. So I went ahead and had sex
Might just,
reassignment surgery.
it's fine. He'll get a
After
job when
that,
he grows up.
my sex
hopefully.
drive was gone pretty much. I kept on having complications. I wasn't able to keep my neovagina open despite rigorous dilation. I had multiple revisions, including colon vaginoplasty. I just got some of my sex drive back last year when I started detransitioning with testosterone, but it's kind of traumatic to have male sex drive back without my penis.
Shit, that's not good.
Also,
That's
I
not
want
where
to
that's
say that
supposed to be.
sexuality is fluid. My sexuality has definitely changed once I lost my testosterone. Before, I was strictly attracted to men. After I lost my testosterone, I was attracted to people in general, because now I didn't have this like male sex drive, so I couldn't relate to men as much. You know, as I wanted to have sex, but I just wanted to hold hands and cuddle. And now my body dysmorphia / actual gender dysphoria as well is worse than ever before. I do feel like I'm stuck in a surgically created body. I just don't think I've been really myself by trying to become a woman. Yeah, so transition did take a lot from me.
Must be
I'm
really,
sorry.
really hard. Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
If you had like found the results that you desired in the beginning, would you feel differently than you do now?
No, because I realize I just miss being a man, you know, I just miss being obsessed about sex and money. I don't want to do the whole emotional thing. And I'm talking about stereotypes, okay? So I regret, it's just like now I'm a medical patient for life. Also having sex drive back, it just reminds me that I lost all these years. I could have been having fun, whether it's chasers or, I definitely have internalized homophobia. So internalized homophobia also pushed me into transition, because I felt like chasers weren't good enough, because I wanted to be a woman. I wanted to escape my homosexuality. But now I realize at the end of the day, I'm a gay man, and I'm still living with internalized homophobia, because therapists actually never helped me with that.
It's fascinating that you say that, because I dated men and women, and in my transition, I felt like I had an internalized homophobia when I was with men, because I didn't feel like a gay man. And that was really hard for me to like figure out, because I had this journey for so long, and a lot of sexual experiences were good, but I was on Grindr and I'm sleeping with these men, and they're treating me how I would want to be treated in a social setting, but I'm like, I was really, really masculine in my presentation,
sick,
but
finally.
I wanted to be kind of feminine in my roles within sex. And so I think that also got me to realize that I wanted to detransition because it was a reflection of the relationships that I had. Like, to follow kind of some stereotypes, like I did miss being a woman in some of those like social settings, like with how women interacted with me, with how men interacted with me. Like, so yeah, that's heavily relatable to that for sure. So I do not regret my transition. Shocking, I know. That was like a really great time for me in the beginning. I really was able to explore and express myself in ways that I could not have done without hormones and surgery. I learned so much about how people treat people based on gender and looks in general. I feel like I would not be the person, especially the confidence and security that I have within myself if I didn't transition as presenting as a woman in this world. My dynamic with men in general is so much different. I mean, I was very insecure, very submissive, very quiet, and now I'm able to speak up for myself because of that.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say, during my transition, I didn't actually have a high sex drive from the hormones, and ever since I came back, my sex drive has been higher ever since, and I think it's because I'm no longer on the estrogen. My testosterone levels are increased after I changed back to being who I was originally born as, and it also kind of opened up my eyes to say, maybe I wasn't really a female. This is probably what I would like my future spouse to have, to look upon it. And I'm proud that I actually have that sex drive back again, because I felt like I lost it for a long time.
The LGBTQ plus community is not as accepting as they claim.
Musical chairs.
Musical chairs?
Yeah. I'm embarrassed to agree. That is true information.
There's still so much transphobia within the people in the LGBT community that
That's true.
hasn't been addressed yet.
Shoot, there's transphobia within trans people.
Absolutely. When I was transitioning in high school, I searched for acceptance from the cis hetero world, and now I feel like I'm doing the opposite and searching for acceptance from my own community half the time. Like when I was in college, the queer community on my campus hated me because I did like heteronormative like guy stuff. I played lacrosse, I was in a frat, but like I wasn't that guy, I guess, that they had in their head. And every time I would go to the LGBT club meetings, I would get like they would stare into my soul like I was just this awful thing, and it's always just made me feel invisible and small in whatever space I'm in, and I find that just really disheartening.
And it happens in a lot of other cultures and communities as well too. So
It's funny that
it just happens.
You mentioned like the transitioning in high school part and like that shift from, you know, searching for acceptance outside and then turning around and then having to search for acceptance within the community.
Yeah.
Because I did notice that when I was still living as a trans man, when I passed really well, all of a sudden it was like I wasn't welcome in these spaces anymore. Until they knew, and then you get that icky feeling of like you only want me here because of that. And you know, now I have the D-trans aspect where no community wants me. No one. Like I'm still part of the I'm part of the LGB part, but I've lost people that I thought they liked me for me, and it didn't matter what I was.
Right.
But then all of a sudden, detransitioning was the thing that I've been called a traitor.
Yeah, me too.
You know, it's.
They obviously shouldn't do that.
The rest of the world doesn't want me.
That's not true. That's not true.
It can often feel that way.
It can,
But it feels really isolating. Like this is not a club.
It's not a
you
club.
know? And it's not like a personality trait that I'm just taking up, and God forbid one day I change my mind. I won't.
No way,
but,
Aggle.
like, or something happens where I have to detransition, I would hope that the people who stood by my side through everything else would still be there for me because of who I am, period. And not because of an effing label over my head.
And even when I transitioned, I dealt with the traitor to everyone. It was, you know, oh, you want to be a man and the patriarchy. And I'm just like, I get it. But also.
By the way, the number one reason people detransition is a lack of finances or a lack of support.
like so few people transition in the first place, even fewer detransition, and those who do detransition, a majority of them would have continued their transition if they had more support or financial resources.
Also, yeah. But what I found very interesting was like this divide between trans men and trans women. When I first started doing a lot of advocacy, I was told that just being in the space, that I was taking up too much room, that I was taking up too much space and don't speak and all of these things. And I was like, wait a minute, but I'm trans too, right?
Yeah.
This community also belongs to us too.
Right.
So that was something that I grappled with for a while.
I hung out with a lot of gay women, and then when I transitioned, I definitely lost my space there, and that was like really hard for me to navigate because being shunned out of these female spaces for me was really hard and difficult. And then when I got to the trans male community, there was a lot of competition. Who looked the best, who passed the best, like that was very difficult.
Oh yeah.
Shoot, fortunately I had a full beard, so it was like an easy, like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, but still, like, I heavily resonate with trans men still.
Oh, damn,
I definitely
they
resonate
won't
with
make
trans
any
women
weed.
from detransitioning and gender non-conforming people. So it's like, where do I belong?
Weird position to be in
Yeah.
because it's like one community, like I said, doesn't really want you, but you don't fit in. You can't really go all the way back, so you don't fit in with the rest of them.
We just shouldn't have to categorize.
Yeah.
Like, we
Right.
shouldn't have to float around, wonder where
By
we
the way,
belong.
all it is like really like an argument for some form of like gender abolitionism, right? Where it doesn't actually matter, you know, sort of whether you're, I mean, like I said, gender abolitionism, where we don't really have these categories in male or female, so no one really feels pressured that they have to like transition to the other one. They can, you know, sort of go about, you know, gender affirming care as like, well, what is your sort of ideal, you know, body look like, and maybe we can work towards that. But we should sort of get rid of this social roles that we have. Obviously, biologically, there's always going to be some difference between men and women that makes them behave differently in social contexts. But there are, I mean, definite steps we could take. I mean, like, obviously, women still are kind of pushed into caring positions as a housekeeper, right? Like, if we didn't have that expectation, maybe people wouldn't feel as big a need to transition into a woman to sort of go along with those expectations, right? They would just feel comfortable doing what they want to do rather than having to adhere by social expectations.
Like we have the other detransitioners, but even then, we're all still vastly different individuals who have vastly different life experience, political views, religious beliefs.
Right.
You know,
You're not
experience
just
how we
different with
yeah,
detransition.
exactly.
That's no different
Experience how
with
we
the
talk
trans
about it.
community, right.
Yeah. In some ways, it's empowering because it feels like even though all this happened, you're being seen as an individual for almost the first time after, you know, spending my high school years being lumped in by both the LGBT community and the rest of the people in a category. But it's also very isolating because you don't have really that community support that other places get.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye, y'all.
Thank you guys so much.
I've
This
never
was
seen this
really
fantastic.
awesome.
So trendtastic.
It's great to talk to all of you.
That was, I don't know, I feel like that was a lot more productive than the other ones, just because they're all people who have actually experienced the stuff. Who the hell left their boat here? Yeah. What is this? Female does ooh. This wasn't on the, I don't know. How long have I been streaming? 5 hours? Okay, we'll cut it there. We'll cut it here. Right? No, okay. This is the last one we're going to watch. And the next stream, we'll watch all the other ones. I'm going to watch that later. Hold on, where was that? All right, we're going to watch this last one.
Basically with power.
And I have an obsession basically with power, and money is power, and you don't have a platform without that.
And then he calls us when he wants to commit suicide. Not kidding. No, so you're gonna get worn out. I'll tell you, that's a dangerous place to play.
God damn.
The wall with the X on it, can I have all of my high income folks? And on the other side, my low income folks. I think the opposite side judges me for the side that I stand on.
There is judgment. Society seems to think that it's based on mental conditions, alcohol abuse, or drug abuse that we're in the streets, whereas most of the time it's
I do feel judged by the other side because I feel like most people have an innate, massive inadequacy and insecurity within themselves as they start as human beings. So jealousy is a natural tendency mass majority of people have, and that's the root of why they're not successful to begin with.
I don't think jealousy is natural at all. I think we were all born
Yeah,
the
Zach.
same, and to say it's inherited, I think is a bunch of BS. It's all learned behavior, and I'm telling you, if we took these people on that side and they were trained to have different beliefs and judgments, they'd be wealthy as hell. Every human being is incredible from the start.
I don't necessarily believe that. I mean, okay, first of all, as I've said 100 million times, there are two things that affect human behavior: genetics and environment. Obviously, people are not genetically predisposed to be rich. Environmentally, there are, of course, some learned behaviors, I guess, like he said, that could influence whether you're rich or not. I would say overwhelmingly, though, you can basically tell how rich someone is going to be based on their zip code. Your environment, and that your environment being like, you know, where you grew up, what your family's socioeconomic status is, to a large effect determines, you know, how wealthy you are. I mean, for example, obviously someone in like a third world country does not have the same opportunities as an American, right? Someone from Guatemala, or someone, I don't know, in Somalia, right? No matter how rich or no matter how smart they are, no matter how determined they may be, is obviously never going to be able to get rich to the same extent as an American, simply because Somalia does not have a functioning government. It's in civil war. It doesn't have good infrastructure, right? In the same way, someone in a community in America that's overwhelmingly poor and doesn't have proper infrastructure, doesn't have, you know, proper welfare systems, whatever, is not going to have the same opportunities to succeed. And in many cases, it is, you know, nearly impossible for them to succeed in the same sense as these rich people succeed. And also, there's like I've said, in theory, yeah, anyone can be successful, whatever. But not everyone can be, as I've said, at least successful in the sense that they are, you know, super wealthy. I mean, it's literally, if everyone is rich, no one is rich, right? And think about it like, not everyone can be business owners, like I've said on this stream before. Because there has to be some workers, and unless we have perfectly competitive markets, which in modern society is like literally an impossibility, you can't have everyone being their own business owner, unless you institute a system of worker co-ops, which is, by the way, your best chance of being a business owner and what I advocate for.
That's a beautiful stuff.
We're gonna bring in the disagreeers.
I don't know. I guess I don't really spend that much time around people who are on the other side, so I don't feel like I know what they actually think about me.
There's enough open-minded people that do really well, that's very kind, and so I don't feel like the other side judges me.
I would spend a day on the other side.
I sort of started on the other aisle. I grew up sort of
Ancient
low-income
debris.
neighborhoods.
Someone did not pick this up.
But for me, that was something that kind of gave me that drive to want to achieve. And to me, I would say that that's been something that's been very helpful to me. So
I just would like to see what it's like to be on the other side for once, I would say.
I would like to learn from them.
I would help my mother, but it depends on what they're doing. If it's illegal or if it's something against my conscience, I would step back. I don't know how they got their money.
You know, once you attain financial security, whatever that means to you as individuals, you realize it's all for nothing. It says it in the Bible. Evel evalig in Hebrew. It
Every
means
goddamn time.
It's all for nothing. The reality of why we do all we do is because we're looking to feel fulfilled. And that's why I have no problem going back, because fulfillment doesn't come from money.
I was scared to admit how much money I make.
A lot of times if you speak how much money you make, that's a great way to get sued and let people know you have something to get it. So sometimes it's better off to not let people know what you got.
I come to the realization that, wait a minute, I'm supposed to work so hard in life to get a job to marry a woman who wouldn't marry me if I didn't have that job. So that's why I made the choice I made. I look at a lot of my pharmacist friends, Vietnamese pharmacist friends, they boast this and that, but I asked them a question. If you didn't have that money and that job, would she still be with you? She wouldn't, so.
Very true.
These are such
I'm never
unproductive
afraid to
questions
help you out how
again.
much I
Come
can.
on, give me something interesting,
If someone
man.
really loves you, it's always enough. If someone doesn't, it'll never be enough. And so I'm gonna just tell people how much I make my whole life, and that also weed out all the people I want no part of. Most of my friends are true friends, and the best time we ever have are like simple conversation like this.
Money is power.
Objectively, I don't
Do you
think
feel
this
like
is.
money is power?
Yeah, and I've seen it
In what way?
in the illegal ways.
Doesn't even have to be in the
I've
illegal
seen it
ways.
too.
Like money is just a system that we set up to determine who has the ability to buy shit. Who has the ability to make decisions, right, on what to get. God damn it. It's just who has the power to decide how goods are allocated, and money is our system for that, right?
As it works.
it is manifested power. Is there a higher power? Is there a higher spiritual level? Certainly, but in the level that we operate in, yeah. I mean, if you want to get something done, you need some sort of financial backing, you know, generally speaking.
Money is energy. That's all it is. So in form, it is power. It's power to be used in a good way, power to be used in a bad way. Money will only amplify who you are as a person to a larger extent. If you're a douchebag, you're gonna be a bigger douchebag. If you're a sweetheart of a person giving, you're gonna become more of a giving human being. That's all that money is gonna do.
Might be a good idea to go talk to Gandhi. Or maybe you want to talk to Mother Teresa. The thing about power is you speak something and it occurs. Do you
True.
speak something and does it happen? And if you've got money or if you don't have money, it's basically the bottom line is what is my purpose in life? And am I, boom, having it happen? All you got to do is look at somebody's life. You can look at people's auras. All of us have a certain aura. It's real obvious. Sure. And you know whether you're making a difference or not. You can't fool
All you gotta do is do a fucking tarot card reading, and you can determine if someone's gonna be rich or poor. That's all you gotta do.
Once you attain financial security, and I said this earlier, it's just excess for me. I'm 31, I probably reached financial security when I was like 21, 10 years ago. Self-made, no daddy, no mommy, nobody. And I was very fortunate to recognize
I mean,
what
this is
success-
just a basic concept in economics: is diminishing marginal utility. Each dollar you get brings you, less and less happiness, and at some point it may even begin to bring you less. An example, right? Let's say that you're rich and you pay to have
heated floors in your bathroom, right? Well, that's good. You have your heated floors, right? And you like them, whatever. I would love heated floors. If you go to a hotel and they have heated floors, you're not getting any added value, right? Because you already have heated floors at home. It's just the norm. Whereas if you're poor, right, and you don't have heated floors, when you go to that hotel and you get heated floors, you get a lot of added value. And that's true of everything. You know, I have a nice computer, and because of that, computers I use everywhere else aren't as nice as mine, and I hate using them. We get used to the things we have. So you could argue, to some extent, if you are poor, the added utility you get whenever you experience something that you wouldn't normally be able to experience brings you more happiness than if you were already rich and already had everything you wanted.
Success means the responsibility of success, and also what I want out of life. Money doesn't motivate me anymore. I didn't come here today to show off that I have money. I came here because hopefully I learned something that I didn't know yesterday, and that I also could hope maybe influence someone that didn't know something the same.
Being wealthy is having no wants. I think I've got just about everything I need. I'm tending to have a lot more, don't need it.
Well, yeah, for me, it'll never be enough. I have an obsession, basically, with power. And money is power, and you don't have a platform without that. So if you want to provide a positive message, you need that power. And without money, you can't really have
But that's
that.
not going to solve your innate problem of wanting more.
No, it's not. And I accept it at the door. That
It's like you can say it about drugs. Want another line. You can say it about womanizing.
Sure.
You want another girl. You can say it about anything that you have an obsession for abundance of, right?
You're right.
So that's the not the problem, but that's the why. The money part is just the
But that's okay.
vice.
I don't need to be okay. I need to be successful. I need to make things happen. So
If you really feel that, I'm not going to stop you, obviously. But all I can tell you is my opinion, and I can tell you this much, is that it will never be enough, and the feeling you have will never go away, and the anxiety will bring you in your life will never make you happy.
And then he calls us when he wants to commit suicide.
At 60.
So you're gonna get worn out. I'll tell you, that's a dangerous road to play.
I do think, though, that people that get stuck in that totally over-material perspective, that there is something missing inside. And you might not see it, that there might be a very big, elaborate show and shiny things and beautiful women. But I think somebody that has immature behavior patterns...
Literally Andrew Tate.
...speaks to, an inner vacancy, I would say also.
I just feel like I haven't reached where I want to be financially, happiness-wise. I just not sure what I want to do all the time, and
I was there. I'm sure he was there. Everybody was there.
Yeah.
When you don't know where you're going.
I mean, I'm okay. I understand why I'm at where I'm at, but it's just
he's the
right
exact
now,
opposite.
I know.
He knows exactly where
Yeah.
he's at.
I know I'm sick. I mean,
No, not sick. I'm saying he's on a mission.
Yeah.
It does a beautiful thing. That level of energy, dedication, focus, that will attain mass loads of anything he puts his effort to.
I'm grateful for the life I live.
I am, because every day I'm able to get up in the morning, I'm alive. There's certain situations, rapes, shootings, everything out there that, has occurred.
How
To
is
me,
this?
to
I'm
other
so
people,
confused how this
I'm
is
blessed.
like.
Great to be alive.
I don't know. I wanna debate the ethics of being a business owner, man. Stop with this boring shit about rapes and murders.
We don't know when our time's going to be up.
That's 100% true.
That puts it in perspective right there. I mean, I think about where it came from, things that I take for granted now that I never would have imagined at a younger age. But like you said, the core blessing is to be alive.
A lot of people wake up with, what am I going to eat?
Yeah.
Where am I going to go? What's this person going to try to do to me? It's
How
a
are we
fucked
gonna
up,
get
excuse my
some more
French,
money?
state of mind. So I'm extremely grateful that I'm on the giving side of things, that I have the ability to share and not to take necessarily.
I have true friends, and that I live a very, very simple life, and anyone who comes to my life, who wants to stay in my life, are very simple and very loving at the same time.
I have nothing really to complain about besides the fact that I want to do more. But even that is like a blessing in itself because I have the opportunity to try and do those things. Fulfilling.
Because of America, buddy. It's the best country in the world.
And at the end of your life, are you a much more loving person than at the beginning of your life, or even at the end of this discussion? I feel so. I feel I've grown a lot and learned.
It's been a privilege speaking with everyone.
Likewise.
It's been 10 minutes, man. You haven't grown that much.
How much do you love at the end of your life compared to the beginning of your life?
I think that's
Thanks,
very
buddy.
true.
That's the last question, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Here's the timer. Thank y'all.
Hi.
Hello.
Very nice meeting you.
Well, that's a pretty good hug you got there.
Thank you.
What's up, guys? Thank you for checking out that Middle Ground episode. Hope you enjoyed it.
Shut up. It was like a really old video. Yeah, 5 years ago. All right. We'll cut the stream there. We got a lot of Jubilee to watch tomorrow, I guess. Yeah. That was fun. That was my first stream back. And it was really important. Dude, YouTube, I uploaded like not like a shit ton, but like a lot of shorts, and they're just not getting no views. I'm sure they'll randomly get views at 1 a.m. for no reason. Or it's already 2 a.m. Whatever. Alright. See you guys soon.